We're live. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to Christian Hangout number 6. That's right, we've made it to 6 of these things.
Woo!
I'm always impressed as we increase that number. So far with us we have returning from last time. We have Argent,
Hey.
beloved YouTuber. We have beloved blogger and Twitter user Giovanni Alghieri again. Hello Giovanni, and thank you for being here. And we have 2 newcomers. We have Michael S. and we have Monkey House, also known as Lord ZAIUS on Twitter.
Professor ZAIUS.
Professor ZAIUS, sorry. Where did I get Lord ZAIUS from? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, so let's start introducing ourselves. How about Michael? How about we introduce you first? Tell us a little bit about yourself and what your background is as a Christian.
Well, I'm from South Texas, and I grew up in pretty much a traditional Catholic home. You know, just went to Catholic school, born and raised, but I never really, I guess believed in it. It was just kind of like a cultural thing. And it wasn't until maybe a couple years ago that I got back into the faith, because I had strayed for a long time. And I just kind of got back to my roots and started reading about, the different, fathers of the church and scripture, and it just kind of clicked with me now as an adult, and now I try to do the best to live a traditional Catholic life.
All right. Anything else, or is that all you want to say?
Yeah, that's about it, basically.
Okay. And how about you, Professor ZAIUS? Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your background is?
Sure. I have a similar story, but it's going to be a little bit more verbose, so excuse me for that.
That's fine.
I similarly grew up in a Catholic family, though not traditionalist, a very very American megachurch style Catholic, where we had video screens on either side of the altar and video of the priest up there. We sang praise and worship songs during Mass, or the St. Louis Jesuit 70s style folk nonsense. So consequently, the catechesis, as you can imagine, was similarly lacking, and I never really got into learning about theology or the faith or anything. I never really got into praying the rosary or any sort of real prayer life or anything, and went off to college as really a nominal Christian. And I met a friend there who had grown up as a parishioner with the Society of St. Pius X, and he really challenged me, saying, "You call yourself Catholic, but is there anything Catholic in your worldview?" I was at the time a pretty hardcore libertarian, verging on objectivist. And at the same time, I got into reading Front Porch Republic, Alistair McIntyre's After Virtue, which was a huge influence on me, and then into getting into the orthosphere and the alt-right, which made me decide, well, if you're not going to take the thing full hog, if you're not going to be a Christian full stop, not lukewarm, what's the real point of saying so? In our culture, we're at the point in American history where it's going to end up like Europe, where the vast majority, I think, of people who are culturally Christian, their children are no longer going to be. And that made me rethink a lot of things, and I had a sort of genuine religious experience, awakening, after sort of intellectually assenting, I suppose. And that sort of got me to where I am with sort of traditionalist Catholicism, and really actually more so Byzantine Catholicism. Now I go to the Melkite Church, which is sort of the Catholic corollary of the Antiochian Orthodox Church. So the liturgy is in English, that's where we are, as well as Greek and Arabic, and it's they call themselves Orthodox in communion with Rome, so it's basically the same sort of thing you get with Eastern Orthodoxy, just with Pope. And I guess that sort of concludes it.
All right. Well, thank you. So that's very interesting. Is that the same as like the Western Rite Orthodoxy, or is that a different thing?
Well, sort of. Okay, so in the Catholic Church, there's something that used to be called Unitism, now mostly Eastern Catholicism, where certain patriarchs and bishops who were in communion with Constantinople over the past 600 years, following the Council of Florence, decided to instead be in communion with the Pope And with the Melkites, for instance, this was, I think, in the 1720s when Greek, well, it was the Arab Greek, the Melkite, as they were called at the time, Patriarch of Antioch, who was, the Antiochian Orthodox Patriarch, decided that he needed to be in communion with Rome. At which point he appealed to the Pope, was excommunicated by the Patriarch of Constantinople, and ended up taking a large number of the, of his bishops and laity with him. So that caused a, break in the Melkite Church, or the Antiochian Orthodox Church, that persists to this day. And so those in communion with the ecumenical patriarch are the Antiochian Orthodox. Those in communion with the Pope are the Melkites, which was the name that they were originally known by. It was at first a term of derision. Melkite meaning the Royalist Party. They were the Chalcedonian party in Syria, which, if you'll remember, there was a schism following the Council of Chalcedon, in which pretty much all of Egypt and most of Syria followed, or they did not accept Chalcedon. They considered it Nestorian. And those who remained were called followers of the king, meaning the Eastern Roman Emperor, and they became Melkites. There's a bunch of other groups. Virtually every Eastern church has a Catholic component. There's a Catholic Coptic church. There's the Chaldean church, which is the Church of the East in communion with Rome. There's various Slavic groups, Ruthenians, Russians, Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are the largest and most well known. There's probably, I think, 20 million Ukrainian Catholics, and so they retain all of their liturgy, their theology, and everything as it was before, except being in communion with Rome virtually. Although there had been up until probably the last 60 or so years some tendencies towards Latinization. So some of them started praying the Rosary more than they did their prayer ropes, and that sort of thing. Although that has been curtailed, they no longer, for instance, say the Filioque and the Creed, and they pretty much do things exactly like their Orthodox brothers do.
Oh, interesting. Oh, hey, looks like SOAPJACKAL's here.
Welcome. Taking the haircut.
Get a haircut? Oh, sounds like a monster.
I was going to say, it sounds like the Well to Hell recording.
Yeah. That you, SOAPJACKAL? You should call us back when you're done driving.
Sorry, maybe. All right. Well, we got asked a question on Twitter. I don't know if anybody has anything to say about this particular topic, but
I do.
All right. Well, then let me ask the question. Let me pull it up here. He said, for someone who isn't a Christian because they can't or don't accept the supernatural claims, is perennialism an option? Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, first off, for the benefit of our listeners, those who may not know, I pulled off a very quick and easy definition of perennialism. Perennialism is a perspective within the philosophy of religion which views each of the world's religious traditions as sharing a single, universal truth on which foundation all religious knowledge and doctrine has grown. Now, I'm assuming when the question asks, let me bring it up here, can't don't accept supernatural claims, I assume they're talking about the resurrection, the miracles, kind of like Thomas Jefferson rejected the supernatural claims in the New Testament. In regards to the question, well, I mean, if you're going to believe in perennialism, okay, but I think if you're going to try to mingle it with Christianity and other religions, you're going to run into a problem. Because ultimately, excuse me, sorry, I'm recovering from a cold. Ultimately, each one of those religions contradict each other at some point. And even if you want to say, well, I'll take what I want from it, well, the problem then is by what authority or by what grounds do you choose what you take from it and why? And if you say, well, something, I don't know, something that you believe is universal truth or something they share in common, well, that goes to what is in Scripture. You know, when it talks about in Romans 1, the truth inherent in every man's being. You know, there's a reason that a medieval Frenchman who confesses Christ knows rape is wrong, and why a Japanese merchant, you know, thousands and thousands of miles away in medieval Japan knows rape is wrong too. It's because that's the law of God within his heart. But the problem you're going to run into that even still is, have you really found truth? If there's this universal truth, where did it come from? And if it comes from human reasoning, that is just forming itself within religion, well then, can that reasoning change? It's sort of like the problem you have with anti-theists who like to pick and choose morality and then eventually change it. And then also, too, on that same note, how am I going to word this? If that universal truth comes from something holy, then what is that holiness? And if we admit there is some divine being, whether you think it's God, whether you think it's, you know, primordial soup in the sky or something, you know, this kind of universal deity, then that implies, by your own reasoning, a kind of dogmatic truth about the supreme being. So, short answer, no.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that, I mean, I guess it seems like perennialism, from what I know about it, seems like an idea that everything, like there's a great sort of a cycle of life that is eternal, and that everything fits into it neatly, and that religion is just sort of an expression of that, but it's not some definitive thing in itself. But I mean,
it depends what kind of perennialism we're like even talking about. I'm assuming he means Evola style perennialism, because there's like a lot of different ways of describing it. I guess my thing is, it's perennialism to me just always seemed like basically people who just want to LARP and don't really want like to limit their LARPing by having to adhere to anything in particular. Like, because if you want to be like Christian, there's like you can't just be like, oh, I love Wotan and I love Shiva, and I also believe in like the Japanese gods and like all that cool stuff. But if you're a perennialist, then you can just kind of be in favor of everything and just pick and choose whatever you want.
Yeah, it makes me think of what do you call it, pagan LARPing in a similar manner, just to the way it talks about deities. Where it refers to them as universal truths, which makes sense. Like I've heard pretty good perennialist arguments from a lot of different folks, but for me it always sounded a lot like over abstraction of religious themes. Like it talks a lot about transcendence, but it doesn't really engage with it too much. So it's not necessarily phony. It just came up with a very modern attempt at describing ancient wisdom as like, oh well, evolutionary approximations. And I'm like,
Well,
maybe.
it's basically it's kind of neo-Gnosticism. Actually, I have a friend who's like one of the like I guess kind of chief perennialists in our sphere, Adam Wallace. I don't know if anyone's familiar with him.
yeah, I know Adam Wallace.
Yeah, but he's like really, really into Evola, and his whole philosophy is just basically perennialism. And I guess there's like I'm not unsympathetic towards it, and I actually tend to use when I'm arguing with atheists like perennialist arguments, because it's very hard to me, I find like the biggest bridge is to get them to accept some like spirit or supernatural, and it's easier to make kind of a perennialist argument for that than it is to make really a Christian argument. So I'll do that, but I find kind of more or less it's for people who haven't or just don't want to make a decision one way or another. and like commit to something.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. To put sort of the best spin on it, the perennialists who don't go off the deep end into whatever nonsense. At its best, perennialism can be seen as sort of a striving for the highest natural good of man. Taking the natural law and understanding that it applies to all men in all situations. However, it's a central truth of Christianity that the natural end of man is not actually the end of man. The point of human existence is to partake in the divine nature, to be in love with God. And while there are many good things that pertain to humans in their natural state, without that communion with God, we do not attain the end to which we have been ordered, the purpose of our creation. So, sure, following the natural law is better than not, but without that communion with God, which is through Christ alone, you're missing the central fact of human existence.
Well, I don't know. I think it's important. Most perennialists are not materialists, so they probably wouldn't disagree with what you're saying. Aside from that, Christ is. It depends on the perennialist. Some will say Christ is one of many incarnations of God. Others will say that they just don't believe in him at all. But most of them, I think, would agree that the purpose of human existence is to seek union with the divine, and that to that end, God appears in different forms to every society and culture.
Certainly. But what do you think is the...
God must be pretty sick then if he's going to appear to people of the New Covenant and say, oh, I'm a Trinity, and then appear to Muslims and say, oh, yeah, if you believe in the Trinity, you're going to hell.
Right, but what they will generally do then is they will use some social psychology and say that was a result of, I don't know, some like adapting the religion for specific ethnic purposes and political ends. Something like that.
Except when it's, the founder of the religion that says it, talking directly to the divine being.
Right, or they'll say that that's meant only for the people of that group. I think it was. I'm not very familiar with Evola. I've tried to read his stuff, and I find him illegible. But I think he was against people converting to other religions because he felt they should progress in whatever faith they were born in, to the exclusion of others.
We had Mark Citadel in here. He's read a lot of Evola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to say, uh-oh.
Well, I know that, I don't know about, I'll be honest, I haven't really read Evola, so I'm not an expert on his views. I probably should read more of him, or at least try to.
It's really hard to read.
Yeah. Well, I know Mark Citadel has said that it's better to start with Skinnon and then go to Evola. I do have somebody sent me a PDF a long time ago of Crisis of the Modern World, which I never got around to reading, but I still have it bookmarked. Yeah. So, like, perennialists, are they the kind of people who would say that, well, like what you were saying earlier, that sort of like God reveals himself differently to different people?
Or they take kind of a Hindu perspective that different deities are different aspects of God incarnating.
And they all kind of lead to the same place, you're saying?
Yes, more or less. Like they might say Christ was an incarnation of God's mercy. The Father's an incarnation of God as kind of wrathful deity. It has a lot to do with like kind of Jungian like archetypes and that kind of thing. It's very much, I just kind of think of it as like Neoplatonism or like Gnosticism, but kind of updated and given kind of more pretentious vocabulary. If that makes any... I don't know if anyone's familiar at all with Neoplatonism or Gnosticism.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, Gnosticism, definitely.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And like I said, I'm not particularly... I'm not even that ill-disposed to a lot of kind of perennialist arguments, because I do think most religions do come from, if an imperfect, a human search for the divine, and they are, I guess, kind of incorrectly viewing aspects of God. Um, like there are some gods, like in other religions, that I just say are just pretty much demons, but there's other figures who are like good or represent good things, and I find it hard to just kind of dismiss them as being demonic creatures.
Well, Scripture pretty much signifies if it's not worship of God, it's worship of demons, and it makes it pretty clear that Christ is the only way, the truth, and the life, and I don't think there are Muslims who are going to be able to come to Christ through trust in Muhammad and his just absurd heresies, and if you can call them that, or you want to just call it false religion. So I mean, now granted, are there some elements in truth there? Sure. If someone says it's a sunny day and someone else says it's a rainy day, they may both agree there's a sky above their heads. But there's still some pretty clear differences. Someone's not telling the truth, and someone's either deceived or lying.
Certainly, although I would perhaps, I guess, branch this conversation out towards St. Paul's approach in Acts 17 when he gives the speech at the Areopagus and tells the Athenians, you have this shrine to the unknown God, so you're ignorant of what you worship. So here I am to teach you who this unknown God is, the true one God. So it can be the case that people, because they have not been given the gospel, they may try to worship God and may fail to do so. They may be ignorant. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all of their religious rituals and everything are demonic, because it could simply come from ignorance.
Well, even if it's from ignorance, there are people who follow catfish online and give them money. They're doing it from ignorance, but they're still doing it to someone with ill intent. And I'm actually pretty familiar with Acts 17, and I've got in front of me here. One thing I think we need to keep in mind: one, the unknown God. It wasn't like these were monotheistic Greeks we're talking about. The unknown God was one of many, and what they did in Athens was, excuse me, they would have all their gods, and according to some Greek historians, they had more gods than people. But then they had this one unknown God, and what the Greeks were saying were, well, if we forgot anyone, it's sort of insert the blank here. And what Paul is doing is he's tying into that, saying, yeah, you're working in ignorance, I'm here to proclaim that to you. And then if you go to when he talks about Christ, when he talks about the true God, he says in verse 30, therefore, having overlooked the times of ignorance, God is now declaring to men that all people everywhere should repent, because he has fixed a day in which he will judge the world in righteousness through a man whom he has appointed, having furnished proof to all men by raising him from the dead. So, yeah, he mentions, okay, you guys are working in ignorance, you've got this unknown God, you don't know his identity, but here's the thing, I know who that unknown God is, so to speak. Here's my fill in the blank, now let me tell you about him. He's commanding people everywhere to repent. Yeah, the Greeks were working in ignorance, but they were still wrong, and even if they didn't think in their heads, oh, I'm worshiping demons, again, Scripture is pretty clear over and over again that any offering given to something that is not to the true God is given to demons.
So would you say that Plato and Aristotle's demiurge is a demon then?
Plato and Aristotle, the Greek philosophers?
Yeah, their concept of the demiurge as the monotheistic creator god, is that a demon they're worshipping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how much worship did they really, furnish to this god? I'm not sure what the religious practices of Plato and Aristotle were.
No, they believed that there was
theorizing to the position of there being a god. This was something that the church fathers, especially people like St. Justin Martyr, would point out and say, they were, and Augustine as well, would say, your people stumble onto something, though, unenlightened pagans, they stumble onto something very correct when they reason that there can only be one God, and he must have these attributes or whatever from Plato. Obviously, they got a lot of stuff wrong, but you can see, the message of the gospel here, at least in its its darkened and incipient stages, in the reason of the philosophers.
So why did any church father read any of their work and then quote it later if it was the product of demons?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Why are they asking? What was your question again? Sorry.
Why, if it was, or whoever said that Plato and Aristotle worshiped demons through the demiurge, I'm asking why did any church father or Catholic philosopher make any reference to them if they were, like, their philosophy as being legitimate if it was just demonic?
And before Giovanni jumps into this, this gets to the debate that Tertullian was having, where he famously declared, "What has Athens to do with Jerusalem?" This is something that was disputed in the early church and then resolved in favor of those who wanted to not completely shut out all insights from the pagans. But I'll turn it over to Giovanni.
Well, first off, I did not say it was worship demons necessarily. What I said was Scripture defines anything not given to God is given to demons, often citing examples among the pagans of that time period. What I'm saying is any worship not given to the true God is given to a demon. Now, did they have the right ideas? Yes. And oftentimes what the church fathers would do is you'd have people making claims about Christians, oh, you believe this, and a lot of guys like Justin Martyr would go, well, wait a minute, because Justin Martyr was a former pagan philosopher turned Christian philosopher, and he would say, well, wait a minute, let's look at what your own guys say. Sort of similar to what Paul was doing in Athens. And a lot of them, excuse me, a lot of them would say, look, here are similar concepts of our God to you. But I'm not aware of any of them saying, yes, they said certain people had the right mindset of what God would be like from a philosophical standpoint. But I'm not aware of anyone who held a inclusivist or universalist concept.
Oh, no, that's certainly not the case.
Right. Maybe that's what I'm saying is I'm coming from that standpoint that they certainly weren't saying Plato and Aristotle were saved or they weren't among God's people, because I think it would be rational to argue that. But my point was they were taking similar arguments that they made, and yeah, they were largely monotheists. And he was saying, look, you're arguing against us. You're making fun of us. You're saying we have fallacious reasoning in our theology. Here's your own pimps talking about it. Let me put it that way.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. The awkward silence. Somebody's got to fill it. Do you have any thoughts on this, Michael? Hello? Anybody there?
He's muted right now.
Yep.
Oh. Maybe he's away from the computer.
Guess he vanished?
Maybe he just stepped away. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I have a thought, but my mouse was giving me a bit of a hard time. Now that I'm here, I think to go back to the original question is interesting, where he's saying, if you don't believe in the supernatural claims, can you do perennialism? And so it's really easy to say no, because it's not really a question you can answer with yes unless you make everything really abstract and untethered like everyone's been saying. But I think there's a more interesting question, or at least a framework that precedes it, and that's the discussion of universalized wisdom in regards to not believing specific supernatural claims. And I notice a real large trend, especially around utopians or characters who want to build whole civilizations from nothing, is they wish to divorce Christianity's wisdom from like divine revelation or the resurrection of Christ.
Good point.
I think that examining that, it's a really common examination. Like everyone who rejects Christianity but wishes to keep it heretically has to deal with the problem. But I don't think that's something that modern-day atheist types think about anymore. Like, they don't realize how large of a degree it's necessary for you to believe in the death and resurrection in order for any of this to work. It is the stone upon which everything else comes from.
Good point.
I disagree because I basically believed in most of what I believed in before I converted, and it was just kind of almost something extra I added on. So, I don't think it's necessarily. I know for me, it's not really the basis of everything. Other arguments for God's existence are kind of the basis of it. I just kind of also accept the resurrection.
But you would,
I
you would
don't
agree that,
understand the complaint. Like, I'm just referring to the general frame, and that the church literally emanates off of that. Like, that's what catechism says. Now, Christianity as a whole, you can make other arguments, especially like metaphysically, like you're saying. And I was in the same boat. I'm a convert. I used to be agnostic, and I had to grapple a lot of difficult issues. It was the grappling with the epistemology and whatnot that really drove me to have to contemplate the more difficult aspects, like the miracles. So I can see how it isn't just purely that one act, but it is something that is necessary to recognize in a frame if the question is about denying supernatural claims. Like, someone who denies supernatural claims, you can't just throw Thomas Aquinas at them and get them to be like, oh, I see where you're coming from. Like, it's really hard to throw those two frames together easily, you know?
Right. I think, I don't know, I kind of got the feeling people were saying either you're Christian or you don't believe in anything supernatural, and I don't think that's really the case.
Oh, yeah. You were correct earlier when you mentioned that, or I think it was you, who mentioned that the perennialists are all materialists. I think it's fair enough to say that liberal materialism is not the totality of every other belief structure. But in the specifics of Christianity, I do think it's important to balance out our miraculous acts specifically.
Right.
So, Arjun, what did you said you believed most of what you believed before you converted? Like, specifically what?
Well, where to start?
Are you talking about morally? You had general beliefs?
Morally, I guess kind of spiritually, my kind of metaphysical worldview is pretty similar. I guess it just kind of wound up, I just kind of reasoned through like a bunch of stuff, and I just kind of, it wound up being very close to what Catholicism teaches on most accounts that I had kind of arrived at independently, and I had never really known what Catholicism taught or anything, because my experiences with Christianity were either extremely liberal Protestantism or really kind of pleb-tier evangelicalism. So I didn't really know that there was like even Christian philosophy. And then when I actually started reading it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is pretty much stuff I either agree with or it kind of explains or expands upon things that I already kind of thought.
Okay. So,
I used to, when I was younger, I used to LARP as a Zoroastrian, actually.
oh, really?
Really?
Yeah, I
Okay,
love
tell us
this
about
stuff.
that.
What, sorry?
oh wow.
Tell us about that. I'm curious how the Zoroastrian LARPing works.
Yeah.
Does anyone know anything about Zoroastrianism?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that what the ancient Egyptians believed, or?
Persian.
Where you have Ahura Mazda
Okay.
and truth being or deified truth, I guess.
Yeah, Zoroastrianism, well, it depends on the school, but generally speaking, it's dualist. That is, there is a creator god who is all good, and then there is his opposite, who is Ahriman. God, or Ahura Mazda, which means the great lord of wisdom, he is kind of truth personified. The Zoroastrians have, instead of like the Trinity, God is 7 parts, and they're kind of behave in a similar way. They're like the 7 shining beings, which are collectively God. And actually, it was the oldest religion that we know of that taught angels and their hierarchy. I think it was one of the first cases where we saw heaven and hell, a last judgment, things like that.
Yeah, demonic possession, I believe, as well.
Demonic possession, yes. I actually personally, and people will probably get triggered by this, I kind of do consider Zoroaster to be a prophet. I just think he was kind of born in a different place, but he did actually predict that there would be like a messianic figure who would be like truth incarnate or something. But there's a lot of speculation that modern Judaism was very heavily influenced during the exile by Zoroastrian thought.
Oh, absolutely. That's virtually established. But one thing that differentiates Zoroastrianism very distinctly from Christianity, at least in practice, rather than theology. So I'm going to pivot towards asceticism. Zoroastrianism has no space for it, and actually the Church of the East, at a synod in I believe the 380s, it became the only version of Christianity which had monks who were not celibate. The monks were encouraged to marry, have children, and to not be poor, because of the influence of neighboring Zoroastrians and the wishes of bishops there to not incur the wrath of the people around them, who were horrified at Christian asceticism.
How would that work with having families? Would they just like have their own homes, or would they all live together in a monastery? Or
I'm actually not quite sure how it worked in practice. There's relatively little, I believe, archaeological stuff on this or records. We just know that this was promulgated in the 380s. Then there was a monastic reformer, I believe, 150 to 200 years later, who got rid of this. So for a period of about 200 years, the church in Persia this was after the Nestorian schism, I want to say. Well, no, actually, this was slightly before. Maybe it was the 480s. At any rate, it didn't last all that long, but it's because Zoroastrianism, unlike, for instance, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, even Judaism prior to the rise of rabbinical Judaism, had an ascetical tradition. Zoroastrianism is virtually alone in the major old world religions of not having any similar thing.
The reason for that, from my understanding, is because God created the world. The world is good, and you shouldn't like reject it. It's kind of a bit like how Catholics view Calvinists, I guess you could say.
Oh, what?
Like it's kind of like Zoroastrians kind of view. If you think about the difference between Catholicism and like Puritanism, that's kind of, I guess, kind of the way they see it. Like, we don't ban things like alcohol or like sex, period, or like see the world as being this absolutely horrific place with no beauty in it. And the Zoroastrians kind of had that view too, that the world was good because God had created it, and that you should enjoy the world. Actually,
that's not the Catholic view, though.
What? Sorry?
That's not quite the Catholic view.
No, it's a bit more complicated than that. But
I mean, I'd say it's simpler than the Catholic view, because creation being good and not fallen in the Zoroastrian view, right? Or is there something?
It is fallen. It's tainted by the lie.
Okay.
The lie which will eventually be destroyed on the last day.
Yeah, but regardless, creation is something to be, enjoyed without, any room for rejection of the world. And that rejection is integral to the Catholic view of monasticism, and of priestly celibacy, rejecting it for the sake of the kingdom, of being a prefiguring, because that's the purpose of it, to live more like the way that Christ lived, and to show the world that there is something beyond it which it is dependent on.
Yeah, their kind of morality, if that took a bit more of, I guess, a world-oriented view. The core statement, like their equivalent of kind of the Apostles' Creed, is right thought, right words, right action, and that was the kind of the focus of the religion was, kind because they believed very strongly in free will. Actually, the point that Zoroastrianism forbids slavery because they thought free will was important in the freedom of the human to choose between good and evil, that the goal of life was to kind of perfect yourself by steering your words, your thoughts, and your actions towards the good.
Okay, so how do you LARP as a Zoroastrian?
I just kind of read the
stuff?
Gathas. I prayed to Ahura Mazda. I just read a lot of like stuff people had written about it.
Did you like go around lighting fires and stuff?
Yeah, something like that. I still actually do ascribe like a lot of religious significance to fire, personally.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's the Paschal candle. There's all the bunch of candles. Like if you walk into an Eastern church, there's candles everywhere.
Right. I just do see it as kind of like a kind of a symbol of God's raw creative energy. Yeah. They didn't actually work. A lot of people think they worshipped fire, but it was kind of it was just held to be a metaphor for God's truth or God's light being part of all creation.
Yeah, and of course, Zoroastrians make a fairly large entrance into the gospel at the nativity narrative, where you have the Magi visiting. They're supposedly from Persia or Babylon.
Yeah, they were definitely. That's why I always kind of like joke with my wife whenever you see depictions of the Magi, and you always have the white guy, the black guy, the Asian guy, and I know why that exists in art, because I know it kind of harkens back to the sons of Noah and the concept of the world coming to embrace the Messiah. I understand why that's there. But yeah, if you study like the history of the Magi, I've actually got my notes on Matthew here. What's the star called? I'm trying to find it. There's a star for it. Fravashi. That's what it was called. Fravashi. And the idea was, oops, crap. Sorry, I thought I muted someone. The idea was, it was the angel of a great man. That's what they believed. And there are stories of, I believe, when Alexander the Great was born and Julius Caesar was assassinated. I could be mistaken. But supposedly, some magi in the east saw Pravashi show up. And so yeah, it comes from that. It comes from that practice or belief.
Right. Just a side note, it's funny whenever people LARP about like Wotan being the god of Aryanism or the god of the like whatever they call Aryan people. So we really want to kind of look at the oldest, I guess, Aryan religion would probably be like Zoroastrianism or Hinduism or something like that.
Yeah. Well, Zoroastrianism is it's distinct because it occurs after the what was it, the schism, I guess, between the Indians and Iranians and the mutual demonization of each other's gods.
Yeah.
And it's a further sort of, regularization of the more animistic style of paganism, which was, then prevalent between the both of them. So it's not the earliest because it's definitely very much tinged with Zoroaster's own stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's the earliest recorded. We have written stuff in Avestan from Zoroastrianism long before we have stuff in the Rig Veda or anything else related to Hinduism.
Well, I guess that's my point. Is like if they were gonna LARP with something, they could LARP as like something with like a lot more like kind of interesting philosophical and like moral ideas, and like something that kind of more resembles a religion than just yelling "Wotan, save me," like Wotan or whatever. And
well, I mean, most people who quote unquote LARP with stuff like that, aren't they kind of going for more of the macho appeal?
Yeah, I think so.
Or I think it was Antidim in the first Hangout I was in where he talked about, look how edgy I am.
Yeah, I remember that.
when he was on with when I was on with him for the Christmas stream, he's like, if you guys think that worshiping Marvel comic characters is going to save the West, then God bless.
What I was thinking about earlier actually is I look at all these guys on Twitter or within the alt-right, and you know, oh man, I'm a follower of Odin or whatever, and I just think, okay, are you really? I mean, come on, if rubber hit the road and someone came to you with a gun, pointed it in your face, and said, "Denounce Odin, or I'll pull the trigger," do you think they're really going to be like, "No, Odin is king"? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, although the embracing of martyrdom rather than dissimulating is another thing that divides some religions from others. And so, for instance, we were talking about Gnostics earlier. They were well known for their unwillingness to die for their faith, even though they professed to be Christians and they would hang out at Christian churches and stuff and everything else. They didn't believe in the physical resurrection. They didn't believe in the resurrection of the dead or being saved by faith. They believed that they needed to attain gnosis, and being crucified was not particularly germane to attaining gnosis. So they thought, well, what's the big deal if I say, no, I'm not a Christian. I formally renounce everything to do with Jesus and everything. Just leave me alone. Some religions don't have that style of martyrdom.
I don't think Hinduism does.
Yeah, I would be very doubtful if it did.
I mean, like we all know which religion like has it the most, but Hinduism doesn't really.
You think Hinduism doesn't have the idea of martyrdom?
No, I think it does, but I just don't think it's that critical compared to. I think they have a positive attitude toward death. I mean, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. The Gnostics had a very positive attitude towards death. Because they tended to kind of have a Hindu or kind of Buddhist idea of death bringing you closer to samsara, up the great chain of being. But no, they wouldn't have thought that there was any real value in dying for a particular belief.
People in the comments, somebody said most neo-pagans are LARPing atheists.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, most of them are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, okay, I'll grant maybe there's one guy out there listening or who will listen who's like, no, I seriously believe all that. All right, man, cool, good for you. But most of the ones I've met, they're just sort of like, oh, I don't like Christianity, and I want to rebel against my parents' faith, and I don't want to do it with Wiccan because that's crazy leftism. I'll do it with neo-paganism because that's the macho route to go.
I actually have like a lot more respect for like, I guess kind of like materialistic atheists because they'll at least like, I don't know, they'll just be more rational. Like if you talk to them, they'll at least like talk that like believe in science or something. Whereas like the neo-pagan LARPers, like I think Varg's thinking now is that it's believing in the supernatural is un-Aryan. But we need to have like atheism with pagan values, I think is like his current thinking right now.
Yeah, he wants to stay in that for more than a generation.
No, well, it's literally like it's bizarre. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember I was at NPI back in October, and they were doing the this podcast thing, and at one point, room full of 20-something young men who are fairly red-pilled on most things. Lana Lockteff got up there and said that she's a pagan because Christianity wouldn't let her do with her vagina what she wanted, and she got to be, she got to have fun with sex as a pagan, and so that's why you can see everyone, reevaluated their ideas of paganism at that point just a little bit.
What kind of what do you mean fun with sex? Like fuck around?
Well, I'm not sure exactly.
Hey, my wife might be listening.
Because, yeah, well, she was up there with her husband, but perhaps he's a cuck. I don't know.
No, well, I was just gonna say, my understanding is it's like okay to have fun with sex just as long as you're married, but maybe I'm.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether she became a pagan before or after getting married, or what she thinks of monogamy now, or what she thinks about, for instance, using contraception, or doing what would be considered unnatural sex acts, by virtually all non-liberal Christians. She seems to have the idea that even within marriage, there's things that she should not be doing as a Christian that she's free to do as a pagan, and that's one of the strongest reasons for her to be a pagan.
Right. I mean, if we're getting into like more even fairly conservative forms of Christianity that aren't Catholicism or Orthodoxy, there's really not that much you can't do when you're married. So it's probably something to do with monogamy, or just like people should be free to fuck around before they get married, and it has no negative consequences whatsoever. Something like that.
I think a major issue with the pagan LARPing and why it's sort of true to call them atheists is people don't really understand what belief is anymore. And so it's ascribed under this structure where it's like, oh, you have very specific ideas about what you feel that non-scientific phenomena look like. Like it's almost like, oh, if you believed in something supernatural, just aesthetically, what would you believe? And that's the thoughts behind it. So there isn't really a conception of what you do all the time, like who you are and identity, and not just you're white, but like a fully complex thing built within a church that goes back to your ancestors, like a long lineage where truth is being explored. That's not the concern. And I think that's sort of a problem, and it's reflected in the fact that people don't really understand how ritual functions and how it precedes belief a lot of times, and how a lot of ritual, at least what people think of today, is just weird magic. And I see that in the weird homosexual stuff that Jack Donovan was doing with his like biker gang ritual stuff. It's just
wasn't he also a priest in the Church of Satan or something?
I think so. I think I heard some talking about him being a Levian at one point. But it's like explicitly dark, gross stuff is then associated with ritual forever, and you're like, no, please don't assume these dark rites are the same thing as mass. It's like calling black mass. It's like no, it's different. Like there is a real reason that we do these things, and there's a reason it's necessary, and that's the salvation of your eternal soul. Like there's like really good reasons why all this stuff happens, but pagans are like, oh no, it's a buffet of belief. Like some of them are like perennialists, at least they're looking for wisdom, but a majority aren't, especially people you talk to. I was even having a weird conversation at work with somebody about it, like just tangentially about, oh yeah, she's a pagan. And I'm like, really? She's a pagan? Like she's like a Norse pagan where all of the writing that's ever known about their religion comes from one Christian monk. Like, oh, I'm sure they really understand where the truth is in that regard. Like, it's almost purely a hipsterism, but for belief, because people understand it. And I'd say that, just to end my tangent on this, I think that Nietzsche probably created more pagans than anyone else. Like, a lot of the writings and readings I've had from pagans just sounds a little like Nietzsche. Like, they read him and they were like, oh yeah, Christianity's false. Like, that's why we do what we're doing now. Like, all their mores for what could be considered valid are just untethered and thrown into the abyss for funsies.
It's weird because I actually, I've tried reading Nietzsche and I actually found it incoherent rambling, but from what I've read of people who summarize it better, it actually pushed me in the opposite direction, because it kind of made me feel that, I guess to me, he calls the Ubermensch the person who's able to, just if I'm getting this right, I guess kind of deconstruct and tear down their preconceived beliefs, and then to, go beyond good and evil, but then to overcome the sense of nihilism that comes with it. Am I true? Am I right with that, or? Hello?
Sorry, what were you saying there? Somebody, ZAIUS just posted this long thing in the chat over here. Distracted me.
Oh, I was saying, isn't Nietzsche's idea that you kind of tear down all your preconceived notions and kind of all the aspects of the self, and then you are, by doing that and then overcoming the nihilism that comes with that, you become the Ubermensch?
Well, that's sort of his formulation for the Ubermensch. I think he's pretty much explicit in saying that barely anyone can do it. So it's not like a do-it-yourself guide, but he's like, if you have the Ubermensch, it's sort of mirroring the hero struggle, where it's like you need to shed everything, and then once you shed everything, there's going to be this void of nothingness, and you got to get over it. And the problem with the idea is actually manifested in Nietzsche's own life, where he attempted to do that, at least theoretically, like describing the process of how one would do it, and it led him to mental exhaustion. Like he almost went crazy trying to figure out how to escape nihilism. And he, like, I recognize he's not a nihilist. Like he definitely isn't like, oh boy, nihilism is the best thing ever, unlike some folks in the alt-right are right now. But like
Say
he
what you want
himself
about
tried to
National
tackle
Socialism.
it.
Well,
Like he
no,
tried to tackle it and he went crazy. So it's like I wouldn't even play around in that realm.
I
think that you're
actually
pretty close.
I actually take it as like because the ultimate man is supposed to go through that and then find something greater than himself to submit to of his own free will is I guess the kind of the way I view it. And then that is the strongest person possible, someone who believes totally in something without any illusions and is willing to commit himself and die for it. Which I guess is kind of how I would like see the apostles, who were people who left behind everything, left behind their families, their culture, and turned their back on it, and then were able to kind of overcome the sense of emptiness with that, and to basically allow themselves to be killed for what they believe. And I kind of view that as the ultimate act of will, I guess you could say.
Nietzsche would see that as slave morality.
I guess. Well, I'm not saying I agree with Nietzsche. I'm just saying that's kind of how I think of it.
Oh, certainly, and that's our difference from Nietzsche, is in knowing God. It is our role, I mean, as human beings, to completely give ourselves to Him. Whereas Nietzsche would say, oh, you're just being slaves. You need to live for nothing other than yourself.
Didn't Nietzsche partially kill himself because he tried to form morality from something else and realized he couldn't?
Yes.
Well, it's funny because he did basically like one of the whole like we've killed God is dead thing is literally one of the best arguments I've ever read for God. Because he basically says the world is completely pointless and meaningless without some sort of unchanging, grounded center to it.
Well, yeah, which is why he says, well, we need to wait for new gods or new men to create new gods, because we've dispensed with the old ones. I mean, he firmly believed that the vast majority of people cannot simply, live this Ubermensch lifestyle. So they're going to need something to submit to, but we have nothing to submit to now, and that's the sort of modern problem for Nietzsche, is all these people, looking around and having nothing to live for.
Right. I guess I kind of like in one of the books I wrote, basically the main character is able to kind of become the Nietzschean Ubermensch. He goes from being kind of, I guess, well, it's called No Chance, the saga, An Odyssey of the Postmodern White Male. And basically he goes from being like a complete cuck and being a complete like loser to being like rich, powerful, and famous, and he goes and he kills everybody who wronged him, etc. And it's kind of a revenge fantasy. But ultimately he kind of realizes that his completely like self-absorbed worldview doesn't matter because he'll die eventually, regardless of however much power he gets and however like strong he becomes.
You're thinking of Thus Spake Zoroaster, and that's actually where the quote you're thinking of comes from. And so here is the full quote, which I think is necessary to read, because a bit of atheist rhetoric is always to frame it out of context and use it as a smashing blow. Like, oh, don't you know he's dead? It's like, well, if you think that, you haven't really read it. So here's the quote. It's like 2 paragraphs. Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours, ran to the marketplace and cried incessantly, I seek God, I seek God. As many of those who do not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter. "Why did he get lost?" said one. "Did he lose his way like a child?" said another. "Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage or emigrated?" Thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his glances. "Whither is God?" he cried. "I shall tell you. We have killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving now? Away from all suns? Are we not plunging continuously? Backward, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do you not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night and more night coming on all the while? Must not lanterns be lit in the morning? Do we hear anything yet of the noise of his grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? Gods too decompose. God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, the murderers of all murderers, comfort ourselves? What was holiest and most powerful of all that the world has yet owned has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe the blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must not we ourselves become gods simply to seem worthy of it? And so Nietzsche, using this framework and through other talks on the same subject, basically predicts the 20th century. He's like, all of our governance and conceptions of the world are going to be untethered. And there's nothing we can do about it. This act was too much for us. We did something to a level of abstraction we cannot know. Like, the consequences will be disastrous. And he predicted mass death. And Dostoevsky mentions the same thing when he does his work as well. Like, if you remove this central kernel, everything comes falling down like a blocks of Jenga. So it's like one of the best arguments against atheism. It's like, yeah, once we took on this belief structure, you killed several 100 million people through war and internal repression. Like, that's what your belief system does.
What was it?
I remember when I first heard that full quote. It was like, I think a couple months ago. I read it and I was like, holy crap, that kind of completely contradicts the way atheists use it.
Well, it's also...
go on. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's also ironic that he's like, do we need to make ourselves gods just to justify that we're able to kill him? I think that's almost referencing just kind of how petty a lot of it is. Like, a lot of the atheism. It's like, oh, I want to have more sex and not feel bad about it, so let's throw out, like, thousands of years of, like, moral and just societal structure, so I can have more pleasure. It's very petty.
Well, man's natural state is to rebel against God, and he is going to. There are various degrees of that rebellion, and the sexual rebellion itself is kind of part of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of very pleb tier.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about people who make religious decisions or religious choices based on their political views is that it's like they want their religion to work for them. And like you were saying about how the woman said she became a pagan so she could have as much sex as she wanted to or whatever. Like, that's how I see a lot of these people trying to embrace paganism. It's like, well, they want a religion that gives them an excuse to say, yeah, I'm like, I put my race first, and they don't want to look to something higher than them, which I think we touched on earlier. And so like, I guess to a lot of people who explore religion, like, they start with the premise that, okay, I want to think about race, and that's all I want to think about. I want my race to be my religion, and that's, I think, why you see behind a lot of these people embracing these things, because Christianity, even though Christianity, I don't think, is necessarily hostile to racial identity, there is still the point of it, being for people of all races, and it's not a tribal thing necessarily.
Yeah, and you have people, they confuse the ethnic inclusivity of the faith, like, you're all one in Christ, man,
So we have
woman.
to have
sort of thing.
100% open borders all the time.
Yeah, you have people like that, or then you've got the people who are like, oh, Jesus was a Jew, and gosh darn it, I really don't like those Jews, so that must mean Christianity's bad. Like, there was an article I read recently where the guy was trying to make that argument.
Christianity's a Semitic cuck religion, man.
Yeah, exactly. Most people have no idea how the Judaism of Christ's time is way, way different than the Judaism of today, but they don't really put that much research into it.
Yeah, but my Wodenism of today is exactly like the Wodenism of that time period. Exactly the same. Well, I kind of, to me, I guess my test kind of to a certain extent is, do you have any struggles whatsoever between your religion and I guess just other things? And I mean, I guess if you have no struggles, it kind of really says something that these people's beliefs, their religious beliefs, are 100% in line with political expediency. Like, there's literally no gap or no moral issues that they have to deal with. I mean, I guess that must be nice.
Right.
But this was like an argument, argument I was having with Project England Rising, who was saying, well, when we kick everybody out of Britain, we can leave some of the women behind just for the lads to have some fun with. And that was just kind of his perspective. Because in his worldview, with race literally being the only thing that exists, he doesn't really have any moral objection to that.
Yeah. I mean, it is like... I understand the race things. I think the pondering questions of race was what really got me red-pilled to start thinking about these reactionary things.
Oh, no, I am a race realist. I'm just saying that...
I mean, yeah, I know, I'm sure you are, but I know that's not really your big thing. You're more about... Yeah, I know. I watch your YouTube channel. I've never... But I know you don't discuss the race issue as much as some people do, but... Like, I agree that... I think most common sense would tell us that diversity doesn't work, that, you know, it is good to have a racial identity because it helps you, like, understand your place in the world better than if you're just kind of nothing. But like, when people want to worship that idea, that's where it gets down to they just see religion as a tool to be used toward that end.
Yeah, it really, not to use a cliche, but that becomes their god. I mean, it's just like, you know, communists, their god is communism. Regardless of whatever they may attach to it, that's their god.
My god is Aryan women and wheat fields.
Sure.
You could do worse.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research on this tangent, and I'm going to be producing something in the next couple of months that actually reifies this in a longer context. But basically, politics as we see it is made up of two components. The first component is what everybody lauds onto politics, especially like more functional governance, where they're like, oh, we have specific strategies and deployments and they call it negotiations. There's different things we can do concretely with the government, and so a lot of economist types are really interested in this form because they think that you can numerically sum everything up and that there's just a few questions that we already know that these are the right questions. We just need to have the right answers to it with the right formulations. And so that's interesting, right? This is where complex analysis comes in, and you can do a lot of fun stuff. The other side is the politics that everyone else gets involved in, and that's theology. The reason that there's a theological engagement with politics is that we don't have perfect knowledge. Like, eventually you get to the point where you don't know, and you know you don't know. And so you have to rely on a lot of heuristics and aesthetic feelings, like what you find beautiful and what you find true and what you find moral, like either innately or from your local community and your peers. And so politics begins to manifest at this realm through theological combat, where people's feelings on God or what is beautiful, what is your rights or whatever, start becoming a big major contest. And so one of the major interesting things for me when I was thinking about this and doing the research is to look at where rights came from. Because almost all recent political discussions have to do with what's the proper rights. Like who has what rights, or are they privileges, what's innate, like the balances between different things. That's what a lot of minority politics is relying on now. And it's sort of the founding myth of at least the US. And it's interesting, if you trace rights, like where they came as a conception, they trace to divine right. Like the privilege of the divine manifestation on earth, and that he had associated duties and innate qualities unique to him, and that was what gave him legitimacy. And just over time, and there's a lot of different reasons why it's happened, but over time it moved from the singular king to elite ruling circles, and eventually made its way down to normal folks. And there's a lot of good reasons why this occurred, and there's a lot of great evidence that's what allowed Europe to do what Europe did. But on the other hand, once it became more theological rather than just merely justice-based, it went full crazy. Like, people don't seem to understand how all of these complex topics that get people so heated are just based around their idea of God. And so atheists and theists will get in this little tag team discussion about atheism being nothing but absence of belief. But why is it correlated with all of these other belief structures? Like, why does atheism and rejection of the church seem to also signify an acceptance of basically communism at every other stage, and like degeneration and attacking? Like, why is that the case? And people just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to formalize these divides because it destroys their ability to seem respectable. Like, it just makes them seem like children.
Are you thinking of Molly's video on that?
I don't watch Molyneux.
Oh, I don't either, but he did a video entitled "Why I Was Wrong About Atheism."
I mean, I've heard about that. I've been researching this for like a couple of years, though. So.
Oh no, it just kind of reminded me of that. Well, it just was interesting from a non-religious standpoint. Someone kind of criticizing atheism, and he's like, "Look, it obviously is a belief system, because virtually all of them are like basically socialists who basically have replaced God with the state." And he just said, from my perspective, Christians believing in God and believing in like helping one another is an incomparably less harmful, less bad belief system than worshiping the state, which is basically what atheism is.
Which is funny, because that reminds me of when, excuse me, I saw something a while ago where I think it was Richard Dawkins. I believe Richard Dawkins was saying that, you know, kicking religion out of Britain, specifically Christianity, would be a bad idea. And what kind of made me chuckle was he completely avoided the fact that I won't say he's the sole cause, but because that would be, you know, intellectually dishonest, but he pretty much he was a pretty major cause, let me put it that way. He certainly is one of the leading voices of anti-theism in that respect. And part of me is sort of like, you know, dude, you should probably own up to that at least.
You shall know them by their fruit.
Well, he was the one who said that religion is a form of child abuse. Was that him, or was that...
I think it was, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it does seem like some people, when they look at Islam and they compare it to Christianity, they tend to have a higher view of Christianity, some of these atheist types. Like, I remember, I think Bill Maher was kind of defending Christianity a while back because he was comparing it to Islam. He's like, hey, Christians aren't out beheading people, or...
No, he was interviewing some professor about the Book of Mormon, and he's like, look, the only reason you can do this is because Mormons are peaceful, and they won't do shit if you make like a play making fun of them. They might pray for you, they might get a bit upset, but they aren't going to do anything. He's like, are you saying honestly that there could be a Book of Islam in a play like this and no one would get killed? And the professor's like, yes, of course, Islam is a religion of peace.
Well, Mormonism is peaceful now.
Well, that's
now
true,
is
yeah.
it peaceful?
No, okay,
the Mormon Crusades begin. Yeah.
Okay, but no, well, yeah, I mean, but he was I at least admire, even if he isn't most of the time, the intellectual honesty to like say that. You know what I mean? Like to go, look, the reality is Christians don't, generally speaking, kill people for just kind of...
Yeah. Penn Jillette said something similar a long time ago, where him and Teller, they had that show Bullcrap, except not that, and they were asked, well, how come you've never done Islam? And they said, quote, because we love our families, unquote. And Penn said in an interview, he was talking about how, yeah, they get the occasional, crazy nut job Christian, but most of the time people send them Bibles, people wish them well, and he was sort of commending them for it. Although at the same time, I gotta be honest, when I hear this celebrity say it, I'm sort of like, yeah, okay, great, but that kind of proves you're a bully, because if a bully goes in a schoolyard, who's he going to pick on? He's not going to pick on the guy that's going to clobber him to the ground. He's going to attack the guy that isn't going to fight back.
No, there's
going
also
to be peaceful.
Well, there's also like that these guys pretend that they're like heroes, like and they're doing something iconoclastic that they could get in trouble for.
Yeah, I know. You got people like, oh man, I'm so edgy. I attack Christians. It's like, yeah, okay. Do that with Muslims now. I mean, I'm not going to defend everything Charlie Hebdo and those guys did, but they were at least consistent. The South Park guys, I'm not going to defend everything they say or do, but those guys are consistent. I mean, I'll give them that much credit.
Well, actually, about South Park, didn't I heard that they actually had to cut out a scene for the DVD release that made fun of Muhammad?
Well, which is ironic because that was about Islam and censorship. Because what was Family Guy, or on the show anyway, Family Guy had an episode where Muhammad popped over, and it's funny. I've seen the unedited clip. All it is literally is Peter Griffin opens up the door. Muhammad's there. Muhammad's like, "Hey, you forgot this," or something, and Peter's like, "Thank you," and he closes the door. That's literally all it is.
How do you know it was Muhammad?
Because that was the joke, was Muhammad was going to hit air, and everyone's freaking out. Like, oh my gosh, are there going to be terrorist attacks because there's a Muhammad joke on Family Guy? Like, that was part of the joke of the show.
Okay.
Was that the one where they were going to show the Muhammad cartoons on TV, so every adult in America buried their head in the sand?
Yes, I think that was it, yeah.
Yeah. And then the last person was going to be the sacrifice, because there was no one to bury his head in the sand.
Real quick, I wanted to say I just got a few minutes ago. I got a direct message on Twitter from William Scott. He says he's not going to be able to make it tonight because he has plans for the evening. So this is the first. This is the first time he has not been in this hangout. So I'm the only one left who's been in every single one.
Burn him.
So that doesn't really count. Yeah. How can he desert us like this?
How dare he have a real life and probably spending time with family or friends or something.
Yeah,
maybe
what can he
he's
be like
time with a 3D woman. That's pretty degenerate, TBH.
Actually, I think he's widowed, so he doesn't have a 3D woman. He's just got a family.
Oh, okay.
Argent, we were asking earlier, did you say that you wrote a book?
Yes, I did.
That's
wrote
awesome.
2 books, actually.
Indie publish?
No, I have not published them yet. One I'm kind of thinking of maybe editing a bit and then just kind of reading for my channel. Because I don't think anyone would ever actually publish it because it's too edgy. So I was thinking maybe doing that.
Indie publish it.
Yeah, I probably could. I'm also just now that I actually
trust me. I've read some indie published works. Trust me, you could publish it.
No, I'm just worried about I don't know. I might do it if I publish under a pseudonym. I just don't want to use my real name now that I actually have a job.
Yeah, I mean, my name's not Giovanni, but
yeah.
You want to make it into a graphic novel?
Yeah, you probably could.
I'm sort of an artist. I'm learning how to make comics, so.
Yeah, I have one which I actually I wrote it in a period of like 3 months. I had a 3-month-long manic period, and I literally wrote the entire book in like one go. And then the other one is like a much longer kind of complex kind of fantasy book. But what? Sorry?
You just burp?
No.
Oh, okay.
Was that ZAIUS? He was unmuted too.
No, I didn't burp. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thought I heard somebody burp too, though.
Good, I'm not going insane.
Okay.
No, well, no, it's funny because I wrote No Chance like 2 years ago, and in it I had like post-birth abortion as a joke because I'm like they'll never go that far. So like in it, they legalize abortion to the 60th trimester. So like these like little kids are still considered part of the mother's body. So
Well, that's up to the age of 20.
what's that?
Yeah, that's like 19-year-olds.
Oh no, not 19. It was whatever. I forget what the actual number was. It was until like age like 10 or something. So they were like they had a marketplace where they were selling like the little kids because they were not considered people. And there was a character who, as a joke, said, "Of course, I support a woman's right to choose in all situations, but 30 trimesters is a good start." The joke being eventually they would like just have it like at any time. So like the mother's like 80 and she aborts her 60-year-old child or whatever. But like I did that as a joke, but then that kind of like happened.
Interesting.
Actually,
a lot of artists. Go on.
Oh no, I was just going to say on that topic. I actually did like actually a lot of people told me not to do it, but I did a video on abortion and why I'm opposed to it. It was kind of interesting results. I actually got a couple of anti-natalists posting that just said abortion's good because birth is a bad thing.
Why don't those people just kill themselves? I mean, seriously.
Because that would be a form of suffering, and they're against suffering.
Well, for them.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the conversation I had on Twitter with a woman that said, "Oh yeah, third term," or no, she said, the infant was a parasite with no rights," and I kept asking her just to clarify, like, okay, so just so I understand what you're saying before a baby is born, it has no rights, and she was like, yeah. So I said, so do you think third term abortion is morally okay? And oh my gosh, the backpedaling, I could hear the gears just grinding as she tried that. Like, oh, well, I leave that up to the woman. It's like, no, I'm asking you. Do you think third-term abortions are morally acceptable? Well, I mean, the situations, no, I'm just asking. And finally she ducked out. But that's not the first time I've talked to pro-abortion advocates who, when they're pressed on their moral guidelines, just completely fall apart.
Well, it's like a weakness, and like general weakness, that the idea that suffering is something at all that can happen, that you can have any consequences to actions, is just repugnant. Like the power of hedonism is so strong that any instance of suffering is whatever, which is a huge problem because if you remove suffering from being, you have like nonsense. Like you just remove that component, you're like, well, nothing makes sense then. Everything is madness. So they're relying on like an insane paradigm, and it's no wonder that they're having like issues. Like people are having more and more issues as they take on more and more of the precepts of an anti-suffering belief system.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly you don't want to make yourself suffer on purpose, and I know you weren't saying that. I'm just saying in general. But yeah, I think people have this glorified opinion as they're growing up that, oh, hey, nothing. I don't want anything in my life that will cause suffering. Well, guess what? That's going to happen at some point. So
someone was arguing
like,
that.
well, just to give an example, oh, I have to work overtime to pay a bill, or I'm married now. I need to make sacrifices for my spouse. That will involve some quote-unquote suffering. Yeah, in the comments, unnecessary suffering is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about... purposeful suffering is good.
Well, you mean unnecessary in the sense that it's, but no one imposes it, or you don't choose it, or it's just kind of there.
I see your comment on fasting. Fasting is not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah. So like for example, if I do something for my wife that is an inconvenience to me, and I'm coming from leftist standpoint, that is quote unquote suffering. But I do it because I love her, because I'm commanded to love my wife like Christ loved the church, and Christ he got scourged and was crucified for the church. So, if I have to drive out at midnight to help my wife with something, I don't really have much to complain. But or like childbearing, oh no, I'm pregnant. I don't want to do that, or I don't want to get the stretch marks. Some people use that to justify abortion. They want to avoid suffering, but it's like, well, guess what? Life is suffering.
So, which suffering do you object to? I guess.
I don't. No, I don't. Don't. Please don't misunderstand me. I wasn't. I wasn't. What I was saying was I was kind of going off what RM said, which was, people have this mentality of I don't want suffering, and that's not an application or in logic. That's just impossible to have.
Right.
Yeah, and I was just going from a leftist standpoint, and the way they think on it, it's morally and in terms of application, it's just impossible.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, believe me, suffering's good. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Okay, no, I totally misunderstood that. My bad.
Yeah, sorry if I didn't clarify that early on.
Just wanted to thank Argent for stopping by. Apparently he had to go, but it was good talking to you, Argent. You're always welcome here, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
On the subject of abortion, it's kind of funny how on the one we did 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the alt-right counter-signaling on the subject of abortion, and then, like, literally the very next day, Radix published that infamous piece that I'm sure we all heard about.
Which piece was that?
The
Radix Journal. Something like the pro-life temptation, is that what they called it? It was like basically saying that we should be accepting of abortion because it means fewer brown people are being born, basically. And it's basically a eugenic argument. Did you see that one?
Yeah, it was two separate arguments that were being made. The first was the Freakonomics argument, which is, well, less brown people. Because, it is horrible for the black community that abortion is a thing. Like, as far as any other group, they get the disparate impact. But on the other hand, there's the, I want to say Spartan LARPing, where they're like, oh, well, we should be able to do, like, individualized eugenics on just this topic. Like, they're not really into eugenics enough to study actual genetics, but, like, they're willing to, like, kill their own kids because, oh, well, maybe there's an issue here. Like, it's really weird that they're like, oh, this is all morally cool. We can build something off of this, and it's just like, go away, please.
It doesn't surprise me that Radix, of all places, would publish that. They're very... I think that I've kind of sensed for a long time they have kind of an anti-Christian streak over there with NPI and all that. So...
Which is amusing because NPI was... there were a lot of Christians there.
Yeah.
It was, I was...
Well, I wasn't there, but I remember you mentioned earlier that you were there.
Oh, yeah. The people who organized it were definitely not Christians. So, like, the people over 30, very few Christians. The people under 30, it was a good number. At least, like, 20-30% of people who profess to be Christians.
That's good to hear.
Maybe more like 15 to 20.
Well, yeah, that's...
Yeah, among the organizers, it would be more like 0.
Probably, yeah.
Which is interesting that's part of the generation gap, because there was a large generation gap at NPI between the 90s style types who have been in the white movement for a while, and then the kids who were drawn in by things like The Right Stuff and Neo Reaction.
Mm-hmm. So you were actually at the place?
Yeah. Well, my story on that is I didn't really want to go, and then because I don't really have all that much to do with that whole movement, but my brother does, and I live in the area, and he was visiting for the weekend and said, hey, let's go hang out at MPI. So I said, sure, let's go. and we ended up having a great time. I talked to some highly interesting people. Got to a lot of it ended up being religious and stuff, and I argued Feeneyism and some other stuff with a sedevacantist and whatever else. It was a very very fun. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he was a full blown Feeneyite. It was amusing. But yeah, no, I ended up having a blast there. It was yeah, it was wonderful.
I actually almost went. Is this the one in Washington D.C.?
Yeah, this was the Halloween in Washington, and where all the communists were protesting. It was I had a great time. Talked to some great people. Got yelled at by communists and silly string blowers or whatever. It was yeah. I would highly recommend going. You don't need to agree with the stuff that they're saying. It's worth it just for the caliber of people you get to hang out with.
Right.
I did go to Amron a couple years ago. That was pretty cool. I got to talk to a lot of people.
Yeah, generally they're guys a lot like us, young intellectual types who are very contrarian and get into weird esoteric subjects. So I generally like hanging out with people like that.
It's pretty cool.
So Ian, what is your avatar? Who is that?
It's Theodore Dalrymple.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know him?
Yeah, I've read a bunch of his stuff.
Okay, yeah.
His articles on the English underclass are always interesting.
Yeah, definitely. He was part of my, I guess, moving rightward, and just kind of got to a point where I was, I'd been sort of a mainstream conservative for most of my life, but I just had that sense that there's blind spots in this that I can't really quite put my head around. So I started reading different perspectives on different things, and got me thinking about stuff, and kind of led me to where I am now. And
so who other than Dalrymple got you into that?
Who got me into Dalrymple, you're saying?
Well, I mean, who other than Dalrymple put you down the sort of far right path?
Well, Bret Stephens was another big influence on me. Do you know him?
Oh yeah.
America.org. He's
I know.
He was probably the first alt-right or whatever you want to call it writer that I read. Because I wouldn't call Dalrymple alt-right really. He's more, I guess people call him paleo-conservative. Is kind of he doesn't really fit into a label very neatly, Dalrymple. But,
yeah, I could see paleo-conservative, social conservative.
Yeah, paleo-con. Yeah, it's kind of like his wheelhouse, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Bret Stephens, I think, was the first writer I saw who really talked about. He kind of talked about certain ideas about being right-wing that I didn't really he articulated things that I'd never really been able to put into words before, and I think a lot of it started just from reading him, and he linked it to different people that introduced me to a lot of folks out there, and that kind of got me reading a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's definitely very interesting. It's funny, I try to sometimes trace back to my progression on a lot of things, and what was I thinking at this point in my life, and it's kind of hard to draw a line, because I guess when you're transitioning your beliefs, you still kind of get caught between different worlds at times. Part of you still wants to hold on to your old belief, but you're sort of toying with this other idea, and so you're not sure exactly what you believe.
Yeah, that can get scary sometimes.
So what were you saying, Zaius?
Oh, I was asking what a concrete example of that is for you. What sort of belief were you holding on to while at the same time realizing that you were transitioning into a sort of new world?
Well, if you were to go way back on my Twitter account to 2012, 2013, that's when I really started getting into Twitter, and posting regularly and getting involved with a lot of discussions and stuff. I mean, I was still at that time I was still becoming more realistic about racial subjects and things like that, but I was kind of afraid to go public with it, so I mostly followed mainstream conservatives and just talk about how yeah, Obama sucks and how the government needs to stay out of our life, and you got plenty of people who will retweet you and go yeah, that's right, and so I mean there's something appealing about just being a mainstream conservative, because you have a lot of people who will agree with you. It's it's safe, it's not too controversial, And I guess to some extent I do generally agree with mainstream conservatism and a lot of my views. Just like I don't have too many disagreements with your typical Republican probably, but I guess for me it goes a little deeper because now I'm like questioning just a lot of the modern world and the systems we have today. So yeah, I mean, over time I just kind of got to where I was like, look, I can't just impose all these baby boomers or these young Republicans who just want to repeat the same old cliches, and so I started getting more honest about stuff I believed about these reactionary topics. So I think a lot of the reason I have so many followers on Twitter, I think a lot of it's just because I had from my well, I don't know if you were on Twitter back during the TGDN days, but I followed a bunch of people because of that. That's the Twitter Gulag Defense Network. The idea was that if you follow a bunch of people, that makes it harder for them to block your account because you have a lot of followers.
Oh, okay.
So that's where a lot of my followers came from. But I think now, just because I've been around Twitter a long time and a lot of people follow me, that a lot of people follow me now, and it's gotten to where I've just gotten so tired of constantly trying to keep up with all my followers that it takes me a while to follow people back because, yeah, just I used to try to follow everybody back instantly, but now it's like sometimes I miss it because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll throw people in lists. I'll be like, all right, well, you're here, and I know you, I recognize you. You're going to be in this spot because you sound like these people. If I want to listen to that stuff, I'll go there. But even at like 300 followers, I can't follow my timeline anymore. Like, Twitter is built for like 100 people. Like, it doesn't really get more like useful after that.
Yeah, I agree. After about 200, 300 followers, you're like, forget this. And so I go to my list, and I have a private list that's people, or that's filled with people that I want to like regularly follow. So I'll go there. I'll be like, what are these people saying? And then I have lists for like people with specific opinions or specific roles. So like I have a list for maybe mainstream news, Twitter accounts, alternative news accounts, that kind of thing.
Well, I think this is an interesting subject when it comes to Christianity. And a topic that I've been thinking of that Reactionary Ian is aware of is the various forms of theologies. Like I was in the same boat as Argent. I hadn't really seen a lot of like good Christianity when I was growing up. I grew up in a fairly atheistic household, and my father later on in life was like a non-denominational Christian. Like he just, I don't know, he's too monomaniacal to go to church. And so like I'd only gotten bits and snippets of stuff, and I've been doing a lot of engaging with the same deep topics until eventually you're like, oh, this is what Catholicism was? Yeah, I'm all for that. Like just independent analysis to the point where like, oh wait, no, that's true. Let's just jump on this. But it's interesting to see discussions of it going forward, and disputation and whatnot, and seeing that there is a whole range of opinions and conceptions that aren't culturally communicated, and most of theology is that way, where it's like a lot of really complex, difficult work, and no one even knows what it is. They're like, oh, it's just a branch of metaphysics, thus it's fairy tales, is like the opinion that anybody who's like Wikipedia knows. But I've been really interested in it, and so there's a lot of different theologies I've been looking at. ZAIUS and I have talked about apostolic theology or negative theology before, which is interesting, but I think a lot of it, apathetic, my bad. It's a lot more edgy, right, than it is like just from name, and that it's only like the real edgy atheists that have anything crazy to say about it. Otherwise, it's just interesting discussions about where to pay attention. Like there's an absence here. Why is that? And you pay attention. But there's a variety of other theologies. So there's systematic theology. There's neurotheology. There's what was the other one? It's not progressive theology. It's a process theology. There's a variety of different subfields, and one I just found recently, and I just read the book on it, was really interesting. It's called cyber theology. And there's a couple definitions of cyber theology. It's basically thinking Christianity in the age of the internet. And so it contemplates the internet as not being as much of a parallel world anymore, but taking into account our views of technology and its improvement over information. Like technology is developed in a series of stages, and the latest stage is the information age. And so manipulation, information, and communication really has an impact on the church and its message in regards to a couple of subfields. And it allows the separation of enough metaphors that when people talk about Christianity and spreading the good word, or like specific holy texts or religion as a general conception, the way they view those abstract conceptions gets really altered by a lot of our digital tools. So I didn't know if there was anything off anybody's head that came to mind when they thought of like the phrase cyber theology.
Ghost in the machine.
So, Jackal, have you what have you noticed as being the biggest shifts? I guess not that you were a Christian decades ago, and able to see what differences between the internet age and prior. But what do you think the internet has changed most about evangelization or about thinking of theology?
Well, I'd say like the second part of what you're saying, the big one is just access of information, where it's a lot more accessible if you can know where to look. Like it took me a while to even find like any theological text in my library. Like I just randomly searched there occasionally, and it took a while for I was like, oh yeah, there's a theology section to like kind of parse through the books, but it was never really that interesting. Whereas online, I could just Google up stuff, and I quickly realized that like theology is a necessary subject from a variety of like subreadings. And then you can just Google something, find a whole bunch of books or writings, and I'm like, oh wow, like here's the lineage here, here's what the history does to fit into it, here's this guy's article here, like hyperlinking stuff was a lot easier for my mind. Now I've never lived with the internet. I'm really young. I'm only gonna turn 23 in like a couple weeks. So
Yeah, you
like,
young.
I didn't live without the internet, basically. Like, by the time I could start thinking abstract thoughts, we had computers. So I can't really answer the question of, like, how big of a difference it is, but from the time I've been doing, like, Tridentine Mass and whatnot, it's been really interesting. Because I feel that there is a real strong need to be in person for all of this stuff. Like, any of the ritual and priesthood or whatnot, like you would need to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Like you can't just like not be there. You can't do it over like Skype. So that book talks about that too. It's like the Catholic Church publicly said that you can't do it over Skype. Like just no, you gotta be there. Like there's no getting around it. You can't simulate.
You can't live stream it.
You gotta go. Yeah, like you just
Exactly.
gotta go there. But it's just interesting because of the way we talk about it. It's like the Sacred Text website, and like I would say the general atheist theist debates online and whatnot. Like we see a lot of those things, and I think that for me, the most important tangent that I'm getting out of this book to focus on, because it's only 100 pages, so it's more of like here's a territory, go look at it and try to answer questions about it. But for me, the most interesting thing is integrating a Christian life and being like, this is a communication platform that's going to become more and more integrated into your normal lives, and that you need to recognize that the way that relationships are hyper extended here is not the way that relationships work regularly, and it hurts your ability to engage communally with the church and your family, and that you need to think about it in a different lens, and that you need to apply a Christian way of living to your usage of technology. And don't view technology as just, oh, we're conquering nature one step at a time. It's like, no, it's your spirit acting manifestly on the material world, and you can decide where it goes. Don't let it use you.
I believe Mark Citadel had a pretty good post a while ago in his blog about the moral implications of advancing technology. Similar to what you're talking about, how if you're a reactionary, and especially if you're a Christian reactionary, how do you respond to, how easy it is to get online, or how easy it is to access information, and at the same time, do a variety of other stuff like access games or apply, travel somewhere. Because I think the thing he was trying to get at, and I don't have the article in front of me, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think part of it was the moral responsibility behind it. Like, sort of like to quote Jurassic Park, you spent so much time thinking if you could, you didn't stop to think if you should.
Yeah, I would say that thinking about it from a reactionary standpoint isn't really useful for me. I don't really like the kind of ideological formations, but I will say it's an important question from the individual versus community, especially with your habits and the damage it can do if you're not using it purposefully. And you can use it correctly and you think about it in a better manner. You can leverage a lot of effort. you can be more effective and do more things. So there is a benefit to it. And I think this kind of ties back to a question of suffering earlier. So ZAIUS and I, we've been in touch for a long time. And one of the things that he and I were actually initially discussing before we actually formalized any alliance was Buddhist economics. And this isn't like precisely like you don't need Buddhism, but it's a paper that discusses the necessity of work. And so he and I have been discussing technology in regards to work. And like, yeah, you can make it more efficient. Like you can make it so less people have to farm, but it appears that work is good for the soul. Like even with technological improvements in all these different domains, you need to leverage the technology in like niche ways. Like, oh, we can make this system electrically more efficient. We can prevent rot in this way. We can get power in that way. Like thinking infrastructurally. But when it comes to actually putting stuff up and thinking about it, don't try to like worry about robots building it for you. Like get people out there. Set it up so that your economic structures are in place so that you can efficiently have people building their communities rather than these large hyper-leveraged modernist construction crap. Like you really need to be engaging on the ground floor and using your hands, even if it takes a little bit longer. Like there's no reason to make something you're going to tear down in a year. Like make it to last and like actively be a part of it. So there is like something where I'm like, well, technology is great. You can use it in a variety of ways. I'm not a Luddite, but I definitely recognize that people think, oh, well, we can do that with this technology, but it's so cost prohibitive and damaging to the souls of the people. Like you could do that, but really at what cost? Like an infinite cost is not appropriate.
It's funny you're bringing up building things to last, because I don't even remember what I was reading, but I recently read something about how for house building materials, they've kind of idiot-proofed them, so that's why a lot of times they can hire these low-skilled people to just put up walls or whatever, because they made it all very easy to construct, like with these modules and things like that. So, and it also reminds me of how they say, like, if you look at houses built before the 1930s, usually they were built by master craftsmen who'd really trained and like understood the art of house building. So it's often a lot more aesthetically pleasing and a lot higher quality and more structurally strong.
That's interesting. At the same time, the average house in the United States has gone from, I think, 1,100 square feet to about 2,100 since the early 1960s. So we've been building these pieces of crap that are not really built to last nearly as much, and they're huge and they're much more expensive because the land has gotten a lot more expensive too, while the building materials have gotten cheaper. And so you have, the household has shrunk because people have fewer kids, and they also need they build these enormous houses because they feel like, to live in the style in which they're accustomed, they need to have a slightly bigger house every once in a while, which is, absolute madness, because these neighborhoods that they live in the suburbs, and the forms of community that were there for their parents and grandparents are no longer there. Kids can't walk, a mile in every direction and go play with other kids, in the streets. That people don't know their neighbors. Like most Americans don't know their next door neighbors, or don't know both of them. They certainly don't know most of the people on their street. And this is, progress to the average person because their house has gotten bigger. In the same time that we've gotten materially wealthier and technologically more advanced, the very basics of what make a naturally fulfilling human life, friendship, good neighbors, community, people who can take care of you in times of need. All of that has
capital.
And so the question is, are we really wealthier than we were 60 years ago? It certainly doesn't feel like that to me, looking at the evidence. Sure, I can pull up, whichever church fathers I want on my smartphone, from where, and, read whatever work of theirs, which is really, really cool. But, the more basic hobbit type, social needs of the human person are neglected.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that while aspects of increasing wealth and technological runaway do cause certain problems and benefits, of course, I really am cautious when discussing these subjects because it's really easy to fall down the commie well, where it's like, oh, well, consumerism, wealth is bad. And you're like, it's not that
I mean,
wealth is bad or that capitalism is killing everything. Well, like, yeah, there is definitely disadvantages to being wealthy. Wealthy man, eye of the needle, camel through eye of the needle thing. Like, that's true. But I mean, like, as the primary like issue when you're just talking about the subject, it's like it's not just because you're wealthy; it's that you're also unable to deal with the reality in front of you. You're not thinking about things in their proper context, and so wealth helps cause that misalignment. But it's like you can use wealth and technology appropriately, and it's been done a lot of different times. It's just supremely difficult.
There's that documentary about all the athletes or music stars who go from part-time jobs to suddenly they got millions of dollars and they just waste it all. Anyone did see that?
Well, yeah.
I haven't seen it, but it sounds real. Sounds yeah, I've heard plenty of stories about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the average basketball player goes, what, like 2 or 3 years before running out of savings?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
My time preference.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know that you read these stories about these, like all these NBA players who are now bankrupt, and it's like, how do you earn, millions and millions of dollars being like a Hall of Fame level basketball player, and now you're broke? I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly want to be gracious because I know the temptation when you have a lot of money, you want to spend it. The saying, it's burning a hole in my pocket. But at the same time, you do have to have some discipline behind it. And I think a lot of these people are not raised to have that discipline, and that's where it kind of falls into play.
Right.
Because, I mean, did anyone here get a special training by their parents to handle money, where your parents kind of took you aside and said, here's how you balance, here's how you plan ahead, here are all the bills you need to think about?
No.
Not really.
Me neither.
Sort of, but they didn't really hit on it when they should have hit on it. Like, there was a couple books they had me read, and there was, like, thoughts on savings, but it wasn't hit to the degree it needed to be, and it wasn't concrete enough. Like, now that I've been living and doing stuff, I know that they can't hold your hand the whole way, but there should have been like, alrighty, make this spreadsheet, right? Like, this is what it's going to cost to feed yourself. This is what it's going to cost to live. And, like, applying that sort of thing. They're like, alright, you're young, you're dumb, whatever. The next 10 years are going to be a wash. But I want you to think, like, at least 30 or 40 years in the future about kind of what you want to do and what things look like on the ground. And that's just sort of what annoyed me through high school is literally no one in the adult apparatus talked about it.
Right.
Like, 0 people, even like counselors, were unwilling to discuss like a long-term time preference, being like, look, I'm going to accept that most of you don't even have an ideal job you want to work at. So let's just think about what you're capable of achieving and like the places you have to work on in that regard. It was just weird that like any form of time preference whatsoever is not mentioned. It's like, oh, you'll find your dream, and it's like, I don't really care about my dream. I'd like to live in my community and make a couple dollars and enjoy my life. Maybe like garden something or whatever. Like, you don't need a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Like, it's nice to do certain amazing things, right? And save up and do it. But your whole life can't be an amusement ride. But it appears that's the culture right now, especially with debt.
There's actually something I want to do with my daughter when she's older, and I got it from Bill Cosby. But has anyone seen the pilot, the first episode of The Cosby Show, where he takes Theo and he takes the Monopoly money, and he basically teaches what we're talking about. He says, okay, let's say you make this much, and here, we take this much out for taxes, we take this much out for rent, we take this much out for food, we take this much out for gas. He just goes down the row, and Theo's got some money left, and Cosby says, you have a girlfriend? He's like, yeah, and he just takes the last bit of his money. And, I mean, and recent controversies aside, I mean, that is a good lesson. I do want to kind of sit my daughter down, and even if I'm not using game money, just say, okay, look, here's what you kind of have to expect. When you get your first paycheck, keep in mind that's not all going to your bank and staying there. Some of that is eventually going to be gone by the end of the month.
I do remember an episode where Cliff sort of did something similar to that. I don't know if it's the same episode, but he was kind of like teaching him how to live on his own, and he's like playing the part of like his landlord's like, sorry, I got the
Oh
rent now.
yeah, I remember that.
Has like a big cigar and stuff. So
yeah, and he gets a cockroach to be his agent or whatever, or is it, he works for Cockroach Oil.
I didn't remember that part, but yeah, it sounds like something Theo would have done.
So getting back to the topic of community and of having neighbors and stuff and having that sort of organic connection to people around you. Have any of you read anything by Rod Dreher or are aware of the Benedict option at all?
Nope.
I remember there was a big thing about that. I kind of looked through it, but that's where he's saying kind of like to retreat from society, sort of.
Sort of, although he tries to say that retreating from society in some ways is necessary for engaging with society, as Christians. Namely, if you raise your kids in public school in a regular church, just going to whatever service you go to on Sundays, and not really forming any sort of community beyond that, chances are your kids are not going to continue going to church when they get older, and they will not come back when they have their own kids. That is the reality at this point, and it's because we've lost that sort of organic community that we used to have spring up around churches, where everyone on the street would go to whatever parish was next door, and they would have the softball league, and their kids would grow up together, and the church was the center of the community. And so he sort of talks about, I guess, recreating that style of living. And there's a couple communities that do it really well. There's Clear Creek Abbey in northeastern Oklahoma, where there's a Benedictine abbey and a whole bunch of families who live around it, and they go to church there, and they hang out with the monks and whatever. And they homeschool their kids together. They do homeschool co-op. There's one in Italy that's similar. Have you guys thought of possibly doing something like that, or are you sort of doing something like that with people at your church? You sort of get together and help teach each other's kids, or participate in building things together, producing things in the household, doing sports leagues or something like that.
My wife. Well, I hear me. Monkey House. I think I can hear myself on you. Oh, okay. My wife and I are intending to homeschool our daughter and any future kids, only because, I have absolutely zero trust in the public education system. And in regards to community, most of the churches we've gone to, they've been pretty good about, like, helping each other out, really the way it's described in Acts, being there for one another, and it's not like every single member of the church does it, but enough people do it that, people support and assist one another, whether it's financially or with manpower. And there are certainly, just thinking far ahead, there certainly are a lot of homeschool leagues or places that permit homeschoolers to participate. So I do intend to have my daughter become very active in that. Oh, I just saw your question. She's about 18 months now, I think. So not in the immediate future, but I like to think ahead.
Yeah, I'm still like the church I attend. I'm not officially a member of, so I do try to participate in activities when they're there, but I don't know. I guess I feel like it'd be easier if I wasn't just a single guy.
Well, even single guys have a place in the early church.
Oh yeah, but I'm not going to be
a very large place in the early church, at least depending on what definition of early. In Dedicated Virgins book, male and female, within cities even before monasticism came to the forefront in Egypt and Palestine in the late 3rd century. And there are plenty of people who took St. Paul's advice to remain in the unmarried state unless they cannot do that, in which case it's better to marry than to burn. Tons of people took that extremely literally in the very first few centuries.
Well, I'm not married, but I'm certainly burning.
Yeah, I'm certainly on the marriage path myself at this point. Barring a call from God to not get married.
Oh, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 25.
Okay, yeah, you guys are all young, so you still got. I'm just an old guy who's.
I'm old too.
I'm older than you, man.
Yeah, but wait, who am I again? Where are we?
Okay, I still have some brain left. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a paper related to this, not the Bennett adoption specifically, but a paper called Into the Breach that discusses the second point of this sort of thing we're talking about individuals. So the first point is what you guys are talking about now, which is marriage, which is a big thing. Like, unless you have families actively working together, you don't really have anything. And then you need the church, which is the other big one. But the other issue that Into the Breach discusses is men's organizations, which has been discussed around at different places. And I've been part of a fraternity, so I understand it. And everyone's talking about it now. Although I'm not going to approve of the way they've been talking about it lately. It's rhetorically hilarious. But just the idea of men organizing, it's a very interesting paper in regards to that Christian development. And I think that you need all these elements. There's different domains in your life that need to be reinforced and worked upon. And that generally you want to have like an aesthetic and a culture to work within as well. Like really setting yourself up for like fitness and like the arts that are developed in your local community. Like not going to some other gym, but all the dudes go and meet at this dude guy's garage gym or whatever. Or there's like live music from those who can, sort of thing. So I think it's really interesting to consider the spiritual and material aspects of actually working together with folks and just hanging out with them. It's not so much having like a grandiose plan to whatever. Like I would really love the Benedict option wherever it can happen. Like anywhere it can happen, I'll promote it, do whatever I can. But I think it's a little bit more useful for people to actually just sit around with each other, just doing normal stuff like they would any other day, and not being stuck between online mediation or having their activities being something like going to public school or having to watch films and whatnot. And that it's not that difficult, and that you find that it's actually desirable, especially if you can choose the right people to be with. Like if you can be with the right folks and you can have those right folks have children and you have children, then suddenly the peer group surrounding your child is a much, much better. And they actually have incentives to work at what they're doing. So for me, like a perfect world would be in a couple months I'm moving from Alaska to Austin for a variety of reasons. Alaska's expensive and horrible. But when I get there, the idea is to get career stuff sorted out, figure out what that end is going to be like, get married as soon as possible once I figure out what the church scene is and how I fit into it. Like this is all exploration. But what would be like the best thing ever would be to meet 5 or 6 other trusted couples and actually work towards owning a neighborhood functionally. Being like, all right, well, here's a sort of cheapish neighborhood in this part, and yeah, the part of town doesn't have all the best benefits, and preferably you're not forcing yourself into diversity. Like, preferably you're paying attention, even if it's cost moved to a different place. But you own, let's say you have 5 families, and all 5 families own 6 houses, so that you have a commons house, right? I think that would be just perfectly desirable as a start, and then engaging immediately with the local Catholic community where that sets up.
Or because maybe you could go out in the woods and start a village and pretend you live in the 19th century.
My plan is somewhere in between those. I want to, instead of buying houses, we can make Earth ships and live off the grid.
I mean, I'd love to do that eventually. That would be the next stage of the plan. But as far as like actually getting the families going and then like prepping and saving and buying land and whatnot, like you want to have practical steps to actually be going. But yeah, I spent a lot of time researching, how do you live off the grid? How does molten salt work in here? And how can we use structuring and underground housing and all that stuff? Like I would love to do that, especially in regards to growing your own food and whatnot. Like I'm very swippily when it comes to environmentalism. Like, I want to be ecologically like as set as possible because I want to have something that lasts. I don't want to have some crappy house that really should be burned down rather than lived in.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it's important to find a wife who would be behind you on that because not everyone would be. I'm fortunate that my girlfriend grew up on a farm and would prefer to live in a rural area, and raise all sorts of animals and stuff. Plus, all the stuff about the church community and everything is stuff that her parents already did. So it's just, a matter of me learning that myself.
Yeah,
You gonna marry her?
Oh, well, yeah, hopefully.
Marry her now.
Marry her now, have kids.
My wife and I, we had this discussion a while ago, and I would love to live somewhere rural, just because of being away from modern society and all that. But we kind of met a happy ground because she'd be like, okay, we can live somewhere rural or suburban or whatever you want to call it, but it has to be close enough to society that it doesn't take like an hour to get to the grocery store or something. Or if we want to go somewhere, it's not ridiculously far away, like 5 hours or something.
I need to be able to buy my Doritos.
Exactly. Her dad hates Doritos. It's the most random thing ever. Yeah, it's the most random thing ever.
Yeah.
Back when I used to eat lots of junk food, I used to eat that stuff.
At least that's, the plan now for being married and stuff. I don't know if I were to, become a priest or a friar or something, cities would be probably the best place to do it. Given that, Christianity started out as a primarily urban movement, that's where it's going to have to be, in the future. If we're going to have a chance at re-evangelizing society, it's going to need to be primarily an urban effort.
I was about to say, like, if you really are looking at desired solutions, the desired solution is to get struck by lightning and become possessed by the will of God and make every act just an emanation of that will.
Cool. Can I, shoot lightning bolts out of my hand after that?
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome.
You like the movie Powder?
No, let's not go there. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You remember that movie too?
Yeah.
You young guys know what we're talking about?
No.
Okay,
well, yeah, I know. I remember that. I still don't know how I feel about that movie. It's just one of those movies.
What movie is this?
Powder. It's from the 90s.
Yeah, it's like a kid. His pregnant mother gets struck by lightning, and he's born an albino, and he has some weird ability to control energy or something like that.
Yeah, he can make magnetism happen and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
I think it was trying to be like the Elephant Man, but for millennials. I don't know. It was really weird.
Was it really for millennials if it was released in 90s?
No, I don't know. Maybe Generation Xers. Excuse me. I don't know. It was trying to be something, and I'm not sure what the result was.
Huh. That's interesting. I've never even heard of this movie before.
I can't believe I even remember that movie. I haven't even thought about that movie in a long time.
I'd forgotten about it until you just brought it up.
We actually watched it in high school, like in class. I don't remember why.
Substitute.
Yeah, probably something like that. Yep. You kids who didn't grow up in the 90s don't have all these memories.
Yeah,
I guess I grew up in the 90s, but this is not one of the movies that I saw.
Well, let me tell you about the movies we had back then. Now, we had, I don't remember them either.
We had Wayne's World.
Well, yeah, it was Wayne's World. We fear change.
Wayne's World was great.
Oh yeah, that movie's so timeless. It's not a you had to be there in the 90s kind of thing. It's still a classic to this day.
Yeah, although I'm sure you lose a whole lot by not having, lived as a adult or young adult in the 90s.
Well, I was a teenager in the 90s, so is that a young adult, I guess?
Yeah. If you weren't a teenager, I think in the 90s, there's probably something you lose. I mean, I certainly don't feel like I get the entire impact of Wayne's World.
Yeah, well, I just think it's funny. I mean, I don't know how much of it is stuff you had to be there to understand.
I mean, I think it does reflect its time because it does cover that whole kind of metal, hard rock buzz. But I think at the same time, I think most people will be able to watch it and it may not have the same impact, but I think that would still get most of the jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Because, I mean, the whole persona of the, rocker dude is still understood, I would say, by today's
I would
standards.
imagine. What movies did you guys remember from your childhood, you younger guys?
Oh man, the 1996 or whatever Godzilla. That was the first PG-13 movie that my dad took me to.
Get out.
So of course I remember that. Oh yeah, I was in like first grade or whatever.
I think the first R-rated movie I ever saw was Braveheart in 1995.
It's a great movie, dude. Mel Gibson is so underappreciated because of his comments with the Jews.
You're a Jew, aren't you?
Yeah, but I mean, The Passion of the Christ, Apocalypto, Braveheart, all absolutely brilliant movies. And of course, Jackal and I frequently talk about how great Mel Gibson is.
And we can't forget What Women Want.
Pinnacle of his career.
Mad Max 2, of course. Greatest ever.
No, Mad Max 3 was the best.
Yeah, Thunderdome was...
I'm trolling.
it's like Godfather Part 3. Only not quite that bad. You know, in comparison to the first two.
Surprised that there aren't more people showing up. I thought some more people would come in the middle. There were a few people who said they wanted to join, but now we're just Schmeat posting.
It's a bummer. I was hoping that guy from Hong Kong would show up.
Are you talking about Lu Yi?
Yeah.
He's American, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? What's with the accent?
Because he's, I think he's second generation Chinese.
He's an Anglican. So
yeah. I was all ready for the whole Whore of Babylon thing, but apparently he's not here, so that's not going to have to be.
Well, I did invite him. He told me he may or may not be able to make it. He's not sure, but I don't know. He'll drop by later if we keep going with this.
Yeah.
Is the Whore of Babylon a recurring philosophy? Like, is it just beyond that one instance? I mean,
they call it
philosophy,
Catholic Church, right?
Prophecy.
Wait, are we talking about the Whore of Babylon in Revelation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I was talking about.
Did I miss something from last Hangout, or?
Yeah, that was in the last Hangout. He dropped a mention of that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think that might have been after I left. That's why I was getting confused.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was watching it on YouTube. But to sort of get back to the internet stuff, one thing that I've noticed is the style of evangelization that suits the internet is very, very different. And so, like 4chan, I don't know if you've been on the on Poll or what is it on the Christian forum there, but the style of Christianity that is I guess most popular there is not lukewarm at all. It's not at all it's not seeker friendly, to use that term. It is very much, this is the truth. Here is what is so hardcore about Christianity, and because they try to be as edgy as possible, it works really, really well there. And so I'm a huge fan. Oh, there is, yeah. There's a really great thread on Poll where what are they started praying the rosary, and so everyone would do like one line of a Hail Mary, and then someone was like, okay, let's do it for real, and started it in Latin. And that's sort of the flavor of it, plus the Crusade LARPing and other stuff. It's just taking all the super edgy stuff and making it cool, which is extremely neat, because I don't think that's something that it really was a big factor prior to the internet and sort of Chan culture.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I would like to see Christianity become like a cool thing. I mean, I know that we've kind of talked about this before, but a lot of people's vision of Christianity is kind of a feminine thing today. So it kind of drives a lot of men away.
Oh, yeah.
I remember on Return of Kings a while back, there was some article where a guy's basically saying, I think it's called like Why I Quit Going to Your Church, and basically he was talking about how everything's really feminized and how it's like, this has nothing to offer me as a man. So I mean, talking about like Deus Vult type of stuff, that kind of gets men fired up.
Exactly. Yeah. Without the Deus Vult stuff, men often get extremely turned off. Like when you go to a church and all the music is super touchy-feely, and you have liturgical dancers, and like female. Yeah.
Surgical dancers, wow.
Oh yeah, no, it's awful. Like the only people in the world who should be able to do liturgical dance are Ethiopians because they've been doing it for hundreds of years, and it's actually kind of cool. I don't know if you've seen any Ethiopian liturgies before, but it's they have a really oh it's I love their chant, and they get, they have priests dancing and stuff, and it's very cool. No one else should have liturgical dance. You should not have these like middle-aged women twirling around in white robes during a liturgy.
I've seen like people doing dances in like evangelical churches. I don't know if that's the same kind of thing.
Probably somewhat similar. Especially
I think that's more emotional. And what he's talking about is a lot of liberal churches are going this really weird kind of neo-pagan route of, oh, let's do like the whirling dervishes now, and it's like, no.
Yeah, exactly. That's really bad. The Ethiopian stuff is good, but the Western liberal sort is absolute garbage, and it turns a lot of men off church. Not just the dancing, but the entire ethos, where you have basically everyone but the priest is a woman. Like all the readers, all the singers. Like, okay, if you don't have men leading the singing in a church, the men in the pews are probably not going to be singing. Because women are going to sing regardless, but men, you're going to need to have like a male cantor leading it, or a choir with men, or else the men are not going to feel like this is their thing. And so like the choir at my church is pretty much entirely men, and then occasionally you get some women up there for certain hymns in Arabic. But everything for the most part, all the chanting is led by men, and women in the chairs and stuff participate. But that's the way that it has to be. Like the church needs to be a patriarchal institution.
Well, that's what. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, we can joke about Days Vault and LARPing and all that, and I understand why it happens, but I think the key is it doesn't necessarily need to be like overly masculine, like a lot of evangelical churches do. They're like, oh, we're gonna get all the guys in the church and go out and go beat up lions or something.
I saw a church in Oklahoma City that was called Guts Church.
Oh my gosh! I'm gonna look that up later with my wife, and we'll both collectively facepalm. Golly. Wait a minute! I think I've heard that. Why do you have to remind me? But no, I was gonna say, to me, masculine Christianity. You know what? It's the fact that I am the man of my house. Not in the sense of a tyrant, but my wife understands. Patriarchally speaking, I'm the head of the household, and I have power. I shouldn't say power. Excuse me. I have authority, right authority over them, and I'm the breadwinner. And if someone breaks in my house to harm my wife or child, guess what? They're going to have to go through me, and I ain't going down easy. To me, that's masculine. Because it affirms masculinity, which feminism and modern liberalism denies. And that's really what the modern church is missing, I think, personally.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But I just got to copy-paste some of this stuff into the bar, because this is, oh man, this is hilarious. Yeah, the old, what was that on like Nickelodeon, that game show?
Guts!
So this what is this? Okay, I'm gonna read some stuff from the website here. The vision of
do you have it?
Described as help people win. No matter what's happened up until now in your life, it is our goal to help you, your family, and our church family win every day. Hundreds of thousands have made Jesus the Lord of their lives through outreaches like The Nightmare, the Tougher Than Hell Motorcycle Rally, and the Guts Distribution Center, which houses the Friday Groceries Outreach.
This reminds me of on Seinfeld, the Human Fund, money for people. Help people win. Yeah, Jackal, you're saying, I swear I've read about this church in dystopian cyberpunk. That's awesome.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I just want to give a shout out to our one viewer that says we currently have. There's more of us in here than there are of you out there. So hope Hope we're entertaining you.
Hello.
Seen any cowboy churches before?
Cowboy church?
Yeah.
What is this a real thing?
Yeah. It's like cowboy LARP churches. There's one in Colorado Springs over by where my cousins live. But it's like this major. Let me find the Wikipedia page because here we go. It says cowboy churches are local Christian churches within the cowboy culture that are distinctively Western distinctively Western heritage and character. A typical cowboy church may meet in a rural setting, in a barn, metal building area, sail barn, or old Western building, have its own rodeo arena, and a country gospel band. Baptisms are generally
you lost me at rodeo.
Like
Rodeos
sort of,
for Jesus.
yeah. Yeah, apparently, what is it? Here we go. The number of cowboy churches is expanding rapidly throughout the United States, aided by a growing group of informal cowboy church networks, including the American Fellowship of Cowboy Churches, the Cowboy Church of North America, and the International Cowboy Church Alliance Network, and others.
How is Cowboy Church a real name?
Cowboy Church
Every time you
Alliance.
say it, it sounds like more fake. Cowboy Church Incorporated. Like, what?
Yeah. So this is at, this is at sort of a different end of the spectrum than, the typical mega church like Hillsong style thing. They're typically small in rural areas, but like, everyone goes in their flannel and boots and like cowboy hats, which I hope they take off before they enter the church, but perhaps not. And I mean, it's just this extremely gimmicky sort of, that we're masculine, rural men, and this is what we do sort of thing. That I think is completely not the context of how masculinity and fatherly authority should be.
No, not at all.
Church.
Yeah, if you're masculine, you're a cowboy. That's because you were a cowboy to begin with. I don't need to put on a cowboy hat to be masculine.
Yeah.
You guys remember the book Wild at Heart?
Oh,
No.
the David Lynch movie?
No, the John Eldridge book.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I think I maybe read excerpts from it, but yeah, that was a big thing back when I was in college. You guys know anything about this?
Nope. Explain it, please.
Well, basically, he was talking about men. Like, he's trying to frame Christianity as this really masculine thing, and I don't know. I didn't read the book. It's been a while since I've reviewed anything it says, but it's just saying that like men are wild at heart. Men need to have a beauty whose heart they capture, and like men need to be heroes. It's that kind of thing. And I guess some people thought it was a little too well, it's like the type of thing you success from evangelicals. It's very I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this very well. Like I said, I didn't actually read the book. I just read parts of it. I read excerpts from it. So, but a lot of people I knew were like really into it, and they're having like church ministries where they would read the book together. And I guess a lot of people think that John Eldridge is kind of like he looks at things. He always like uses movies as analogies, like in this movie, this character needed to be a hero, and so he went through this and this, and he relates that to like how men are supposed to be. And I don't know if you guys haven't heard of it, maybe you can't really comment on it. But
that sounds distinctly echoey. I don't know how I feel about all this.
Well, I don't think there's anything echoey about it, but I don't know. I know there was like one I know his wife came out with a book that was like the girls' version. It's called Captivating, which is saying like every woman wants to be captivating to a man, and maybe there's some truth to some of this, I guess, but I don't know. It just seems like very light on doctrine and theology, and more of just a pop happiness kind of thing.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is a lot of stuff you'll find in Lifeway or whatever brand of Christian bookstore you might find. A lot of it is basically just secular advice, some of which is good, by itself. But then they'll just be like at the very end of the chapter, oh yeah, by the way, Jesus. I mean, that's basically it. My wife actually.
Sorry, I was muted there. Anyway, go on.
Oh no. She got that one book. What's that? Is it Sarah Young? Jesus Calling.
I don't know that one.
She got that as a gift. That's just wow. Yeah, that's where the woman was. She was basically doing Ahmed writing, and supposedly getting messages from Jesus, and it's just all flowery, feminine kind of stuff, and yeah, basically void of the Christ of the Bible.
Yeah, it's Jesus is my boyfriend type stuff.
Yeah, which if you read scriptures, I mean, now did Jesus go around the Middle East bashing guys over the head? No, but if you read a lot of the parables, and especially the ones dealing with the final judgment or his role as king, he was not effeminate.
No.
He was not.
Wait, hold up. Wait, this is a woman who claims to have private revelation and is like, relating new sayings from Jesus that she's hearing?
Yep.
Oh no.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And it's
Oh,
that's not like, oh, but Ian, you're being so unloving.
Why can't we all just believe what makes us feel happy? And it's all good, man.
Yeah. Who
It just
cares?
reminds me, totally a tangent here, but that reminds me of somebody I encountered on Twitter yesterday. Somebody, I think their name is Radical Acceptance, and there was this, like, their thing is about radically accepting everybody, and I'm like, so are you okay with me being a right-wing reactionary? And they're like, it doesn't matter what I think, it matters what you think. I'm like, well, if you're okay with me opposing gay marriage, opposing democracy, and opposing diversity, then I'm okay with it too. And it's like, the person's like, yeah. Like, yeah, it's just so, like, there's really nothing except saying we just accept everything. It's like, there's nothing here. There's no philosophy. It's just, hey, whatever, dude.
Was this a ostensibly Christian thing, or was it just like a regular, I guess, liberal type stuff?
Just a regular generic field
Okay.
account. I don't think there's anything Christian about it.
Okay.
I had a similar conversation once on Facebook with someone who got mad at me, and I had, what was it? They were like, "Oh, I don't care what you believe," and I said, "Well, my belief is that you're wrong," and they got mad, and I basically called them out. I basically called them out on it because it's like, you say you care what I believe, but then I say you're wrong, and you get mad. But that's what I believe. So your own ideology is biting you in the butt.
Yep. I see the Kendrick brothers are coming up in the text chat here.
Oh yeah. We were talking about what is it? The War Room, their latest movie.
Oh, that's a Kendrick brothers movie. I mean, I know. I'll be honest. I don't really watch these Christian movies because I think they're all kind of cheesy.
I saw Risen.
And I read Dalrock's blog where he always takes down the Kendrick brothers and saying how they're probably more leftist than most leftists.
Well, see, here's the thing with the Kendrick brothers, and I'm the same way, Ian. Like, Christian, quote unquote, Christian movies, I usually avoid because they're cheesy. They appeal to the lowest common denominator, and but I will admit the Kendrick brothers, I do like the stuff before War Room when they weren't trying to be like mainstream. I think what happened was they got so mainstream after Courageous and Fireproof that I think they started forsaking a lot of stuff. Like when I heard that Beth Moore was becoming involved in War Room, I'm like, that's it. Nope, don't want to see it. Because that woman's just all sorts of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know much about Beth Moore. But I've heard the name. I don't know much about her, though.
Yeah,
like, what does she say?
I mean, she says that she gets visions and prophecies from God. She does the usual, oh, people are going to tell you I'm wrong and they're hearing from the devil. She does that kind of thing. She's one of those female teachers who, started out, oh, I'm just going to teach the women, and then they kind of moved her over to teach the men as well. And she's just really gone off the deep end with a lot of her stuff. Like, yeah, she's one of the things wrong with evangelicalism today.
So is she like the Glenn Beck of evangelical women?
Sorry, I was looking at something. Yeah, I would probably say so. She's kind of the Pope of evangelical women, so to speak. No offense, Catholics in the room.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
No, I was just saying Beth Moore is probably like the quote unquote Pope of female evangelicals.
Oh, I've never even heard of her. What does she do?
Google her, you'll find out. go to Discernment Ministries. I mean, she.
She looks like a female Joel Osteen.
Joel Osteen, yeah.
Yep. Just like the very well coiffed hair and the makeup and everything.
There's a power deep inside of you.
God bless you. God wants you to be rich and successful. Let me grab a scripture verse out of context, but you ain't gonna check it.
That's so gross.
I
And now
could be making
there's
this
like
stuff up.
Catholic prosperity theology too now in like the Philippines, which one of our friends runs into at his church. There's a bunch of Filipinos there. They do this like charismatic prayer group thing called El Shaddai, where they do all this really really bad like prosperity theology stuff and really superstitious stuff like having what was it? They like wave their wallets in the air and stuff. It's awful. And like the bishops are very very against all of this nonsense, but the guy is extremely wealthy who runs it, and he has TV channels and stuff where he promulgates all this stuff. So it is seeping in, and that is highly troubling.
I have a good friend who is he's a British African. He's from Ghana, I think. And I had a really good long conversation with him once about African Christianity. Because one of his pet peeves is when people say, "Oh, there's revival in Africa," and he says, "What you don't realize," and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of godly people in Africa. I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus here, but he said what a lot of people don't realize is the majority of Christianity in Africa, obviously not counting the Coptics, the Orthodox converts, or the Catholics, the majority of Christians in Africa are prosperity gospel guys.
Yeah.
In fact, some of the guys over there in Africa are richer than the guys we have here in America.
Oh yeah, the Nigerian preachers can be extraordinarily wealthy.
Oh, some of them have their own cities. I'm not making that up. They got like their own cities with people get houses and have banks. I mean,
that's ludicrous. I knew they had a bunch of private jets and stuff, and a lot of them like fly around the world.
Oh yeah, some of them have security details bigger than the president of that country.
That is ludicrous.
Yeah, and what was it? I was talking to him because I was kind of asking him like, why does that happen with so much prevalence in Africa, whereas compared to America, it's happening with much more prevalence than here. And he said that, number one, Africans by nature are spiritual people. They're not easily swayed by antitheist arguments. They sort of just take for granted there's a spiritual world. And two, they are natural followers. They just want strong leaders, whether it's Nelson Mandela or Idi Amin or people like that. And but if you have a strong pastor and he's rich and successful, you want to be like that. And also too, because you already had that kind of natural African understanding of the middleman between you and the spiritual world, whether it's a witch or it's a medicine man or any of those guys, when you have a person standing up and saying, "Hey, I speak for God," in a charismatic or hyper charismatic context, it just naturally fits into the prevalent African understanding of religion, and so that's why you have all these guys who come out and say, "Oh, I'm speaking for God. Here's what the Holy Spirit's telling me," and people buy into it. And they buy into it in droves, and they're like, "We want to be rich and successful like this guy, and so let's give him my money."
Oh man, that's why I'm very grateful that most of the Catholic evangelization of Africa from Europe happened before the Second Vatican Council, so that the African Catholic bishops now are very traditionalist. As like Cardinal Robert Serra and everything, they resist the synchronization and the bongo bongification of Christianity very well and provide a welcome counterbalance to the liberal nonsense running around in Europe. Because I can only imagine the horror of what would happen if modern Catholics tried to evangelize Africa, out of nothing, like what happened 100 years ago. It would be anarchy, just as you described.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you really do that with what you're describing, the kind of modern wishy-washy Catholics or what have you?
Well, what would happen is they would set up churches, and then local guys would start their own ministries and stuff, like the guy in the Philippines, and it would become prosperity gospel stuff. It would turn into garbage very, very quickly. It's very good that the church was already established in Africa prior to Vatican II, and had a structure where men who were men of God, truly godly people who don't really care so much about the goods of this world, are being promoted there and everything. But that would not have happened if missionaries only started going there 50, 60 years ago.
What you were saying earlier about how Africans tend to be very spiritual people, it reminded me of this Theodore Dalrymple article, which I linked to on the side. He was talking about how he met this man from the Congo who was very highly educated, and he had these degrees, but then when he started talking to him about life in the Congo, he was talking about how the former dictator was a very powerful man, and he could turn himself invisible, and he can turn himself into a leopard when he wanted to. And he's like, he says this with a completely straight face, and it was just absurd to him that this guy, even though he's like works with science and stuff like that, he still believes in this magical stuff.
Yeah, I've met some Muslims and Jehovah's Witnesses like that too, where they're very, very intelligent men in terms of like science or philosophy or what have you. But then you try to bring them to religion, and I mean the stuff that comes out of their mouths is just like, really? Like how you were describing, Ian. Very intelligent, scientific man, but then it's like, oh, and then he turned invisible, and then became a leopard and ran away.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of the stereotype of intelligent scientific people who refuse to believe that there could be anything supernatural, or that
Right.
possibly the laws of nature may not hold in this particular case. That a lot of people are willing to write off miracles altogether, or the possibility of miracles, saying, well, we know the laws of physics, and obviously you can't break them, so obviously miracles could never have happened, which doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, you cannot, by inductive reasoning, arrive at inviolable laws of physics. Like, it's not something that you can do with the scientific method whatsoever. This is, we talk a lot about Nassim Taleb, Jackal and I do. I don't know if you've read any of his stuff, like The Black Swan. But his essential point in The Black Swan is everyone thought there was no such thing as a black swan. All swans are white, because they were in Europe, and all swans in Europe and Asia and America are white. So a black swan was a figure of speech for something that doesn't exist. And then Europeans discovered Australia, where there are black swans, and we had to read about all that stuff about swans. Likewise, one very unlikely event makes a whole world of difference in a lot of cases. So he was a hedge fund guy, and he discovered that historically speaking, the Black-Scholes equation, which is what's used by bankers to value stocks and stuff, and predict market returns, actually underestimates the number of very bad market downturns. So the sort of thing that Black-Scholes would predict only happens like every 100 years, as far as market downturns, corrections, whatever you want to call it, was actually happening closer to every 20 years. So what you could do was short everything, or short as many stocks as you possibly could, all the time, and to such a degree that predicting like a 20% drop in stock prices, and you could lose a little bit of money every year and still come out way ahead if the stock market downturned as much as he was thinking it would from historical reference. And so he was doing this strategy in 2003 to 2008, and he ended up doubling his money during the crash of 2008. And then wrote a bunch of books about statistics and cognitive biases and stuff. And his work is fantastic.
Well, it reminds me of I don't know if anyone here is familiar with a YouTube account called Lutheran Satire. It's okay, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Love that stuff. Yeah, what about the Trinity is fantastic.
Oh yeah. Do you see the one with Richard Dawkins where they're talking about how Richard Dawkins, his presupposition is you have to prove the resurrection, or excuse me, if the resurrection happened, he would agree it was true, but he denies the resurrection because that can't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically they were making fun of that secular logic, like, okay, so you say we have to prove something happens. Well, it did. Well, no, we deny it happened because that can't happen. It's like, oh wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, nothing in early Christian history makes sense without the resurrection. Like the apostles died for, the belief that Jesus rose from the dead, despite the fact that they stole his body, and they dedicated their lives and they died as martyrs for a lie that they were telling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Paul even says in I believe it's 1 Corinthians 15. He says, look, if the resurrection didn't happen, we're wasting our time.
Yeah, exactly. That's 1 Corinthians like 15:12 or so. I have it pulled up. I was going to reference that earlier.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's why a lot of conservative churches are growing. A lot of liberal churches are dying out. Is because when you say there's no resurrection of the dead, then Paul's words ring true. It's like, look, the reason I wake up early on Sunday is not because I feel like it. The reason I wake up early on Sunday, wake up my family, and go to church is to worship the glorified and risen Savior. And if there is no glorified risen Savior, I'll stay home.
Exactly. Right, they're undermining their own authority.
Exactly.
When I see articles like the one written by Ward Franklin over at Future Primeval about how he sees the social value of religion and considers converting to Mormonism or whatever for the social value of it, but he doesn't actually believe in God. And I know other people like this. A good friend of mine, his dad goes to a Mormon church. He thinks it's all really silly, but he likes the society that it cultivates. That's not going to last you more than a generation or so, because if you're not teaching your kids, God is real, Jesus is Lord, he rose from the dead literally, and this is why, for the sake of your soul, it is important that you worship him. You're not going to have multiple generations of that church, and that's why the liberal churches are dying out, because they don't take themselves seriously.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Arthur.
Hey, ZAIUS.
Hi.
Giovanni. So I know I don't care one way or the other about being on screen. Looks like no one else really is, so I can turn that off.
Okay, as long as you're not worried about doxing or anything. But
we see you.
Nah, to be perfectly honest, my face has been on Twitter and all the rest of it. I'm more concerned, like, I don't care if anyone who follows the Avenging Red Hand figures out who I am. I just don't want people who Google my real name to see the Avenging Red Hand.
What is that behind you with the red and black letters and stuff?
Oh, that is something my girlfriend made for me. She embroidered an Evola quote, and I had it framed.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
You're still dating that girl from Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So what we usually do with first-time participants is we ask them to tell us a little bit about their background as Christians.
Sure. So, first of all, I was raised by lapsed Catholic parents in the evangelical church, believe it or not, which is very unusual. Typically, lapsed Catholics, if they go back to church, they go back to the Catholic Church. And that's not what happened here. My best understanding of the story is that when they had me, they thought it would be good to raise me in a church, and they just picked the nearest one. or something like that. And so I was raised in the evangelical church, and it was a fairly conservative but extremely non-liturgical Protestant church. And actually, if you look up the official doctrines of the evangelical church, they're a little bit higher than anything I was taught as a child.
Wait, which evangelical church doctrines are we talking about?
There's a church, there's a what do you want to call it, a parasynagogue, that calls itself the Evangelical Church, capital TEC.
I was not aware of that.
It's an offshoot of Methodism. And so they technically have a somewhat higher view of the Eucharist than, say, Baptists, but I never would have known that from anything we were taught in the pews. So anyway, so that's where I was raised, and very boilerplate. We were essentially Baptists for all intents and purposes. In fact, I wasn't even baptized, quote unquote, until I was like 14, and only then because I deliberately sought it. Like, it was never made a point of that you were supposed to be baptized or anything like that. So I continued there until for a while, and then we as a family had a major falling out with that church after the pastor preached a sermon in which he maintained that the Bible required us to do anything the government commanded up to and including fund abortions. And so we didn't go back to that church. We church hopped for a little while, and then we eventually just kind of settled into a not going to church routine. And I had already done some research on church history, so I knew the Orthodox Church existed, which gave me a leg up on every Protestant that I've ever met. That's a slight exaggeration, but really it's not well known. And of course there was the Catholic Church, and I came to the conclusion that one of the apostolic churches had it right. I didn't know which one yet, but...
Oh, you weren't checking out the Coptics?
Briefly, I did think about the Coptics, but a couple of things about the Coptics. First of all, when I was first attending an Orthodox church, I was assured by my Orthodox priest that the Coptics and the Orthodox were basically the same, something which I do not now believe. But at the time, it was like, okay, whatever, so I kind of filed them in the same category. And second of all, I've never been to a Coptic church. I know a few Copts who attend my Eastern Orthodox church, but something about like the whole Coptic mentality, from what I've seen, from what they've written online and things like this, something about it bugs me. There seems to be a certain slave mentality.
Oh, the Dhimmi thing, that they're insufficiently opposed to Islam.
Yeah, well, they're like, yeah, they're like just sort of broken. I don't know. It's not really a compelling reason, but also theologically, in retrospect, I can say
they reject Chalcedon. Yeah.
Right. That it does come down to that, and but yeah, I mean, them and the Assyrians, the Assyrian Church of the East, like in theory, I should have considered, but in practice, it doesn't really exist here.
You're in like the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them in California, but that's far away.
Yeah, and they're super weird. Like, they have open communion,
that is really weird.
No other apostolic church, even the Lutherans don't do that. But anyway, so it was basically, for me, it was Rome or Constantinople, and I did not attend a lot of Catholic masses prior to making my decision. There were a couple of things that pushed me to where I wound up. Obviously, I don't like the current liturgical state of the Latin Church, but the real issues for me were the papacy, which I didn't believe was an authentic representation of the tradition we received from the first millennium, and the theology surrounding the atonement. I've never really been impressed with satisfaction theories or their Protestant descendants, the penal substitutionary theories. So there are other issues, of course, that divide the Orthodox from the Roman Catholic Church, but those were the two that really mattered to me at the time I was making my decision. And so I ended up being baptized. My previous quote-unquote baptism was entirely unrecognized, partially, I think, because no records were kept, partially probably because the understanding of the sacrament in the evangelical church was extremely deficient.
Oh, it didn't believe that it actually conferred grace?
I believe that it probably did not, but in retrospect, a conditional baptism might have been appropriate.
Okay, yeah.
But
they accepted mine when I went to Greek Orthodox Church.
What had you been before?
Episcopalian.
That's completely different. Yeah,
they actually believe in regenerative baptism. At least some of them do.
Yeah, we would totally. I mean, okay. Here's the thing. There's some debate within the Orthodox Church, and I am in the more. I'm basically in the more Augustinian camp about sacraments outside the canonical bounds of the Church. And so, for instance, I recognize the validity of all the Roman Catholic sacraments, all the sacraments of the Coptics and the Assyrians, and baptism among the higher Protestant groups. But that being said, there are Orthodox who say, nope, there's nothing. There's no baptism outside the Church.
Which is a total innovation, by the way.
No, of course, I think it's ridiculous. And
I think the Russians are like that, by and large, aren't they?
No, the Russians are actually the opposite. They accept pretty much all sacraments from Catholics.
You're thinking of Rokor, Giovanni. Rokor adopted this rigorous Cyprian. Rokor adopted this rigorous Cyprianite ecclesiology when they were in schism, and they have kept it, sadly. But the historic practice of the Russian Church is full recognition of the sacraments of Rome, in particular. Catholic priests are received in their orders. Married Catholic couples are received as married. Confirmed Roman Catholics are not received by chrismation. And the rigorists will tell you that all of that is just a dispensation by economy. But it's absurd. And the other thing they'll tell you is that it's a result of Russian theology being infected during the quote-unquote Western captivity after Peter the Great.
Yeah, that's silly.
And it's stupid. Well, here's why it's stupid. Because St. Mark of Ephesus, who was the only Orthodox bishop who didn't sign the Union of Florence.
You know why he didn't? But continue.
The only Orthodox bishop who didn't sign the Union of Florence absolutely condemned the rebaptism of converts from the Latin Church. So unless you're going to tell me that St. Mark of Ephesus was infected by Western theology, then you just stop with that. But anyway, I was baptized. I was received by what they call the first rite. First rite is baptism. Second rite is confirmation or chrismation. Third rite is recognition of all the previous sacraments of initiation and reception by confession and communion. I was received by the first rite into the Orthodox Church in America, Diocese of the West, and that's where I am now.
Nice. Yeah.
Wait, so which do you go to, a Russian church, Greek church, what?
It's the Orthodox Church in America. Is an autocephalous Orthodox church.
Because of Saint Alexis of Wilkes-Barre, that whole.
Right. Yeah. It used to be the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Metropolia, so it's technically, I guess, in the Ruthenian tradition.
Yes. I actually just went to a Ruthenian church with. Do you know Urban?
The
Urban
ninth.
Guy?
The Twitter guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I was and Alex Denton, I took them to a Ruthenian Catholic church a couple months ago.
And you, ZAIUS, are Byzantine Catholic, I'm led to believe?
Yeah. I'll identify as Byzantine Catholic now. Not officially. I go to a Melkite church. I'm canonically, Latin.
Okay.
I haven't switched rites, but I've been going to a Melkite church now for a while.
How hard is it to actually canonically switch?
Not very. My concern is my girlfriend is very Latin, and she was raised in a Latin parish with the Fraternity of St. Peter, and would want to raise any kids in that tradition. And I like the Latin tradition. I prefer Byzantine a little bit, but it would cause issues, I think, if I were to switch canonically. So I'm going to table that. Plus, I can go to the Byzantine churches, receive all the sacraments. It's the same church. I mean, we're all Catholics, so it doesn't.
Don't tell that too loudly to the Melkite Patriarch.
Yes, they're Orthodox in communion with Rome. That whole shtick, but Yeah, we're in communion, so I don't need to canonically switch to continue just spending time with the Malachites and not really going to Latin parishes.
Right. Yeah. And no, I understand that. And actually, that I understand to be somewhat new. There was a time shortly after the Unia, as I recall, when Latin and Byzantine Catholics were not allowed to commune with each other, which really is a head scratcher for me, because I don't understand why they would, what it would mean for them to be in union with Rome if they couldn't commune in Latin parishes and vice versa.
I was actually not aware of that, but I doubt that was the case with the Melkites in particular, because they only came over in the 1720s or so, which was 100 or so years after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. So.
Okay. Yeah, this was more like Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. Like
exactly. Yeah. Well, the Ruthenians, they were among the the Ukrainians actually, I believe, were the first. But yeah, the Melkites, that was a particular patriarch of Antioch decided that he should be in communion with Rome instead of Constantinople. So I don't know if you know the history of the Melkites at all.
A little bit. I understand they were the patriarch of Antioch, but basically just what you said.
Yeah. He spent some time talking to some Western missionaries and stuff, and deciding that he really should be in communion with Rome. So he and a bunch of his metropolitans and stuff petitioned the Pope to receive them, and so that's what happened. It wasn't anything like a political treaty like what happened in Ukraine.
And actually, until that time, the term Melkite referred to the Chalcedonian Orthodox and was regularly used in the literature of the Monophysites to refer to us.
Exactly. Well, that's how it started. Was right after Chalcedon. I actually went through all this history at the very beginning of the show, or this hangout. But yeah, the Melkites, the name was sort of taken by the Catholics, and those who remain in communion with Constantinople are known as the Antiochian Orthodox.
Right, exactly, and they're a big jurisdiction here, and they take a lot of converts. In fact, they're one of the 2 jurisdictions in the world in communion with the canonical Orthodox churches that have a Western rite, which I find fascinating. But unfortunately, the nearest one's like 6 hours away, so I've never been.
Oh yeah, it's very cool. It's basically the same as the Tridentine Mass, only with more explicit epiclesis.
Right, and that's an interesting thing to me. Like, I'm not actually convinced that's necessary, to be honest.
Oh, but I guess, of course. Otherwise, I would have to think that the Roman Church didn't have valid Eucharist for about 1,000 years, or longer, actually.
Yeah, and I don't believe that. And actually, Saint, oh my gosh, who was the Byzantine canonist or liturgist who insisted that the Roman Mass did in fact have a valid epiclesis? It was.
What are we talking?
This was like in the 1500s or the 1600s, I think.
Was it Bessarion?
No, it was. Oh gosh, his name is escaped. I think it was John something. Hold on, I'm going to look this up. I'm going to look this up.
There's actually another dispute within. Oh, what was that?
Well, there was a major liturgist who's regarded as Eurasian who insisted that I'm trying to remember now. It was the
John Lennon.
No.
Well, you're looking at that. There was an interesting similar dispute with the Assyrian Church of the East and the Chaldean Catholic Church, whether the anaphora of Mari and Adai had an anaphora that would be considered valid.
Well, because the words of institution are missing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just reading about that.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been doing a lot of research on that because I found an interesting priest who's a Chaldean, and do you read Eye of the Tiber at all?
Eye of the Tiber, I really rarely.
It's like the Catholic version of the Onion, but turns out it's not actually written by Roman Catholics; it's Chaldean Catholics who do it.
Really?
Yeah, so the priest who does it actually, I found his Twitter account, and he's mostly talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the church. So I thought, well, what is this guy? So I looked him up. It turns out he's a philosophy professor at a Catholic college and has written multiple books on Mesopotamian theology and all sorts of stuff, about the Nestorian controversy. And very, very well educated guy. And I saw several of his homilies and his discussions on the liturgy, and it's very interesting. I don't know if you know this, but the Rome has been discouraging all the Eastern churches from using the filioque in the liturgy, and the translation of the Mass into Greek, even in the Latin Rite, does not have the filioque.
Right. No, I knew that. In fact, I think that's always been the case, right? Which is unlike some of our other traditions like infant communion and infant chrismation, which were for a long time very discouraged. But as far as I know, the Eastern churches in union with Rome have never been asked to incorporate the filioque into the creed.
No, they've never been asked to, but some of them did of their own accord, and which popes since, oh gosh, I think the 1700s have been telling them, no, take it out, please. We don't want you using the filioque.
And actually, here's the thing about that is, from what I understand, it's funny because they say the dispute with the Copts is just a dispute over words, which I don't agree with at all. But if anything, the filioque actually is a dispute over words because ek poreste does not mean what procedere means.
Yes.
The only issue that I have with that is that it seems that whatever it may have meant in 1054, in the intervening time, the Latin Church really has decided that the Spirit proceeds in an eternal sense from the Father and the Son, which is still unacceptable to the Orthodox.
Well,
that's what I was kind of
distinguishing eternal from the energetic procession here.
Well, my understanding of the theology around it is that I'm not quite sure what you mean by energetic procession.
Okay, continue.
What I'm saying is that the Spirit, like the Son, has his being from the Father in eternity. The Son sends the Spirit, for example, on the apostles, and in that sense, he can be said to proceed.
Temporal sending from the Son, but okay, yeah. No, the Latin Church has always taught that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and Son eternally, but as from one principle. So the Father is the sole cause of the Spirit, the atia in Greek. There is only, the essence of God comes from the Father alone. And the Son is begotten of the Father. The Spirit's being comes from the Father through the Son. So this is the formula at Florence, for instance. From the Father through the Son. The Son, it's not as if the Father and the Son, in loving each other, give birth to a new person of the Trinity or anything. That has never been the Latin teaching at all.
Hey, that's the new evangelical book to come out.
Yeah, I know.
It's called The Shack.
Nonsense, and some people think this, out of ignorance, which is why the filioque is, it shouldn't have been added in the first place and should be removed as soon as possible. But the actual teaching, and actually St. Maximus the Confessor actually has a bunch of really, really good stuff on this, on how the Latins mean the same thing by the filioque that the Greeks do in their Trinitarian theology, that yes, from the Father through the Son. And this is, it's brought out even more explicitly in a lot of Latin theologians, St. Augustine for one, and several others, Jerome perhaps. So it's been the teaching of the Latin Church since time immemorial that yes, the Son does participate in the what's it called, the
duration
of the Spirit. However, the source of the Spirit is the Father alone. So
well, I've heard because I know I've read Eastern Orthodox and I think even some Roman Catholic scholars who have said, look, if you're just talking about the Son, for lack of a better terminology for some of our listeners, he's the medium, or he's the one who can send out the Spirit. As you were just describing, both sides historically would say no. Both sides would historically say the source is still the Father.
Yes.
It's just that understood in the way of the workings of the Trinity, the Holy Spirit would be sent through Christ. That's the way when I was Eastern Orthodox, someone explained it to me. That's the working within the Trinity. Certainly, there are some people in Catholic Answers, and Avenging. You know exactly. We've had discussions on Twitter about Catholic Answers.
I actually felt
I wish they would actually go back.
I thought you were Catholic, Giovanni, and when I realized I was making Catholics to a Protestant, I felt bad.
No, I've spent my time in purgatory in Catholic Answers. Never again.
to actually read what was promulgated at Florence, because that is the definitive statement on it for Catholics.
No, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that I can see where both of you are coming from. Because I know when the Filioque was first introduced, I believe it was because they were dealing with an offshoot of the Arians in Spain, if I'm not mistaken, and they were running into Trinitarian issues. And I'm in regards to Filioque, is that, and I used to even tell people, look, if you're talking about the Filioque in that way, okay, sure, put it in there. But in regards to how it was handled and how it's understood by a lot of people today, in terms of the laymen, it really should not be in there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that it should be removed.
Well, I mean, okay. So, I'd be interested to see what St. Maximus the Confessor had said about that, because I actually heard something to the effect that he had made an exposition of that doctrine, but I haven't actually read it.
Here we go.
I think I've heard that too, but I think that's kind of the Catholic answer's LOL, we're going to hit the Orthodox with this and win kind of mentality.
The only win is to argue that we're not heretics, which is not so much a win as it is this thing was introduced without having a council and only for the Latin Church, whatever, and it was maybe okay for a time, but really it should be it's not actually part of the creed as such. The only win is simply to argue, no, we don't teach anything heretical, we don't teach double procession. I don't consider that a win as much as I consider it a clarification that in fact we're not teaching heretical doctrine.
Well, my perception, and you seem to be saying that this is not the case, my perception up to this time has been that historically the Latin Church did teach quite strongly a doctrine that the Orthodox would regard as heretical, and that they've tried to back off recently and say, no, we've really been saying the same thing all along, which I see as a trend with a lot of the ancient heresies. Like, it's very fashionable to say everyone was saying the same thing all along, and I tend to be a little suspicious of it.
Like
Nestorianism? Highly suspicious, because, for instance, Dioscorus of Alexandria and Jacob Baradaeus were, in fact, pretty extreme monophysites. The corollary of that, though, is the Syrian Church of the East, while it did formally adopt Nestorianism, at the Synod of Beth Lapat, in like the 480s or whatever, it actually by the 1500s or so had ceased to actually teach Nestorianism, and it actually adopted something very close to Chalcedonian Christology. So I don't say we were just arguing over semantics. What I'm saying with the Assyrians, for instance, is that they figured out that they had a sort of traditionalist party which held to Nestorian Christology, which was defeated by a sort of pro-Chalcedonian party which affirmed pretty much what the Orthodox were teaching.
So here's the issue that I have with stuff like that, because people say the same thing about the Monophysites. And they say, there are people who say, of course, that Dioscorus of Alexandria was not a heretic at all. And then there are people who say, well, maybe they were teaching heresy at that time, but they've changed their theology. To which I can only respond, okay, if that's true, wonderful. Then let them receive the councils. Let them, but they still refuse to do that. So
exactly. I totally agree with that.
Well, I know a lot of times in those days, sometimes the schisms, they weren't just strictly theological. Sometimes they would be political. Like the emperor would step in and excommunicate a lot of guys who might have been popular. Like, I know a lot of people did not like it when Nestorius, even after he came out and said, look, I repent, I'm sorry, I don't want, can we be homies again? And the emperor kicked him out. A lot of people saw that as the emperor overstepping his bounds and entered schism because of that, not necessarily because of a heavy theological issue.
Well, there's some truth to that. There certainly were political elements to a lot of schisms, and some schisms may even have been purely political. But from the point of view of any of the apostolic Christian churches, the church still continues to exist through all that. And
Oh, sure, yeah, yeah.
And it still remains the fact that there is a canonical church and there's a church in schism. And so it's entirely possible that a schism could happen for really terrible reasons, but it's still incumbent upon those who are in schism to return to the church and accept what the church has done in the meantime in terms of the new councils that have come along and all that sort of thing. And the other issue that I have is that with all of the schisms, one side would canonize people who were anathematized by the other side. And now with these reunion plans, they're like, everybody gets to keep their saints. And, you know, I have no problem, for example, if the Roman Catholic Church comes and wants to be reunited to us. Most Roman Catholic saints, I think, are almost certainly real saints, and I have no trouble accepting the veneration of the majority of them. But the ones who were directly connected to the schism, it seems harder to take that. And you know, the same goes for the Copts. Like I'm sure there are very many very holy Coptic Christians who go to heaven, and it's perfectly fine that they're saints. But if I'm required to accept Saint Dioscorus of Alexandria, yeah, I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I wonder if there was a union or reunion, whatever you want to call it, between East and West. I wonder how many Catholics would like to see, oh, okay, so now we accept Alexander Nevsky and Peter the Elliot as
Roman
Catholics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Roman Catholics will swear up and down didn't exist.
Dude, there's a bunch of Orthodox priests who think he didn't exist.
Well,
because there's no solid records. Plus, it's claimed that he was killed by Jesuits who didn't even exist in California at the time.
And no, I get that. No, I know.
And there's no records of any of that stuff there. This is all from Orthodox sources.
No, I mean, I know the arguments back and forth. I was just referencing to what he was talking about, okay, we're going to take all our saints and put them to a big pile. Well, right. Okay, you walk into a Catholic church, the Catholic Church of St. Peter the Elliot, who was supposedly killed by Catholics.
Or St. Alexis Toth.
Yeah, lots of awkward.
We'll have the Church of St. Alexis Toth, you know, a couple blocks away from the Church of St. Joseph at Kuntsevich, or St. Andrew Bobola, and it'll all be cool.
I mean, that's the issue I have with it. And the other thing is, I've been trying to do some research recently into what the Orthodox theology surrounding canonizations is, and it's really hard to get a straight answer. It's somewhat easier to get a straight answer from Catholic theologians, but there's still some debate, in particular about whether canonizations are infallible. And there's a lot of Orthodox who are like allergic to the word infallible, which drives me absolutely nuts.
Or the word validity, which is really silly.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. When you talk to Orthodox about the validity of certain sacraments, they say validity isn't a concept in the Orthodox Church. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, okay, so the same people who say baptisms outside the canonical Orthodox Church aren't real baptisms will say, oh, we don't have validity. That's a totally Latin concept. We just don't think their baptisms are real. We don't put a Latinized word to it.
It's like... It says these are the same people who, if you say Easter, they will correct you to Pascha. And it's like, I hope you realize that that distinction is not translatable into any other language in the world.
Yeah, it's really, really silly. It's super special snowflake type stuff.
It reminds me of some Eastern Orthodox I knew who, to get around any difficult theological question, they would kind of play off how, there's no quote-unquote Eastern Orthodox catechism like there's a Roman Catholic catechism. And they'll be like, well, we're not as dogmatic as the Romans. And it's like, oh, that you still have beliefs, right?
No, it's stupid. It's completely stupid. And they'll say things like, I've actually heard Orthodox say things like, the Orthodox Church doesn't do systematic theology.
Yeah.
Or the other one is, if you try to address any intellectual question, they'll go, oh, don't be so scholastic.
They read St. John of Damascus.
Yeah, or how about that guy? How about that Orthodox guy? His name was Ignatios Scholarios. Think he might have been a little scholastic?
Yeah.
I mean, scholasticism was founded in the Greek East, but
it was.
No, it's completely absurd. And the other thing is St. Mark of Ephesus, who they all love for rejecting Florence, loved the Summa Theologica. It's a great admirer of St. Thomas Aquinas. So none of this stuff is anywhere near as cut and dried as these Orientalist converts would have you believe. And they drive me absolutely crazy. And sometimes they go into territory that's not only rejecting perfectly valid Western traditions, but is just completely off the wall insane. There's one guy who floats around on YouTube. He claims to be Antiochian Orthodox. And he says things like, he makes these videos with bare feet and stuff. He's like the ultimate hippie dox. And he says things like, and I swear this is true, he gets in these videos and he says things like, in the Eastern Orthodox Church, we don't have to worry about sin. And I'm like, wow, I'll be sure to bring that up in my next confession. Father, I'm assured that in our church we don't have to worry about sin.
Oh, yeah, that's going to go over real well.
I was actually talking to an Eastern Catholic friend of mine who was arguing against transubstantiation because it was a supposedly a Latin scholastic thing, and I told her, you know, it's literally a Latin translation of metausiosis. It's the same thing. Like if you take transubstantiation, break it up into the part, it's literally the same exact teaching as what the Orthodox Church has.
Right, and I mean, like, you can get into really technical about it, like, okay, technically it's true that we don't dogmatize the Aristotelian metaphysics behind it.
Neither do we.
It's certainly not, like, if you want to incorporate it into that framework, that's certainly not heretical.
Yeah,
but
we don't dogmatize the Aristotelian framework either. If you actually go read the Council of Lyon or the Council of Trent, the Aristotelian framework is not there.
Yeah, well, is that true? Really? Okay.
Yeah, no,
that's another piece of the Orthodox mythology around it then.
No, the whole substance and accidents distinction is not actually in the dogma. That's an explanation of it. It's a theologumenon based on scholastic theology, but it's not canonized. I mean, it's not dogmatized.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of so-called distinctions that are actually nothing, and you'll hear people talk about. Well, there's that one, the icons and statues thing, which was never historically a controversy between our churches at all, and is completely a matter of different customs.
But icons are cooler.
Well, okay, look, the rector of my parish has actually said in his homilies that three-dimensional statues are too much like graven images, which is why we use flat icons.
I don't think that word means what you think it means.
No, and I think he legitimately thinks the word graven means solid, and it's just it does drive me absolutely crazy. And you know, I guess he wasn't there for the reading of the life of Saint Veronica.
Yeah,
but
that's ridiculous.
So there is that, and frankly, I think the leavened and unleavened bread dispute is kind of silly. Some people try.
No one actually cares about that anymore. Very few people do. I'm sure there's a couple of hyper Orientalists who actually do, but very few Orthodox priests maintain that anymore.
There's a handful of people
because that was not even an issue until Michael Carolelius.
Yeah, I mean, we do see this a little bit in some of the historic polemics back and forth, and there's another thing that has only come up recently that is no part of any historic dispute at the time of the schism or in the negotiations, as far as I know, no part of any dispute in the negotiations for reunion that have happened a couple of times, and not even the most rigorous old calendarist who would insist that all the Latins be rebaptized would make a thing of this. But some modern Orientalist converts do make a thing about clerical celibacy.
That is nuts.
It's completely not. I mean, frankly, I'm not an enormous fan of the custom, but they're completely non-dogmatic.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not a gigantic fan of it either. The only reason why I'm opposed to ending it is because the people pushing it see it as a Trojan horse for liberalizing on everything sexually.
Right, and I can see the arguments for it and against it, and actually Nick B. Steves, interestingly enough, has promoted it on several occasions, who is, by no means some kind of Orientalist, but...
He's promoted, I'm sorry, Nick B. Steves has promoted what, specifically?
Married priesthood in the Latin Church.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, no, I would be for it if it weren't for the current modernist prices.
Right.
I'm definitely an Orientalist, though, so take that with a grain of salt. My attitudes are not the average Latin layperson's.
Yeah. Honestly, like, there's a couple of things that are probably not technically dogmatic, but that bug me a little bit. For example, I would have an issue, and this was not an issue at the time I converted, but now that I have been formed, if you will, a bit in the Orthodox Church, I would be somewhat bothered being a Latin and not having my children receive communion until they're 7 or whatever. And I'm actually, I don't know what the practice of the Western Rite Orthodox churches on that is. I imagine they practice infant communion.
They probably do. They also use leavened bread.
Do they? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, on pretty much everything that distinguishes them, except for the use of the liturgy. They use the Orthodox practice. So leavened bread, infant communion, the use of the epiclesis, all this other stuff. It has been very, Hellenized.
Right, and unfortunately, there is a great trend among the Orthodox to take something that's distinctly Byzantine and say this is the Orthodox way to do things.
Oh yeah, Father Adrian Fortescue said that is the distinguishing feature of the Church of Constantinople. Like, there's a reason why the Eastern Orthodox patriarchates of Alexandria and Antioch don't use the liturgies of Alexandria and Antioch, because the Constantinople has pushed the Hellenization of customs far more than Rome ever pushed Latinization of customs.
Oh yes, and Constantinople has completely papist ambitions now, and you'll see this is a great source of friction between them and our mother church in Moscow.
Oh yeah.
That honestly doesn't. Sorry, Red Hand. I've got a cold, so if you hear me cough, that's why. Or I'm recovering from a cold. But when I was oh, I'm sorry. When I was in Orthodoxy, I went to a Greek Orthodox church, and a lot of people there. I won't say all because that would be unfair, but a prevailing attitude there was they cared more about the Greek than the Orthodox part. I even I've got an Italian name, and some guy said, "Oh, your name's not blah blah anymore. It's blah blah." He gave me the Hellenized version of that name. And, I just kind of politely laughed it off because it's an old man. I'm not going to pick on him. But in my head, I'm thinking, what are we, Muslims? I got to take an Arabic name now?
Hey, John Maximovich's incorrupt relics are rolling over.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's awful. But the Patriarchate of Constantinople believes, for example, that there can be no new autocephalous churches without her permission.
They have to consecrate all the chrism for all the Orthodox churches. The very title Ecumenical Patriarch was innovated to make a pope out of Constantinople. It was heavily protested by Rome at the time, as was the moving up of Constantinople to a patriarchate in the first place, and then above all the other patriarchates except Rome in the first place, because it was not a patriarchal see to begin with. Originally it was Rome, then Alexandria, then Antioch, and then Jerusalem got added, and then Constantinople as number 5, and then Constantinople kept agitating to move up in the rank.
Right, and in all fairness, Chalcedon identifies the reason. This is one of the big issues that I raised, because honestly, I have somewhat different issues with Rome from the majority of Orthodox. So, Chalcedon identifies the reason that Rome is first in the diptychs, and it's because she is the imperial city.
Which is not at all the tradition before Chalcedon at all.
Well, it's in the Acts of the Council.
Yeah, it's in the Acts. It was not received by Rome because it was inserted by Constantinopolitan bishops without any sort of consultation to anyone else.
Well, it was approved by the council, and it's true, it was never received by Rome. I've never personally really bought the idea that Rome has a line-item veto on the Acts of an Ecumenical Council, but that is the dispute that's gone back between our churches for...
Didn't they accept it later, or was that another council?
No, they accepted the Constantinople being second. They did not accept the Rome is the chief church because it is the imperial city. The tradition in Rome has always been it's the chief church because it's the see of Peter.
Right, although St. Peter, as I understand, also founded the see of Antioch.
Oh yeah, he founded that first. It's by virtue of him being Bishop of Rome and his crucifixion there and St. Paul's beheading, and this being the seat of Peter in the where he died. And that tradition is if you read Irenaeus of Lyon, for instance, or I don't think Ignatius talks about this, but perhaps he does. But Irenaeus is probably the strongest very early church witness to to Rome being Rome by virtue of Peter rather than by virtue of the imperial city. But there's stuff all over the early fathers about it.
And so there's always been, from even in the times when we were unified, Rome has had a higher view of herself than some of the Eastern patriarchs would have liked.
Really, is Constantinople. I mean, the Alexandrians and the Church of the East had closer to the Roman view than the Constantinopolitans did. The reason why the Chaldean Catholic Church formed is because they kept seeing all these liturgical and canonical references to Rome, and they, they're thinking, why are we not in communion with the chief church? That was the I guess the theological impetus for it in the first place. I mean, Constantinople is really the outlier about the authority of Rome here. It's not Antioch, Alexandria, or elsewhere.
Well, they did all follow Constantinople during the schism.
Well, yeah, because Islam had forced the other patriarchs into the court of the Roman Emperor.
A lot of them there. Although not that, yeah, that's true.
At least, well, it was between Islam and, of course, the Chalcedonian Schism. So the fact that the Jacobites and the Copts had their own patriarchs who had the support of the people, most people at least, meant that the Orthodox patriarchs of Antioch and Constantinople were often simply living as retainers of the Patriarch of Constantinople.
That's true, yeah.
For centuries prior to the schism.
And so, yeah, that is true. That didn't help their independence at all. But regardless of that, I can't remember where we started this.
Talking about Hellenization.
Oh, that's right, yeah. So the Church of Constantinople has pushed her rights on the churches of Alexandria and Antioch, and now that the Church of Moscow is the one that's really resisting Constantinople and has outright called it neo-papist.
Dang.
Yeah, this is why it really looked for a while like the Synod of 2016 just wasn't going to happen, because Moscow and Constantinople couldn't agree on how it was going to be gathered and who had the right to convene it and all this sort of thing. And there's a lot of silliness that circulates about the ecumenical councils. I hear Orthodox Christians say, for example, that we can't convene anymore because we don't have the Pentarchy, which is absurd, that we can't convene anymore because we don't have the Emperor, which is, again, absurd. Although I do wish we had an emperor, it would make things easier. But
thanks, Islam.
Well, actually not Islam. We had an emperor more recently than that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so thanks,
Russian emperor. Putin needs to speed up with his coronation.
Well, the thing about that is they have an heir.
We should have Mark Sid on here. He's got a lot to say about that topic.
Does he now?
Yeah, because if I recall correctly, and Ian can correct me on this, I believe he's of Russian descent.
Yeah, but he's at least a partial Russian descent, I know.
Right, and he wrote a blog article where he talked about Putin, and basically he doesn't have he's now, if I recall correctly, he's probably listening to this slapping his forehead because I keep talking about him, but I believe he has reservations about Putin insofar as he doesn't see Putin restoring the Tsar anytime soon.
Well, he refers to Putin as the proto-Tsar. So, like, he's laying the groundwork for the eventual return to Tsardom, I believe, is what Mark Citadel's view is.
I don't think
Mark,
Putin...
go on. Sorry.
Oh, I don't think Putin's likely to give up his own power anytime soon. I have entertained hopes that he would do something like what Franco did, but and restore the empire when he dies or retires. But there's some talk of crowning him, but I think the Russian Russian support for restoration of the monarchy is a pretty large minority, like 35 to 40%, if I hear right.
But certainly, would it be a plurality, you think, or?
Well, no, it's a yes/no question. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Russian support for restoration of the monarchy is significant, but not the majority. It seems to me unwise to restore it in the person of Putin, who many, many monarchists would never accept.
Right.
But who knows? That strikes me as Napoleonism. It's just like King Michael of Romania recently disinherited, what was it, his son?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And there's no explanation as to why, but the thing that bugs me about it is not everyone's going to accept this. So now instead of one claimant, you have two. Good luck restoring with that. This is why pretenders should not change succession laws, ever.
Right.
But, and St. Nicholas II made the same mistake. He abdicated, and then he tried to take back his abdication and abdicate on behalf of himself and his son, which was completely illegal. But the result was that there were like 3 people who had support from the Russian monarchists to be the Tsar.
Yeah, it was not a pretty situation.
But anyway, that's way off topic. We started out talking about the Church of Constantinople, and basically I agree with you that they have a very high opinion of themselves and their customs, and this has been a bone of contention with other Orthodox churches, and forever.
Urban the Ninth in the chat is asking about having a purely ceremonial emperor.
Well, I think that would be a step up, but not a huge one.
Feel like what Japan has or something.
Yeah, I mean,
what purpose was ceremonial? See, my problem with ceremonial monarchs, they don't really do much except boost tourism.
Well,
I mean, purely ceremonial, not necessarily. They have some power, but it's minimal. I just mean like, oh, we've got a king because.
Does Urban mean this like in the context of like convening an ecumenical council without a pope? Like you could have an emperor do it?
No, he says, like, would Putin make himself a de facto shogun?
I can see what you mean. Well, that I think would be a way that we could transition realistically. So you could have an emperor who had power on paper, but Putin was like prime minister for life or something, and he could maintain real power, but he could set up the legitimacy of the empire after his death, and the emperor could have some real power later. I think that sort of thing is probably necessary because, like, what you see with Franco is that the Franco government, from what I understand, was basically held together just by the force of his personal will and could not have survived without him. And he knew that, and he restored this more legitimate ancient Spanish institution of the monarchy. He picked a terrible king, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, he did that really poorly.
But he, he had to restore something that had some legitimacy beyond just this incredibly charismatic, forceful caudillo, because you can't maintain that over generations. So I could see something like that with Putin, but the idea of a long-term, purely ceremonial emperor strikes me as a very small step up from what they have now.
All right. Yeah, I hope that satisfactory answer for Urban the Ninth.
Wait, so okay, I'm curious about one point about ecumenical councils, and I hope to get some clarification. What makes a council ecumenical?
You would ask that. That is a question that is debated, and I don't know that I can give a definitive answer. There is a popular theory that the council has to be, quote, received by the church. I'm extremely unhappy with that theory. I think it's very nebulous, and I think it would disqualify Chalcedon.
Exactly. That's the objection to that argument.
Yeah, I've heard some of the debates myself. I know, like, some people point out that during a lot of the major controversies of the church, you know, the heretics, when they took power, they would hold councils they deemed to be ecumenical and say, oh, this is binding on the entire church. And, of course, after the Orthodox Party, little o, would take over, they'd be like, no, those are not legitimate. They're done by heretics. Ignore them.
Well, Ephesus 2 was one of those, only it was, you know, negated at the council.
Right.
But there were a bunch of them. Sardica, for instance, basically all the councils that happened between Nicaea and, the first and second ecumenical councils. There were a whole bunch of them convened by the emperors that proclaimed semi-Arianism. The problem was a whole bunch of people rejected those. Especially,
I haven't investigated each and every one of those in detail, but my understanding from reading about Ephesus 2 is that there were very serious procedural problems there that would allow you to disqualify it without relying on the receptionist theory.
Well, Ephesus 2, the problems, though, because Dioscorus was barely more procedurally suspect than St. Cyril of Alexandria at Ephesus 1. They both relied on a whole lot of procedural gimmicks and, even sometimes ejecting people from the council to stop them from speaking. They both would have grounds on those grounds for not being accepted. I don't think we can rely on procedure, but perhaps there's an argument in there somewhere.
Right. My understanding from, I have to look up the proceedings at Ephesus 2, Second Council of Ephesus, and I'm just reviewing this now. This is just straight from Wikipedia. It was intended to be an ecumenical council, but because of the scandalous nature of the proceedings, canon legalities, and the heterodox nature of the canons and decrees as viewed by the Orthodox bishops of the East and West, it was never accepted as ecumenical. And apparently what happened is, according to the response of Chalcedon, it was reported that secretaries of the bishops had been violently prevented from taking notes, and it was declared that Bartholomew and Dioscorus struck Flavian. It was further reported that many bishops threw themselves on their knees to beg Dioscorus for mercy to Flavian, that the military were introduced, and also Alexandrine Parabolani, and that a scene of violence ensued, that the bishops signed under the influence of bodily fear, that some signed a blank paper, and that others did not sign at all, the names being afterwards filled in of all who were actually present.
Yeah, it was very prestigious.
What a mess.
Yeah, and so I'm willing to disqualify that council without reference to the people didn't accept it. I'm not as familiar with, for example, Sardica that you mentioned, but I would tend toward the theory that would accept as ecumenical the decisions of a council where the bishops of the whole church were represented and the decisions that they arrived at were properly, the procedure for the decisions was proper, which would, of course, exclude, probably would exclude all these threats of violence, but certainly would exclude affixing people's names afterward to documents they never saw.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nuts. And then the other one that would be interesting is Florence.
Florence, yes. My understanding of Florence is that very few Eastern bishops were actually present.
There were actually
most of the voters were presbyters, deacons, and even some laymen.
There really
that much. I think I've heard that. I've heard that too. Yeah.
Dozens of Easterners there, at least bishops. There were many more than dozens of Easterners. There was actually a very interesting character. What was it? George Plethon, who was a prominent Neoplatonist, not a Christian, who was taken by the Eastern delegation to Florence because he was a very learned man, and they wanted him to exchange ideas with the Italians, and he ended up being a large part of the sort of occultist revival in Western Europe. Afterwards, he exchanged a lot of ideas with people who were sympathetic to Giordano Bruno, for instance, and others, and his influence ends up in Bohemia during the reign of the Winter King and other stuff. So yeah, they had a whole bunch of people, go not as voters or anything. But yeah, St. Mark of Ephesus obviously did not sign, and then went back to Greece and started persuading monks and lay people and priests not to accept the council and everything. Yeah, but it was it's an interesting history in there.
Yeah, and I've actually been trying to research that a little bit. I'm in a group on a chat program called Telegram, which is just a couple of Orthodox guys, and I asked them what they thought about that. Weren't really able to help me that much. I was doing a little reading on Florence myself, and I had always thought that Florence was like the best argument for receptionism, that basically that only receptionism could make Florence not ecumenical. And I'm trying to find it now because I had read that there were a lot of non-bishops who were allowed to vote at Florence, and that some relatively small number of Eastern bishops attended, 30-something, I think. But I don't know for sure.
Of course, all the patriarchs signed.
Right, which is not that meaningful from the perspective of Orthodox ecclesiology.
Right.
Because all bishops are equal in everything that pertains to the essence of the church. The bishops are equal.
I mean, at the same time, all of the the early councils were usually only attended by a few Western delegates. Not all the Western bishops would show up. It was often just a couple of legates from Rome. Sometimes not even bishops who would go, and sometimes it was like a bishop and a deacon who would go and represent the entire West.
I think Nicaea, it was just like 2 legates from the Pope, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ephesus too, as well. There were I think 2 or 3 Roman legates, and at the very end of the council, they said, "We contradict this," and then left.
Right. Yes.
That's literally all they said.
Yeah, they were, they sat there as Dioscorus was, intimidating people and slapping people and bringing the military in, and at the very end they're like, "Nope, do this."
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. That was a real call.
Oh no, not at all. So I mean, the presence of all the bishops was never a condition of ecumenical councils. There's only ever a few hundred gathered in one place.
Sure, but here's what I would say. By the time of Florence, rather, there was already a schism. So what we would need to really recognize that council as ecumenical is it would have to be considered ecumenical on the basis of Eastern bishops alone. Because the only way I can see reunion happening is... Look, both sides have claimed that the other side is schismatic at best and heretical at worst, and both sides have claimed to be infallible. So the only way out of that is if one of them actually wasn't infallible, which could happen if the supposedly infallible authority accepted that, at which point it would break down. If the Pope dogmatically declared that he was not infallible, then there'd be no way out of that.
Actually, with Pope Francis right now, is that impossible?
So the same way would go for an Orthodox ecumenical council. So admittedly, I don't have a great answer to how can you definitively know whether a council is ecumenical, and that's something that I am trying to come to an answer to, but it's really hard. But it is hard for me to accept that 36 bishops constitute an ecumenical council by themselves.
But on what basis does the Eastern Orthodox Church consider itself infallible on the rejection of Florence? Because it never held another ecumenical council.
That's not actually true. We've had 2 councils since then, which have, although not always referred to as ecumenical, are widely regarded as ecumenical and are not. Their universal authority is not disputed.
Okay, Wait, are we talking about the Palamist councils or the Jerusalem?
I believe it was Jerusalem, and there might have been one in Russia, but I'd have to look them up. People often refer to 9 ecumenical councils, and the opponents of that do not say these councils are not binding. What they say is the term ecumenical refers to the Roman Empire and therefore doesn't apply after the fall of the Roman Empire.
Okay, so
I've heard those councils after Florence you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, so the Church has not lost, contrary to what some apologists will say, the Orthodox Church has not lost the ability to deal with new heresies by means of new binding councils, and you can dispute semantically about what the word ecumenical means, but there are still ongoing councils of universal authority that deal with new heresies as they come up, if that becomes necessary. And there is that council, I believe, in 1667. I think it was
Jerusalem, where they condemned the book that was that they said was not actually written by Cyril Lucaris.
Moscow. There's the Great Moscow Sobor, which I believe is regarded as. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. that deposed patriarch. Pronounced Nikon guilty. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, I believe the Moscow Sobor of 1666 is still regarded as binding, but could be. It could be mistaken about that. There are 2. 9.
Jerusalem 1672 is the one that I was thinking of, so I'll link that here. That's the one where Cyril Lucaris released that catechism or book affirming much of Calvinism, for which the book was. Yeah, exactly. The book was denounced as heretical, but they took great pains to announce that they didn't actually believe that Cyril wrote it.
Well, there's this one. Okay. So according to the Orthodox Wiki, these 2 are regarded as ecumenical by some in the Orthodox Church, but not by other Orthodox Christians who instead consider them to be important local councils. Fourth Council of Constantinople, which restored St. Photius the Great to his see in Constantinople and anathematized any who altered the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, and the Fourth Council of Constantinople, which affirmed hesychastic theology according to St. Gregory Palamas and condemned the westernized philosopher Barlaam of Calabria.
Oh, okay, yeah. That was way before Florence.
Yeah, but there have still been, for example, the Confession of Dositheus ratified by the Council of Jerusalem 1672. Authority is upheld, and so yeah, I'm mistaken. I thought the 8th and 9th were after Florence, but the point is, Orthodox councils have continued since the schism and have not relied on the participation of the Pope.
Oh, certainly, yeah. Those 2 in particular are considered ecumenical by some, but they're not. I mean, there's still local synods that are, that they're announcing, yes, this doctrine must be believed, but it's never been the case that unless any particular Orthodox church disagrees, they don't all have to incorporate this into their church, right? Unless they actually sent representatives and had it validated there.
So basically, we're just establishing definition of ecumenical is difficult.
Yeah, the definition of ecumenical, that's true, and
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, and honestly, like before, the Council of Jerusalem, the Apostolic.
Just to our 9 listeners.
The Apostolic Council of in Jerusalem, recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, is not technically one of the ecumenical councils, but still, obviously, if anything, more binding than any of the rest of them, and certainly no less binding. So,
right.
The word ecumenical is, yeah, but
it does not quite map onto the actual meaning, which is something that you must believe this in order to be part of the church.
Right. That's what I think people are really wondering about. And
infallible teaching.
Right, and my understanding is, for example, Council of Jerusalem 1672 is regarded generally as having that that level of authority. But, and I think I've had disputes with other Orthodox about Moscow 1667 because
that's shocking.
Yeah, but so yeah. I wish I could present a better explanation of what makes a council ecumenical.
Who's that red-haired Roman Catholic apologist on Catholic Answers?
Jimmy Akin?
Jimmy Akin. You ever read his? I think I might mention it to you actually. His "Why I'm Not Orthodox" article.
I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah. One of his arguments is actually, well, the Catholic Church is bigger.
Oh yeah. Well.
Yeah, that's one of his actual arguments, which I'm like, wow. So during the 3rd century, during the 4th century, you would have been Arian. Good to know. But I remember one of the things he said. What?
Look at the picture on the top of his blog. That tells you everything you need to know.
I'll look at it in a moment.
Whoa, he looks just like Chuck Johnson. Dude, he looks exactly like Charles C. Johnson.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, dude, he's oh man, Charles C. Johnson. Yeah, this guy was a big deal in internet slap fights before he got banned from Twitter permanently.
It kind of reminds me of that really goofy. Who's that comic artist that was like Tom Dobson, I think.
Oh, he does look like him, yeah.
Yeah, he looks just like Chuck Johnson.
No, I've got the post
News
up.
guy.
No, but I was gonna say, I remember one of the things he was trying to argue was, oh well, the Orthodox have never had a ecumenical council because they don't have the Pope, and I'm like, what? And I was looking at each ecumenical council, and I think every single one, the Pope had very little influence upon it actually being summoned, except for I think it's the third one.
And he didn't attend most of them either. He sent
Yeah, he didn't attend most of them.
Oh no, the argument has never been that the Pope has to call an ecumenical council.
Oh no, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying in some circles, like the Jimmy Akin or Catholic Answer circles, they will make that point. I'm not saying that's the historical argument or that's what smart people argue.
It is kind of a peculiar. Forgive me, but it does seem to me kind of a peculiar. My best understanding of the actual Catholic theology of the point is that an ecumenical council has its authority by virtue of being ratified by the Pope retrospectively. Is that right? Meaning the council makes its decisions and then the Pope says yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that being said, and with the notion of papal infallibility being now understood to have always been the case, it was dogmatized in 18 whatever at Vatican I, but it is understood that the Pope has always, in fact, been infallible, even before that dogma was declared. It seems like the ecumenical councils were a lot of trouble to go through if all you really needed was for the Pope of Rome to make a decision.
Well, yeah, if you consider the role of the council to merely be, up or down vote on this particular thing, is this the actual doctrine? But the Pope, as a human being, does not have the ability to sort through all these different, doctrinal questions and come to the best formulation or anything like that. Nor does he have the ability to, at least on the human level, compel all these other patriarchs to agree with him. It still takes, the consent of the entire church to pull together these definitions and to have a council, which is why popes continued summoning councils long after they considered themselves infallible. You can't just, as pope, release a bunch of bulls and say, okay, you do this, you do this, you do this. That's not how authority works in the church. It's by consensus.
Don't they do that in Spain?
What's that?
Don't they do that in Spain? Release a bunch of bulls?
Not anymore.
Exactly.
No, oh yeah, that's right. They got rid of it.
The church works by consensus. It doesn't work by an individual person, the pope, promulgating this or that. You need to get all the bishops behind points of doctrine, regardless of whether the pope can, for instance, teach heresy on points where he's saying, I'm telling you this is what must be believed, which is all papal infallibility is. And saying that the Pope will not actually teach heresy from the chair of Peter.
Right, and there's no, by the way, as far as I know, there is no clear and universally accepted definition of what an ex cathedra statement is, and some people believe there have been as few as two throughout the entire history of the Catholic Church.
Oh, I tend towards that view.
Which, honestly, it strikes me as a very underused charism, like if he really does have that power. But
well, if the charism actually means, well, whatever I say goes, then yeah. But if the charism means, at certain times, the Holy Spirit inspires the Pope to, clarify some point of dogma or to be, the rock which is able to decide in a dispute, then yeah, it makes a whole lot more sense. The charism isn't, this person gets to be the emperor of the church. The charism is this person is the captain of the bark of Peter and make sure it doesn't run aground. It's inherently a defensive and preventative sort of charism rather than an active one.
So when the assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary was dogmatized, what were you defending against? And understand that I actually believe in that, but when he dogmatized it as Pope.
No, I think that was probably. I don't like that he did. I certainly agree with it. but I don't think that was the use of the dogma or of the immaculate or of the infallibility of the Pope in its in the context in which it makes the most sense. So no, I don't think he should have dogmatized it. I don't think they should have dogmatized the Immaculate Conception either. I don't think they were defending against any heresy, and I think the whole point of dogma is to contradict a heresy. So I'm of the opinion that yes, Mary was conceived without sin, and yes, she was assumed into heaven after dying. The Dormition is something which I see. This is one thing that rustles me almost more than anything else. When I see Latin Catholics argue that Mary never died and was assumed alive into heaven like Elijah, which I actually
they do try to draw comparisons between her and Elijah. I've heard that.
Oh yeah, certainly. Comparisons between her and Elijah, comparisons between her and Eve. The Eve stuff, there's more of it, and it makes more sense to me. But yeah, that stuff rustles me more than anything else, to deny the witness of the entire church outside of Rome that Mary did indeed die.
Okay, but those are the only two, to the best of my knowledge, the only two proclamations that are universally regarded as being uses of that charism. There are other cases where it's debatable. For example,
you count the ratification of ecumenical councils, which I tend to. I mean, I will count those as being uses of the charism of papal infallibility,
including Vatican II.
It didn't dogmatize anything. Vatican II was entirely a pastoral council. It didn't define any points of doctrine.
And that is the way that the Roman Catholic Church is falling apart, with all due respect.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the traditionalists are like, oh, it's not dogmatic, and it's like, okay, yeah, on paper it's not dogmatic, but still.
People treat it like it's dogmatic, which is a huge problem, because they read stuff into it that is not actually in the text, but was inserted into the text by people who wanted to liberalize and destroy the church. To be
if I recall correctly, I think there was something at the end of the council they put in that, even if you want to argue, oh, this is pastoral, the wording, and forgive me, I don't have it in front of me, but the wording, it was something like, this is something to be followed or to guide the church, and it came across, even if it's not like, the exact wording, this is dogmatic, follow it, it came across as, this is something we want the churches to follow, or this is something we want the churches to obey.
Well, yeah, when you come up with a council that advises on pastoral and disciplinary issues, you want people to follow it. It doesn't mean that it's finding points of doctrine or that it can contradict earlier doctrine.
But I mean, it certainly does touch upon a lot of subjects that earlier councils had defined very differently. I mean, if you look at, I believe it's the Council of Vienne, and the way it speaks of Islam, and the Council of Vienne, if I recall correctly, was an ecumenical council to the Catholics, the way it talks about Islam, and then you look at Vatican II, and the way it talks about Islam, it's like they're completely different churches.
Oh, yeah. No, I totally agree, which is why I'm a traditionalist Catholic instead of one who actually agrees with the spirit of Vatican II, so to speak.
I'm really curious how Lumen Gentium, though, is not a doctrinal document. For instance, when it says things like, also included in the plan of salvation are those who acknowledge the Creator, which it goes on to clarify what it means as Jews and Mohammedans.
Oh, yeah.
And whereas, for instance, councils like Trent had declared that people like me, the Greek schismatics, were condemned to hell.
Me too.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Those councils said we were going to hell, and this council says, no, not only are the schismatic Christians, do they have the opportunity of salvation, but also included in the plan of salvation are the Jews and the Muslims. So it is hard for me to see that as a pastoral statement.
No, I would read that statement in Lumen Gentium in light of the scripture which they're drawing on, which is Romans chapters like 11 or 8 through 11, where St. Paul talks about how the fall of the Jews and their defection from the will of God is what gave rise to the faith of the Gentiles, and how the plan of salvation and the reason why he is preaching to the Gentiles now, why he's the apostle to the Gentiles, is so that he can arouse Israel back to God.
And does it say there that the Muslims, we worship the same God?
Yeah, okay, so my church calls God Allah about 20 times every liturgy, because Muslims are they worship God, but they do so imperfectly. They worship the one God that they found grounded in the Hebrew Scriptures. That
No,
doesn't mean
they
that
worship the God that was grounded upon Muhammad's complete butchering of the Hebrew Scriptures, various heresies,
yes,
various extra canonical, well, I shouldn't call that, excuse me, apocryphal Jewish traditions, and his own dreams and visions, which
yes,
is
I
completely
totally
not the same God.
Muhammad is a false prophet, absolutely a false prophet, and Mohammedanism is wrong on so many different things. But on the very basic, are they worshiping God? However incorrectly, however much God is displeased with them for being so utterly incorrect about His only Son, they acknowledge that there is one God, and that
Well, so do the demons, and the demons tremble.
Okay, but here,
Yes,
okay,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that they acknowledge there is one God, and so the demons tremble. It's James 2:18. Yeah, they're in the same position as the demons.
Right, but I'm just saying, if I'm a Roman Catholic layman and I'm looking at Vatican II, and Vatican II says we worship with the Muslims the same God, that's going to create. And I know that you don't like Vatican II. I'm not trying to make you defend Vatican II, but I'm saying that if I'm reading that, that's going to cause confusion, especially if, say, I'm completely ignorant of Council of Vienne or how the Roman Catholic Church has traditionally believed about what it has traditionally believed about Islam.
Oh, I totally agree. Vatican II is a disaster, and I agree with Bishop Athanasius Schneider and with the former Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre that we need probably a new council, but definitely a clarification of doctrine on Vatican II to correct heresies which have sprung from the text, because there were heretics who were inserting things both in the text of Vatican II and also within the very Novus Ordo Mass. The guy who wrote it, what was his name? Annibale Bugnini, the bishop, at the time priest, who wrote the new Mass, was a heretic. He was a Freemason, and he specifically wrote the new Mass to take out or to de-emphasize things that Protestants frowned upon, things like the offertory, for instance, and he did this to undermine the church. So yes, I absolutely agree that Vatican II is a disaster. It can be seen in, for instance, the seminaries. There are 10% as many seminarians in the United States as there were in 1963, despite having twice the number of Catholics. The number of people who go to Mass, the number of people who believe in the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, the number of people whose kids remain Catholic. It's been a total disaster, and it was intended to be a total disaster by the periti, the experts at the council, and probably by not too few of the bishops as well.
Do you think Freemasons invaded the council? Or?
Well, yeah, Annibale Bugnini was a Freemason.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I've heard Venkitus make that argument, so I'm just curious what you believe.
Yes. Oh, totally.
Okay.
As well as communists. I don't know, for instance, which people at the council, whether bishops, priests, or lay experts, were affiliated with the communist movement, but I can virtually guarantee you it was more than zero. There were assorted heretics, Freemasons, communists, what have you, at the council who were trying to undermine and destroy the church. That was the intention of a great number of people there. That's what was, what was revealed. Or possibly, I'm going to, because this is private revelation, leave it open, but there's a reason why many traditionalists have a great devotion to Our Lady of Fatima, because she told Lucia at the time that the ruin in the church will begin at the top. The apostasy will begin at the very top in Rome.
Okay, so a couple of things. Just to go back for a moment to the point about Muslims and Christians worshiping the same God, Zippy had a post about this not that long ago called Feeding the One Bob, which was well argued, but I think that whole interpretation of what it means to worship the same God is something of a departure from the way the church has talked about that historically. St. John Chrysostom, for example, very clearly states that the Jews do not worship the one true God.
Oh yeah, they liberal Catholics hate John Chrysostom.
Yeah, they do. It's amusing. They read, Adversus Judaios, and they think, "Oh, this is terrible stuff." But no, it's a distinct rhetorical tradition, and he's totally correct about the Jews.
And he says no Jew adores God because they reject Christ. In the same vein, Lutheran Secular recently made a video where he has a Christian and a Muslim talking, and they're trying to figure out if they worship the same God. And the Christian points at a crucifix and says, "This is the God I worship. Is this the God you worship?" And the Muslim says, "No." And the Christian says, "Oh, okay then." But when St. John Chrysostom says that Jews do not adore the God that we adore, and then a fortiori, the Muslims, who have much less of a claim to worship the true God than the Jews do. So to use, I do have an issue with that in the Magentium, and you can create this hermeneutic of continuity, and it's a noble effort, I think, because it's preserving what's best in the Catholic tradition, but it does seem a somewhat disingenuous reading of these texts, and I can't help but feel that traditionalists read the texts of Vatican II very much in the way that liberals read the Bible.
Yes. Oh, I totally agree with that, because the spirit in which Vatican II was written was a very bad spirit. It was a heretical spirit, to be totally frank with you. What Michael Davies, who it was a traditionalist writer in England up until the early 2000s, called time bombs in Vatican II. It was specifically written to undermine the mission of the Church and to damn souls. That's why Vatican II was there. That's why it was written. That's when Pope Paul VI warned at the conclusion of it that they wanted to throw the windows of the Church open to the world, but instead the smoke of Satan has entered by some crack. That's exactly what happened, and that's exactly what was intended by it. So yeah, I think the hermeneutic of continuity is a cute rhetorical strategy by traditionalists that does not actually agree with what traditionalists really think about it. But the traditionalist calculation was along the lines of this. We know that liberal Christianity has a tendency to die. And we know that traditionalist Christianity does not. And so we'll take this as a high watermark of liberal heresy in the Church, and we will continue to teach what we teach, and we'll continue to say what we say, and eventually the vast majority of liberals and their children will apostatize, and then we will reinterpret the post-Vatican II period after we retake power in the Church, basically. After we retake the dioceses, we retake the spots in the College of Cardinals, whatever, we'll play the long game, which is exactly what John Paul II and Benedict XVI were trying, which seemed like a really good strategy, at least until 2013 when Francis was elected.
And I really wish them every success, but it would make it harder for me, as someone who was looking and trying to determine which of these churches was actually the authentic continuation of the pre-schismatic church. It was really hard for me to accept, and it remains hard for me to accept, the idea that I guess that the protections afforded to the valid councils are just that there will be God will preserve the Church to the extent that there will always be some really twisted interpretation that allows it to technically not be heresy.
Yeah, well, it literally did not teach anything heretical. It was intended to further heresy, to spread it, yes, but there is nothing that it teaches that is actually heretical. So in that interpretation, I don't think is the same as the hermeneutic of continuity, which stresses the continuation of the spirit of the Church. That I don't think is tenable. The merely negative "this did not teach heresy" thing is, I think, totally correct, despite the fact that many, many, many people took it as an encouragement to teach heresy.
Well, that's true, and that is true of a lot of statements that Pope Francis makes as well. But okay, but when you have statements like that I brought up the issue of Jews and Muslims worshiping the same God that we do,
do they believe they worship the same God? Yes. Do they? That's yeah, they do. Do they actually render worship that God approves of? No. Absolutely not. Does their worship actually go to God, or does it go to demons? As Giovanni and us Giovanni and all of us were discussing earlier, probably demons. Do they believe that they believe in the same God as us? Yeah.
Do they believe? They believe
I don't. I think Muslims would probably not, because, like, you see a lot of
Muslims would consider that a heresy, because in the Quran it says the Trinity is shirk, which is an Arabic word for basically the highest form of heresy. Like,
yes,
the Muslims, they believe in heresy. Shirk is that's like the top. If you commit one of these shirks, you are for sure going to hell.
Yes.
And they believe that the Trinity is a shirk. So they would put us on the same level as Hindus or the LARPing pagans.
They historically have not. Nor were they in the Quran did they put us on the same level as Hindus.
Well, yeah, wait. Which part of their history are you talking about? Because it changed.
I'm talking about the history where Christians were allowed to be dhimmis instead of to face conversion or execution. The categorization of Christians as people of the book, along with Jews, which Mazdaeans were not classified as. The Mazdaeans lived in an area of what's now Iraq and were polytheistic. They were not considered people of the book in the same way the Jews and Christians were.
But I'm saying that we're talking about do the Muslims believe we worship the same God? If you read the Quran and you study Muhammad's history, they do believe that Christians received a message, and this is something that sometimes trips people up, because Muslims believe every person throughout history has been a Muslim, but then something snafu'd. They believe that Christ and his followers were all Muslims, and then something snafu'd, depending on which Muslim you talk to, it could be anything, but then they overstep their bounds, and the God that we worship now is not the God of Islam, and that's why they apply shirk to us.
Yes.
I mean, they probably think of our concept of God far worse than the Jews.
And
because
because the Jews believe that God is not a Trinity.
And I've seen Muslims claim that true Christians, the Christians who are referred to in the Quran as able to be saved, are not Trinitarians.
Yes.
Right.
And so the vast majority of people who call themselves Christian, and I think all of the people that those of us here would regard as Christian in any meaningful sense, are not Christian in the sense that those Muslims at least would interpret the Quran as referring to.
Yes, I agree.
And so maybe the divine line to maybe kind of explain it better is, let me put it this way, if I were to sit down with a conservative Anglican, him and I would probably disagree on a lot of things, but one thing I think we would both agree on heavily is our concept of God, who God is. Heck, I'm sure everyone in this Hangout, we would all come to agreement about who God is in terms of, he's the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Now, the problem is, if I sat down with a Muslim and talked with him, we're entering completely different realms, because their God has different concepts of the Trinity, of covenants. There's really the concept of covenant in Islam is it's divorced from the Judeo-Christian concept. They call the Trinity, the very concept of Trinity, one of the highest heresies. They consider the message, supposedly, that I have, and again, this depends on when you talk to Muhammad during his lifetime, because he changed it a dozen times. The Bible that I have right now beside me, they believe to be tarnished, that God, in essence, can't control and defend his word. The concept of God is completely different. So when someone says Christians and Muslims worship the same God, we're not talking about who wrote Hebrews here. We're talking about the very nature of God. And the natures of God, the very beings of God, are completely different. And especially on the Muslim side, it's one thing if we're talking about the filioque. I mean, far as I know, you guys are kind of in agreement with a lot of things. As another thing, if we're talking about, is he 3 in 1? Is he 1 in 1? Is Christ, God the Son, eternal, incarnate, reigning beside the Father? That's why when people say, well, we worship the same God. I mean, it's just that runs to a whole bunch of theological ramifications, and especially if you're trying to come from the Muslim perspective. For the Muslim, if you walked up to a devout Muslim, not a liberal, I want to end up on CNN Muslim, but a devout Muslim, and say, you worship the same God as I do, he's probably going to punch you in the face.
Yeah, frankly, I'm not convinced that that polytheism in its more advanced and sophisticated forms is that much further away from Trinitarian Christianity than
we're talking like Hellenistic polytheism of the philosophers here.
Yeah, because like the really naive absolutist monotheism, especially of Islam, to some extent of Judaism, it strikes me as not that much closer than, for example, I mean, if you read about in some of the Hellenic philosophers, you talk about Zeus, and beside him stand his act and his word. You can see sort of the rumblings of Trinitarianism in this. So to say that they worship the same God we do just because they worship one God, I don't buy that.
Well, they profess to be Abrahamic monotheists. Yes. Does that mean that their idea of God is correct in virtually any way? Absolutely not. They're fundamentally wrong about that. Absolutely. And that's for the same reason. You see, we were talking about this earlier. Many of the church fathers talk about the God of Plato as being a prefiguring of the understanding of God, because they, through natural reason, arrived at something approximating the nature of God. Certainly, and so to say that Plato was trying to, or at least had a, however darkly, a notion of who God is, despite not understanding that he is personal, that he loves people, he loves creation, that he is he arrived at there is one creator God, despite being totally wrong about virtually everything else about God. That's still, the church fathers will still say, look at your pagan philosophers. They understood this at least. At least if you read it in that way, rather than in the tone that it's given Lumen Gentium, which I will agree is totally not the tone that should be used when discussing Islam. It's a totally messed up religion, cobbled together from however many heresies and apocryphal works, and cooked up in the mind of a megalomaniacal, possibly somewhat insane pedophile. So yeah, it's extremely messed up. But do they believe that they are Abrahamic monotheists? Yes.
So how do you tell when a doctrinal statement is being made? If when they say something like, also included in the plan of salvation are so and so, who we previously said are going to hell, and you try to square that circle.
That doesn't mean that they are necessarily going to heaven as Muslims. It doesn't mean that when St. Paul says, in Romans, what is it, 9, that he is or I think 11, that he is the apostle to the Gentiles for the sake of the Jews, because God does not forget the Israelites, and neither does, Saul, an Israelite himself. The plan of salvation does not necessarily mean that these people are going to heaven. Absolutely not. It means that perhaps Islam as an institution, the Ummah, can, in some time in the future or whatever, provides some, I guess, guidance to those seeking God. Someone gets interested in Islam from a polytheistic background and then discovers Christianity. But Islam was part of the plan by which God brought them to the true faith.
But couldn't you say that about anything? Like anything could be.
Yes, exactly. So whether something is determined as dogmatic, if you look for the anathema sit, that's generally where you'll find it.
Okay, well.
Well, I have here a quote from the Catechism. Avenging Red Hand was referencing earlier. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator, in the first place amongst whom are the Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. And I understand where you're coming from, and trying to understand this from a more orthodox, again, little o, perspective. And I'll commend you for that. And I understand from a traditional Catholic mindset why you would want to do that. I think, again, for someone like myself or Avenging Red Hand, people who are not Catholic, people who are kind of looking from the outside in, when I see something like, together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day, and I understand, I believe me, I'm not ignoring you, I'm listening to you, I understand you say, well, they profess it. I know they do. The problem is, here you have from the Christian side, someone affirming that. And
what St. John Chrysostom would have done.
I look at people like you and Arthur and many, many other people I talk to, and I'm somewhat active in internet evangelization, if you want to call it that. And the number of people who say to me, "Why are you Catholic? Not even your Pope believes in Catholicism," or Vatican II is obviously yada yada yada. Yeah, it is extremely troubling, and I really detest everything about it.
No, I understand, and I guess maybe what I was trying to convey is, for someone looking in, to have to reinterpret it, even for honorable means, which I'm sure you do, or excuse me, I'm sure you have, it just seems, I don't want to sound ungracious, it almost seems like whistling in the dark almost, because you yourself acknowledged that Vatican II had improper motivations, if I understand correctly.
Well, improper motivations from many of the people in attendance, not from everyone.
Okay, correct.
Not from John the 23rd.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's perfectly valid. Excuse me. But I would almost say, I mean, maybe this goes back to what we were saying about the filioque, about why words matters, because long term, I almost say, yeah, we really do need another council, because these words as is, even if there are traditionalists and conservatives like yourself who want to say, well, look, let's try to read this through the lens of what came before, this is being taught. I mean, I've seen Roman Catholic priests teach this, and this is being taught by the church as a whole in layman circles as a kind of inclusivist heresy.
Yeah.
And again, I understand that's not what you're saying. I understand where you're trying to come from. It just makes it difficult to kind of accept this as valid and at the same time try to reinterpret it.
I'm going to say this while I can, because there's going to be an Orthodox council soon about whose results I'm not optimistic, and I may have to adopt a similar hermeneutic. But I think the reason this is such a problem for people looking for the Church of the Apostles, as I was, is that when traditionalists will try to explain Vatican II, and they'll say, okay, yes, Vatican II was bad, it had bad consequences, it had bad motivations, but here's why this is still the Church, here's why we're still infallible. Basically, what it boils down to is that the Church, the protection that God extends to the Church, all that means is that they won't definitively proclaim a heresy. Yes. But when you have something, but the purpose of infallibility, I assume, is to, the reason why that charism exists at all is to uphold the Church in her mission of saving souls. And so if it's possible to undermine so completely the Church's mission of saving souls while still technically falling within the bounds of that charism, it begins to make you wonder what the point is. And I think that may be part of the motivation for why so many Orthodox don't like the word infallible, which I think we have to use, because you have to be able to, whatever the defining authority is, be it Pope or councils, you have to be able to point at that and say that we believe God preserved them from error, and that's why we follow them. But it does sort of strain the credulity of the one who's considering converting to it when you say that it's just on paper that way. It's the same way because a lot of Catholic apologists will go after the Orthodox over contraception, and I actually agree completely with the Catholic Church on the issue, and I think
plus divorce and remarriage.
That the Orthodox faithful and hierarchy have really fallen down on the job. But the fact is that in reality, the Catholic Church is the only difference is on paper.
I have to pause here. I have to head out, guys. I gotta head home.
All right.
I'll leave it with you.
Nice chatting with you. Have a good night, Giovanni.
Thanks for coming, Giovanni.
Yeah, no problem. Glad, really great talking to you all. Pleasure meeting you all.
Yeah.
Very good talking
Have a
to
good
you.
one.
First time
Thank
after
you.
seeing Boots for so long.
Yes, exactly. Take care, guys. God bless.
You too.
You too.
Anyway, that was pretty much all I had to say, was that it seems very cold comfort to have a charism of infallibility that doesn't really serve its purpose of upholding the Church in its salvific mission.
Certainly. And if you look at rates of church attendance in for the liturgy in Greece and Russia, Romania, Serbia, maybe Serbia, I don't know quite as much about Serbia, the Orthodox Church doesn't seem to be doing that much of a better job at saving souls if you talk about the lay people and their prayer lives and their attendance of the liturgy, their reception of the sacraments. If we're going to talk about who gets saved, the numbers of the saved, whether you are preserving enough faithful teaching and presenting it in a way so as to save souls, Vatican II is a disaster, but I'm not altogether convinced that it is all that much worse than what the Orthodox in America and in their home countries are experiencing.
Well,
the mass apostasy seems to be infecting both.
Yeah, there are huge problems that are infecting both. That's absolutely true. And I think when they raise the issue of contraception in particular, I actually divorce and remarriage is another issue entirely, because we actually have a somewhat different theology surrounding that issue that we've had for a long time, whereas contraception, the Orthodox acceptance of contraception is a complete innovation.
The Orthodox accepting a divorce was a complete innovation about 1,000 years ago.
Well, I mean, if you want to say that, I don't necessarily agree with that, but the point is that innovation, if it was an innovation, happened a long time ago, whereas the innovation on contraception happened in living memory. And in fact, Metropolitan Callistos Ware, who is no traditionalist, wrote a book called The Orthodox Church in the 1960, I don't remember what year, 1960-something edition. He said artificial methods of birth control are not accepted by the Orthodox Church. That line was struck from all future editions of the book, and is not available. It is not written in the copies that you're likely to buy now, which is tragic. And horrible, and there's not a lot I can say to defend that, except that when Latin apologists come to me and they say your church accepts contraception, all I can say is that not only their laity, but also many of their clergy, and probably their hierarchy, although I can't like quote specific examples, but I mean I happen to know at least one Roman Catholic priest who regularly encouraged the use of contraception by his penitents.
Yeah.
So it's a problem on both sides, and I'm totally willing to acknowledge the fault on our side, but I'm not impressed with the triumphalism of the Latin apologists. Like, aha!
Oh, yeah, no. The triumphalism will make me very, very disappointed hearing it from anyone. The Latins I experience occasionally. Greeks I experience a little bit more from going to an Eastern church myself.
Well, the Greeks just love being Greek, and I'm all for that as far as
Greeks, I'm saying everyone affiliated with the Eastern Orthodox Church by extension, as sort of Latins, including Germans and assorted Latin Americans and such.
I mean, so yeah, I mean, as far as that point goes, that's sort of where I'm at. But I'm not sure that you can compare, for example, low church attendance rates or something like that to the situation that emerged from Vatican II. Because you can certainly say that if the Orthodox hierarchy were holier or wiser or something like that, more people would be coming to church. And I don't think there's any way to say that's not true. But there is a difference between people who are not receiving the sacraments because they choose not to come to church, and people who are receiving the sacraments in a really impoverished way, despite their best efforts, because the hierarchy has deliberately impoverished their liturgical and sacramental life.
Yeah, certainly. This began as a sort of distinction between what on paper does the church teach that indicates that the gates of hell have prevailed against it, if in fact, or that this is not the church because the gates of hell shall not prevail over the church, or what in practice is it. You know, where's the bright line of how much corruption, how much heresy needs to be within the church? How many souls need to be lost before we can say that the gates of hell have prevailed? Which is really what this discussion comes down to. That is scripturally where we derive the notion of the infallibility of the church from.
Absolutely. And so what I kind of see in the traditionalist Catholic camp is that you could have a church where the Pope was a heretic and every bishop was a heretic, and 99% of the people were heretics, and everybody was teaching heresy all the time, and as long as the Pope didn't get around to pronouncing his heresy ex cathedra, the gates of hell still haven't prevailed against the church.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jesus specifically said, when he returns, will he find faith upon the earth? Things could get very, very bad. I don't think I've done enough research to be able to, or I don't think I've compiled enough sources from the fathers to be able to say, here is the bright line where I know this will mean that the gates of hell have prevailed over this institution, therefore I should become Eastern Orthodox or whatever. I don't know where that bright line exists except for in one place, which would be the teaching of heresy as dogma by the Pope.
Right.
That bright line probably exists in many other places, but I certainly don't think that the situation is nearly as bad as your characterization of 99% of the laity and the hierarchy and everything.
Oh, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that it seems like, from the way traditionalists argue, that even if that were the case, they would still argue the same way. No, I'm not at all saying that 99% of the Catholic laity are... No, nothing like that. Although on the contraception issue specifically, it's very close to that. My understanding is that up to 90% of sexually active Catholics use it.
The good news is a couple more generations, and that'll be less so.
In fact, I remember a conversation I had. I was in Europe visiting with my very Catholic cousins and grandmother, and we were sitting around the dinner table, and at some point they were discussing a family that they knew. And one of my cousins, who I had regarded up to that point as a reasonably devout conservative Catholic, says in this sort of hushed tone, they don't believe in contraception. And I said, well, they're Catholic. And she looked at me like, oh, you poor fool. And she said...
Yeah, where in Europe was this?
Well, we were on a cruise. They were all Americans, but we were in Italy.
Okay.
And she says to me, I think she even used the word sweetie. She says, sweetie, most Catholics now believe in contraception. And at that point, I was just like, okay, well.
There's reason to hope. My girlfriend is one of 10, and she has about 100-something first cousins.
Wow.
Her mother is one of 14 kids. So a couple more generations, assuming that the end of the world doesn't happen, which we haven't gotten into this, but there's it's good as a Christian to believe that the end is near. It surely is. That is what the early church believed. And there's good reason to believe that for many other reasons. But still, if we do have several more generations, I think you'll see the number of Catholics using contraception decrease substantially, as those who use contraception are much more likely to apostatize, plus they don't have nearly as many kids.
Well, no doubt, and I think that's true. That's true in every group. That'll be true for us. That'll be true for
Benedict back in the 60s, I believe, right after the council, said is that likely we're going to see the church become smaller, more pure, less associated with various heresies and bad enthusiasms and lukewarmness, and we're likely to see it reemerge as the sort of creative and dynamic minority that it was in the early centuries, which seems to be the case. At least I live in an area where that's certainly the case, where there's a large number of traditionalist laity and priests and even bishops, where we get bishops flying in to give lectures and say masses in Latin that last for 3.5 hours, and everyone gets together, and the average age is about 18 because most of these families have between 5 and 8 kids. So I see signs for hope, is what I'm saying.
Oh, and I agree with you. And there's a rise of more conservative clergy in the Roman Catholic Church that I know about for sure, because I know some of the people who were coming of age during the time of Vatican II, and they complain about it. And I believe I'm given to believe in the Antiochian Orthodox Church. There's a similar thing. The Antiochians have been famous for being among the most liberal for a long time, and the late Metropolitan Philip of blessed memory had some real issues with the way he organized the diocese and this sort of thing. But there's a great rise, especially in the old country, but even here. And so yeah, that's true. And I don't lose hope in that way. I have said in the past about a third Sirius that if the Catholic Church survives the pontificate of Francis, though, that would be the proof of the divine favor on it.
I'd be ready to welcome you back after he goes to his eternal reward.
The only thing about that that would be kind of annoying is I think if I converted, I'd technically be a Ruthenian Catholic.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Ruthenian Catholics. They're great.
No, there's nothing wrong with them, but I'm not Ruthenian. I mean, I didn't like... the Byzantine Rite's beautiful and everything, but I would rather be Western.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Well, let's see. I don't see why you having been baptized... Well, let's see. You were baptized originally... No, you were never baptized Catholic, right?
No, I was baptized in a very dubious Protestant ceremony.
Oh, that's right. Oh, your parents were lapsed Catholics. They never took you to a Catholic church.
Right, and then I was baptized in the Orthodox Church, but my understanding is that converts from the Orthodox Church are received into the corresponding Eastern Catholic Church, which in the case of the OCA is really not clear who that would be, but I think Ruthenian.
I don't see why it wouldn't be clearly Ruthenian. They left the Ruthenian Church in the first place.
Well, the Orthodox Church in America was known prior to the name change as the Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Metropolia. And my parish in particular, it definitely, I don't know any Ruthenians there anymore. Just there was one who was my godfather. He's gone to a Ukrainian church now. So I think most people in the OCA think of themselves more as in the Russian tradition.
Yeah.
I don't hear anybody talking about Ruthenian stuff. When you ask,
there aren't that many Ruthenians.
When you ask the priest, like, what is the fasting rule on this day, he will say, well, in the Russian tradition, we do this. So they think themselves as Russian. But there's no Russian Catholic Church to speak of, certainly not.
There is, but it's not very large.
Well, I mean,
but yeah, you'll be, technically considered Byzantine Catholic, but of course you'll be free to go to whatever Latin parish you'd like.
Right. So anyway, yeah, if it survived Francis, then I don't know.
If it doesn't survive Francis, I'll become Orthodox.
I'm very committed to my faith, but it would be really amazing if it survived him.
So let's talk at his funeral and see what happens, and one of us will be joining the other's church.
But I was okay. So on that note, though, Francis and his impact, I have not read the entirety of Amoris Laetitia.
Yep.
But I have read parts of it. And it strikes me as that there's no anathemas in it, to the best of my knowledge, but it's unclear to me why the document is not an ex cathedra statement. Obviously, there's a lot of pastoral stuff in it, but there do seem to be statements of what Francis at least believes to be moral truths, which falls under his charism. I'm thinking in particular of the statement, every form of sexual submission must be clearly rejected, including all improper interpretations of Ephesians 5. So I'm curious what you make of that statement. Obviously, the term improper interpretation is an enormous amount of wiggle room, but every form of that doesn't have as much wiggle room.
Yeah, apparently he anathematized all sadomasochists. So
right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly to make of that. The charitable, and I think the reading that wouldn't say that that all kinky forms of sex and within marriage people role playing and whatever, you can't do police officer role plays or whatever you'll read that to say that the charitable reading of it would be sexual slavery is wrong. Rape gangs, Rotherham style, that must be anathematized.
Well, okay, but I'm not even talking about that necessarily. I'm just talking about the fundamental nature of sex itself, right? I'm not even talking about kinky role play or anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, even read C.S. Lewis on inequality. He brings this up. He says inequality is an erotic necessity. So yes. I sent out a tweet recently, which was retweeted by Nick B. Steves, where I quoted Pope Francis in Amoris Laetitia, and then I said, Holy Father, do you actually know what sex is?
Yeah.
And so I get that you can identify, if you will, forms of sexual submission that are genuinely evil, but that's not what he said. He said every form.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and read exactly what he said in context, because I didn't read that. I was actually more focused on what he was saying about the possibility for communion for the divorced and remarried, this sort of penitential option endorsed by Walter Casper, where he tries to sort of bring Latin practice closer to the practice of Constantinople.
Well, I will say, Constantinople gives them a second marriage in church.
Yes.
Constantinople never says you can get divorced and then start cohabiting with someone and receive communion.
Yes, exactly. No, there's a second marriage without the first having been declared null.
Right, and because right, pardon me. There's the whole theology around that, which obviously the Catholic Church finds unacceptable, which is that in certain cases we can consider the marriage to no longer exist. I didn't necessarily have strong opinions on this theoretically before converting. For me, this is just, I joined this church and I am conforming my intellect to the dogmatic teachings of this church. Same with the filioque. But what I will say is, in the Orthodox Church, the practice is to, in certain cases, to recognize that a marriage no longer exists in any practical sense, and not to bind, generally speaking, the innocent party by it and prohibit them from marrying again. It's often said that the Orthodox Church allows divorce, which is a bit of an overstatement. Like divorce is considered a sin, but it's on the level. It's comparable to murder. Like, it's a sin to murder someone, but that doesn't mean the person you murdered is alive.
Yeah. Is it generally the practice to only allow one person from the former marriage to remarry?
From what I've heard in preaching and canons and things like that, that is the norm. I don't have case law to demonstrate to what extent that's followed in practice, but that is at least the theory that is typically articulated.
What is it now? You're saying it's that they only allow one person?
They typically would only. So, for instance, if a marriage was divorced because of one partner's adultery, it would be the partner who did not commit adultery who would typically be blessed to marry again. But what you have to understand is that even though we don't have the Latin theology of the unbreakable matrimonial tie. Even though we don't have that in the way that the Catholic Church does, every second marriage, and especially every third marriage, is permitted by dispensation. And it's up to the Church to judge whether allowing such a marriage, it's not like the first marriage. You have a right to a first marriage. But if you try to contract a second marriage, you don't have any rights. And the Church can deny that second marriage for basically any reason. And essentially, you have to justify to the Church why this second marriage is necessary for you to work out your salvation. That's the theory. Of course, in practice, it's administered by humans, and there's all kinds of cases you can cite of royalty and whatnot, putting pressure on the Church. But there is no law that entitles you to a second marriage.
Yeah. Oh, I was very aware of how it all works out in theory.
Right. I don't remember how we got on this. Oh yeah, but anyway, so it drives me crazy when the Casperites try to include us in this because
I totally being someone with sympathies to the East myself, I do not consider the Casperites to be authentic interpreters of the Eastern tradition and bringing it to Rome.
Right. So if yeah, the Casperite solution is awful. But the thing about that whole issue is, I guess that's one of those technically pastoral things, like, because what they're saying is not that the second marriage is valid, it's just that we're going to give them communion even though they're unrepentantly notorious adulterers.
Yeah.
Technically, that's not teaching a heresy. It's definitely directly encouraging a mortal sin, but it's not technically heresy. Yeah.
And that's Pope Francis saying, well, he didn't actually say communion. He said through the sacraments. That could be, well, maybe if one of these people falls sick, then we can give them extreme unction. Which, the fact that he did it that way makes it seem like he's really, because he is a Jesuit, which is basically a Catholic Pharisee, he's going to skirt the law to the closest possible extent.
Well, that's exactly right, and that's what he does with everything, and that's why it is a little frustrating from our side to see the traditionalists trying to wrangle everything he says. But on the other hand, I mean, they're doing the best they can with what they have.
The thing is we were doing okay until he was elected. All we need to do is survive, and then we can install Pius XIII, have Cardinal Sarah elected, name himself Pius XIII, and he can start anathematizing and excommunicating everyone.
I'm curious. Obviously, the cardinals, when they, I guess it's after 80, they can't vote.
Yeah.
And is that the point when they would appoint a replacement, or how exactly does that work?
Oh yeah, that's okay. So the cardinal, because the Pope has always been elected by the clergy of Rome. So a cardinal is anyone appointed, any clergyman appointed as the rector of a certain church in Rome. So the cardinal, there used to be cardinal deacons, now it's all cardinal bishops. So it's a bishop who is the titular rector of a certain church or cathedral within Rome, and whenever a cardinal retires, a new cardinal takes his place. So the Pope, picks another person to become the dean rector of that church, and then puts a red hat on them and they're a cardinal.
Okay, so I don't know what the current makeup of the Curia is or who's expected to die in the meantime, but what I can see is that Pope Francis is going to have quite a certain amount of opportunity anyway to appoint his own cardinals who would find to continue his tradition. On the other hand, Pope Benedict has an opportunity to elect
cardinals. The certain bishops' conferences and the individual bishops have quite a large amount of influence on who gets the nod. So the question in the United States is whether it goes to Archbishop Chaput of Philadelphia, who is a conservative, or Archbishop Supich of Chicago, who is frankly a blazing heretic of the worst modernist extraction. So Francis would probably like to pick Supich. However, that would be very much frowned upon, I think, by the American church, because Supich is a newcomer. He was previously the Bishop of Spokane, Washington, and only distinguished himself by his hostility to pro-life Catholics in the area, by discouraging, praying in front of abortion clinics, and just generally being an outrageous heretic. So Pew has a long record of being an excellent bishop in Denver and in Philadelphia. Obviously, what I'm saying is that the Pope does not get to unilaterally, without any sort of influence, get to politically, stack the curia with whoever he wants. There are other considerations at play here. But yeah, Francis, because he is Francis, is probably going to do as much as he can to stack the curia with heretics.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to see who gets elected after him. And although it seems like the modernists always do more damage than the quote-unquote conservatives are willing to undo. For example, Benedict XIII was supposed to be this great conservative pope. He was the one who, what's the term for when you make someone venerable?
Beatify.
Isn't that when you make them blessed?
Yeah, well, when you make them venerable, there's another, I was not aware that there was a, yeah.
He bestowed that title on Paul VI.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe is canonized.
Yeah, wait, he's not canonized at this point.
Isn't he? Okay.
No, Paul VI has not been canonized. John the 23rd has been.
Okay, my apologies. John Paul II and John the 23rd then, right?
Yeah.
And Paul VI is venerable or blessed?
I'm not sure which, but he's one of those two.
Okay, he was made venerable by Pope Benedict XVI, who was supposedly this great conservative pope. And
Pope Benedict XVI did not immediately reverse all the garbage.
Yeah.
I think he was playing a long game by which he was trying to, set up a trajectory to end the modernist controversy without forcing Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, and several other countries into schism. Mm-hmm. That was the calculation that he made, and it looks really foolish right about now.
Yeah. So what I see is okay. So Paul VI, the great outward example is the papal coronations and the pontifical high mass at the inauguration and the tiara and all this sort of thing. Paul VI gets rid of it. Relatively conservative popes who follow him are not going to bring it back.
Right.
So, and that in and of itself, obviously I wish they would do it, but it's not of the essence.
No, it's not like that was what was being done by, Peter and Linus and Cletus and the very first popes. They were not, strutting around in a tiara.
Right. Well, there's a lot of things that. Right. So it's not that. It's one of those things where it's not that it's technically wrong not to do it, but.
But it's a bad sign that they got rid of it. Yeah.
Right.
One thing
exactly.
I will say in favor of Paul VI is, for all his faults, and I think it would be a very bad thing to canonize him. For all his faults, he did write Humanae Vitae, which is the document that formally said, despite whatever else you may think in this new springtime of the Church, the Spirit of Vatican II, contraception is not okay. And for that he was despised and ruthlessly attacked by lay people and bishops of the liberal persuasion.
And I will absolutely give him credit for that. And I will say, by the way, that when he wrote that encyclical, Patriarch Athenagoras of Constantinople wrote back to him, congratulating him and assuring him that our church was, and I quote, in full agreement with you.
Oh yeah, they were good friends.
And the Patriarchate of Constantinople now is regarded as quite liberal. In fact, the current patriarch, when he was Metropolitan of Chalcedon, was asked a question about abortion and gave a downright Jesuitical answer where he said, and I quote, "We cannot go into the Christian couple's bedrooms."
Unquote. Oh, no, that's not even Jesuitical. That's even worse. That's like, oh man, that's awful.
I mean, he didn't technically say abortion is okay, And in fact, I've never heard of anyone having an abortion in their bedroom, unless you count, I guess, like the Plan B pill or something. Which, yeah, okay, but I mean, obviously, enormous numbers of abortions do not take place in, as if that, not that that matters, but just it's a stupid answer.
So Patriarch Bartholomew actually said that we can't go into their bedrooms.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was not patriarch at the time, but yes, he did say that when he was Metropolitan Bartholomew of Chalcedon, I believe. Which is one reason why I don't really take the ecumenical patriarchate seriously as the world representative of orthodoxy. Like, I really look to Moscow. The Patriarch of Moscow recently said publicly and quite loudly that feminism is destroying Russia, and that women should stay home and raise children. Which was
it's
definitely
good that they took off the communist yoke around the same time that the ecumenical patriarchate was liberalizing. It's a happy confluence of events there.
Yeah, and it's funny for me to think that not that long ago, the EP was rescuing Russian parishes in the diaspora from communist domination, and there are many Slavic churches that are under the EP for that very reason. For instance, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the USA commemorates the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church in Ukraine commemorates the Patriarch of Moscow.
That's very interesting, yeah.
I mean, okay, there's three. There are a couple of schismatic groups in Ukraine. One of them claims to have a patriarch in Kiev, but the canonical Orthodox Church in Ukraine is under Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's who I really see, Patriarch Kirill, and except when it comes to the issues surrounding the reception of converts, the ROCOR. And there's an Archbishop Kirill of San Francisco who has jurisdiction here, who's absolutely rock solid. Those are the people who I see as really the standard bearers of orthodoxy, and those are the people who are blocking the worst stuff that's coming up in this council. And so when people look to Bartholomew as the leader of world orthodoxy, I don't really think in any practical sense. He's a bit like his relationship to world orthodoxy in terms of making doctrinal statements is sort of similar to the Queen's relationship to Anglicanism.
Oh man, after so many centuries of struggling so hard to define and exalt the role of Constantinople, to see it come to this is unfortunate. Of course,
well,
I have a much worse. I mean, I say that's unfortunate. It's a million times less unfortunate than what's happened to Rome under Francis.
Yeah, there's very little room for either side to be like, aha, we got you.
Exactly, which is why triumphalism is so important to resist, because it is. You can critique it on being, oh, that's not ecumenical, but it's also not reasonable or practical in any sort of way.
And I mean, I remember the Orthodox Church is in preparation for the Great and Holy Synod released several documents, some of which I think are really terrible. But the one on the relations of the Orthodox Church to the rest of the Christian world, I think, is quite measured and perfectly authentic and within the tradition in almost every way. I seem to recall there was one objectionable statement at the end of it that I overlooked on my first reading.
What do I Google? What do I Google to see the document?
Relations of the Orthodox Church with the rest of the Christian world. It's not officially approved yet, but it's the draft document for the council. And it looks like this council is supposed to be a rubber stamp on things that everyone already agreed anyway, sort of like those meetings we all have at work where we just agree to things that we already knew from emails.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's really the way that ecumenical councils are supposed to work.
And well, that was the council in Trillo, except for all the anti-Roman and anti-Armenian canons.
I mean, we'll see if the Holy Spirit has other plans, but I mean, this is a statement. Basically, some of my more rigorous friends were upset because it acknowledges the existence of any ecclesial reality outside of full communion with Constantinople, Moscow, etc.
That's ridiculous because if that weren't the case, why would the bishops have consented to go to Florence in the first place?
Well, exactly. And what they will actually tell you, the rigorous party in the church will tell you, for example, that when we receive a Protestant by chrismation, we're not recognizing the validity of his previous baptism. But what happens is that the up until then empty form of his baptism is filled with grace. They never use the term retroactively, but that is basically what they're saying.
Yeah, no, I mean it makes no sense in the tradition of the church, except if you look at it in light of what happened with the ecumenical patriarchate in the 18th century and the Horos of Cyril V.
Right, and that
was a total innovation. This whole denial of sacraments outside the church. Sure, you may find references in Cyprian of Carthage, but otherwise.
Right, and there are some references in the Fathers, but the fact is that the councils proclaimed canons specifying the mode of receptions of converts into the church, and it was not economia. Economia, by definition, is when you don't do what the canons say. So if the canon says you will receive Arians by chrismation, it's akrivia when you receive an Arian by chrismation.
That's in the Quinsex Council we were just talking about. I just mentioned Trullo. That's like what, Canon 20 or whatever, Trullo?
I'm not sure, but I assume that you're correct.
It's in Trullo somewhere, yeah.
But the point I'm making is that they are interpreting things, I think, to a certain extent with the same eye that traditionalist Catholics interpret more recent statements in the Catholic Church, that liberal Christians of all stripes interpret statements in the Bible, where they say, yes, the Council said to receive Arians by chrismation, but that doesn't really mean what the only theology that would give it any sense says it should mean.
That's confusing because, to consider that Arians have a valid baptism, baptism has to be done in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Well, they
Arians don't actually believe that the Son is of one essence with the Father.
That's true, and that's why I think it's interesting now that we don't accept Mormon baptisms, because Mormons are in sort of the same boat, not acknowledging the Trinity in any way that we would recognize as Orthodox, but they do baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, which it's consistent. Oh wait, receiving them by chrismation would be consistent, I guess, in some strange fashion with the canons of the councils.
The only thing about that, though, is this is one difference between the Orthodox and Catholic churches, is that in the Orthodox Church, baptism has to be conferred by someone who has been baptized, regardless of the form.
Doesn't it in the Catholic Church as well?
My understanding is that an unbaptized person can validly baptize in the Catholic Church. However, due to the extreme likelihood of a defect of intent, if that person should survive who was baptized in that way, he would be conditionally rebaptized, is my understanding.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
That's why it's not an issue for reunion, because it doesn't call into question, from our point of view, the validity of your baptismal succession. But it is a theological difference. But that being said, my understanding is that Joseph Smith and several of his early companions actually baptized each other, and so the continuous succession of baptisms, even if the form were valid, from the apostles to the early Mormons is an extreme doubt. And
okay.
Yeah.
No, definitely conditional baptism is a very, very good thing for that case.
So I think I think that's probably why we receive them by baptism, or at least that's the best justification for the practice, even if it's not what people were thinking when they came up with it.
Right. Yeah.
There's also the question of intent, and I don't think the Orthodox Church has ever developed the theology surrounding sacramental intent to quite the extent that the Catholic Church has.
Right. Well, do Mormons believe in baptismal regeneration?
Well, I'm not really sure so much of Mormon theology doesn't fit into traditional Christian categories at all, that I don't know whether you could even just answer that question straight up yes or no. I believe that they do consider it a rite that is in some way spiritually efficacious, like they're not Baptists.
Apparently, yeah. According to well, some guy quoted by Wikipedia, they actually do believe that baptism is a sacrament.
I mean,
Along
in the
with,
sense that they understand the word sacrament. They use a lot of our words in totally different senses.
well, yeah, well, what I mean is this. What is this? Gregory A. Boyd says that oneness Pentecostals teach what he calls baptismal regeneration. The the publication Vantage Point attributes what it calls baptismal regeneration to Roman Catholicism, Seventh-day Adventism, Mormonism, United Pentecostalism, most Churches of Christ, and Eastern Orthodoxy. So
Yeah.
the baptismal intent would appear, at least from that, I'd have to, of course, do more reading, but it's at least not ridiculous to think that Mormons have a valid, they have baptism, the intent to baptize, we'll say.
Right, and my understanding of the Catholic doctrine surrounding intent is that it's really quite broad.
Yeah, for the most part. Although in some cases, for instance, Episcopalian, Anglican ordinations does not.
Right. Well, Episcopalian Anglican ordination, and I completely agree with the decision that was made in Apostolic Icurae. And as far as I know, although we've never had quite as definitive a statement, that is the universal practice of the Orthodox Church as well, is to reordain convert clergy from Anglicanism if they're going to be priests in the Orthodox Church.
Right.
But because that sacrificial language was removed and it reflected an intent not to consecrate a priest in the sense we understand, the issue that I have with this theology of intent is that it often seems to depend on totally private individual intent, as if a validly ordained priest could get up and say the Mass and do all of the actions of the Mass and secretly in his head be thinking, I'm not actually doing the Mass, and you wouldn't receive the sacraments. I have a certain amount of...
That's actually not what the Church teaches, though. Because even if a priest doesn't believe... If a priest is an atheist and he's ordained a priest and he's doing all of the, what is prescribed in the rubrics during the Mass, you still do not doubt that that's a sacrament.
That would be my opinion, but that is not the opinion of a number of Catholic theologians, and I'm going to try to dig up the article in EWTN on the intention required in the Minister of the Sacraments, a summary of dogma and theology combined by Christopher V. Miras.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. However, Ian is telling us that we should be wrapping up, so please do send that to me. I'd be very interested to see it.
Yeah, I'm not on Twitter till Saturday, but here, if you just take this.
Yeah, because a lot of this it goes back really to the Donatist controversy, and whether ministers, priests who defected in the face of martyrdom could really be seen to be priests if they are not truly holy, if they don't have the intent of living the Christian life to the fullest.
Right.
And that's where the sacramental theology got defined, was because it was against the heresy of Donatism. So we will wrap up. Thank you very much for sending that to me. Any further remarks or anything? I'm going to be totally silent here.
No, I think we covered a lot of topics, and one of my personal tendencies is to ramble a bit. So apologies for that to the extent that we didn't necessarily wrap anything up, but it's been great, and thank you both, and thanks also to Giovanni, who was here before, and I hope people enjoy this, and I'd love to, if you want to have me back.
One question before you go. Avenging Red Hand, has anyone ever told you look like Axel from The Middle?
Axel from the what?
The Middle, the TV show. Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
You haven't?
No, I haven't. Hold on, I can Google it and see.
Okay.
Axel.
AXL is how his name is spelled, like Axl Rose.
Axel on the Middle.
He's on the show.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean, although he's got a smaller nose and a bigger mouth than I do, but I can kind of see where you're coming from. Charlie McDermott. No, I was recently compared to a young Paul McCartney, which
yeah, kind of.
Like I don't even
Paul McCartney, yeah.
Looks like, but yeah. Anyway,
I can see Paul McCartney and the Axel from The Middle. At any rate, thank you guys very much. I apologize for any rambling that I did do, and Ian, if this discussion was a little bit arcane to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're here to hang out. I mean, if you guys have stuff that's interesting to you, I mean, I won't stop you. I mean, I'm here to let people talk. So.
Yeah.
All good.
I assume that the intra-apostolic back and forth was a little outside of what you typically end up with.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good though. We're here to converse. That's what's all
All
about.
right. Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, yeah, you guys are welcome back anytime. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's all. I'll just wrap up here. So, thank you to Avenging Red Hand. Thank you to Professor ZAIUS, and let's also thank Giovanni Alghieri, Michael, who didn't really say much, but he was in the chat room for a while. Hope if he comes back, he'll say more next time. Thanks to Argent and thanks to SOAPJACKAL. They were all here. It was a good one. So thanks to our 4 viewers who are still with us, and have a good night, everyone. We'll see you later.